Reverse flow river flowed silently. The further they went ahead, the calmer the river surface. However, to the swimmers, reverse flow river was like a torrential tide. It defied all thoughts of traveling ahead. Destruction of the body was not scary, destruction of thoughts and the mind was scary. In the past, even Renzu failed in reverse flow river. These Gu immortals were doing the same thing as Renzu now. Damn it! I cannot continue anymore. At the next moment, Uez reached his limits. He could not continue anymore. He was washed away by the tides. And the second central continent Gu immortal followed by the third. Shi Zhengyi gave it his all. But he failed and was washed away by reverse flow river. Bu Zhenzi was unwilling, but he could only float away. Bai Chun Tian and the rest were showing ugly expressions as each central continent Gu immortal got eliminated. Not long after, out of the central continent Gu immortals, only rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left. Being able to reach rank 8, he truly had shocking willpower. Wei Lingyang showed the foundation of a rank 8 great expert. As for those Gu immortals who were washed away, they were all gathered by Chun Tian and went back to the group. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shui Hu, or the dogtail life extending ferret Mao Li Qiu. Why is it that our Gu immortals were all swept away, but these random people are still inside the river? Some central continent Gu immortals were very unhappy towards Ying Wuxie's gang and Fang Yuan. At merely rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we were all defeated. They will fail soon. A central continent Gu immortal who was just swept out of the river said. But they did not manage to see Fang Yuan or Ying Wuxie fail before a situation occurred around Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming forward, choked on the river water as he was nearly swept away. Be careful! Bai Chun Tian couldn't help but call out. Ying Wuxie was overjoyed, but soon, Ma Hongyun continued to swim forward, moving his arms. It was just a scare. It's that girl, hee. Her willpower is shocking too. Mao Li Qiu could see the subtle details. At the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had helped Ma Hongyun and stabilized his condition. The truth was, after reverse flow river went back to normal, the river surface became smooth. It did not challenge one's physical stamina as much. Especially towards the upstream, the river became more shallow, but its reflective power against willpower and mental energy became stronger. Hongyun, we cannot be separated anymore. Do you know, in order to be with you again, how much have I experienced, how much hardship have I gone through, and how much I have lost? Zhao Lianyun had lost her voice and could not speak. But at this moment, she had no such energy anyway. Her aged body was unleashing strength that even Zhao Lianyun could not believe she had. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her stamina and age. She was purely wanting to be together with Ma Hongyun, even if they were swimming for their lives, and could not even look at each other. Even if she could not speak, and danger was right behind them. No matter how bad the situation is, I need to persevere. Every minute and second that I spend with him, fighting alongside him, regardless of the situation, I have never been so blissful. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued moving forward. Even though they were slow, the situation was stabilizing. It was just a scare. Bai Chun Tian and the other central continent Gu immortals, and even Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were having their hearts shake from the shock. Old ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, he did not conceal his disappointment. The immortals watched reverse flow river. Every action caused deep emotions to form in their hearts. Even though some of them were rank 8 existences, and even though the rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were experts among those with the same cultivation level, elites of their regions. Even my immortal zombie body is feeling tired? Ying Wuxie smiled bitterly. Purple Mountain True Monarch was on his head. Pulling Ying Wuxie's hair, he was causing a din as he cried or laughed at times. I am just a split soul of the main body. I have not lived for a long time. But since coming to life, I knew that I had my own responsibilities. Right now, Lord Purple is crazy. I cannot ignore him. He might choke to death in the river. I am Shadow Sec's only hope. Even if I die from exhaustion here, I cannot give up. Only by capturing Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun can I stall for time until Lord Purple awakens again. His duty was making Ying Wuxia persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Her chest was pumping up and down. Hee. She even laughed lightly. Her face was distorted. Excitement was in her eyes. Exciting! This is truly exciting. In Reverse Flow River, I have experienced a new type of excitement never felt before. This is the road that Renzu once walked on. Interesting. This is simply too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip was worth it. Even if I die, this life was worth it. He Lulan was filled with anger. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not avenged you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands yet. Arg! I need to persevere. He Lulan was trembling. She was showing indomitable willpower. However, as time passed, some people could not persevere. Will my excitement end here? I have not taken revenge yet. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were out of energy. They were washed away. But their safety was ensured. Old Ancestor Shui, who was already waiting for them outside. This way, there were only 6 people left in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at first place. Ying Wuxia and the Crazy Purple Mountain True Monarch were second. Fang Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Right now, Old Ancestor Shui, whose hopes were all on Ying Wuxia. As long as Ying Wuxia captured Ma and Zhao, Old Ancestor Shui, whose side would gain the initiative, they would be able to threaten Bai Chun Tian and the others, as well as Longevity Heaven's Dogtail Life-Extending Ferret. But if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were swept away, then everyone would have a chance, a huge battle would occur, it was unclear who would win. It would depend on their strength and also luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it will depend on you now. Bai Chun Tian thought. He clenched his fists that were full of sweat. The dog-tail life-extending ferret was laughing. Its eyes were staring at the river, thinking of something. Ah, the glory of heavenly court. A moment later, Wei Lingyang sighed out loud as he reached his limits. Despite his unwillingness, he was washed away by Reverse Flow River. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were shocked. They were completely stunned. Someone screamed in disbelief. How can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a rank 8 Gu Immortal. How could he lose to these people? Swimming in Reverse Flow River has nothing to do with cultivation level. It depends on your willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were silent. Did this mean that the great rank 8 Central Continent Gu Immortal Wei Lingyang's willpower was inferior to these people? Bai Chun Tian slowly spoke. Don't forget, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had rested on the floating mound earlier. According to the information, they even had fruits to eat. When Reverse Flow River engulfed everything, they were at the front. The Gu Immortals behind them also went through many struggles. Their stamina and willpower were greatly expended. The Central Continent Gu Immortals finally realized. That's true. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if they had the same starting point, he would definitely be the victor. Because of Bai Chun Tian's words, the Central Continent Gu Immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Chun Tian was expressionless. His mood was heavy. What do we do now? Bai Chun Tian was hesitant. The Central Continent group had a huge disadvantage. The wise choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. They could go to Black Heaven and try to meet with Myriad Tidal Dragon, using the Immortal Gu House to see if they could turn this around. There was a third option. It was to stay here and contest for Ma and Zhao with Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the Dogtail Life-Extending Ferret. We should discuss this after Wei Lingyang returns. This was a huge matter. Bai Chun Tian could not make the decision. He was not the leader, Wei Lingyang was. But while they were waiting, another change occurred in Reverse Flow River. I will not give in. Ying Wuxia bellowed as he raised his head. But Reverse Flow River engulfed him as he was swept away. Is it finally ending? Ying Wuxia, die! Fang Yuan screamed internally. He was waiting for this moment all along. He collided heavily with Ying Wuxia. Both sides were fighting in the water. They stopped advancing. This way, Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia, as well as Purple Mountain True Monarch, could not help but be washed downstream by Reverse Flow River. Sovereign Immortal Body versus the Strength Path Immortal Zombie. Undeniably, Ying Wuxia was at a disadvantage. He was quickly beaten until he suffered bone fractures by Fang Yuan's punches and kicks. But the immortal zombie body was dead to begin with, its only weakness was the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie for some time, he naturally knew this, but Ying Wuxie was defending his head. He disregarded the rest of his body and only protected his skull. Undeniably, this was a wise decision. Once he stalled for time and Fang Yuan was swept out of reverse flow river, Ying Wuxie would counterattack. Don't forget, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and old ancestor Shui who were already outside the river. Among everyone here, Fang Yuan was the only one who was truly alone. He was racing against time. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ying Wuxie and Purple Mountain True Monarch before they got out of reverse flow river. While Ying Wuxie was stalling for time, trying to survive, Fang Yuan was not able to do anything to Ying Wuxie at the moment. The most important reason was, fighting in water greatly affected Fang Yuan's ability to attack consecutively, because he needed to breathe outside the water at certain intervals. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was inferior to the dead Mu Linglan. He was a waterpath Gu immortal. He had special waterpath Dao marks that allowed him to breathe underwater. On the other hand, the immortal zombie did not need to breathe, as it was dead to begin with. Humph! Fang Yuan could not attack successfully. He changed his target towards Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was in Ying Wuxie's arms. Ying Wuxie was worried about Purple Mountain True Monarch's safety. He wanted to try and save him. But Fang Yuan changed his target again, poking at Ying Wuxie's eyes. This was a vicious move. As long as he succeeded, Fang Yuan would be able to stab into Ying Wuxie's brain and end his life for good. Ying Wuxie's heart was jumping. It was too late to defend himself. He fell into despair. However, a change occurred right at this moment. Purple Mountain True Monarch suddenly stood up and charged at Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan had the initiative, he could easily defend himself. He grabbed Purple Mountain True Monarch and tried to squeeze his fist and kill Purple Mountain True Monarch. But Purple Mountain True Monarch had unfathomable capabilities, and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal with deep Wisdom Path Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan felt like he was grabbing an eel. It was so slippery. Purple Mountain True Monarch somehow managed to squeeze himself out of his fist. Purple Mountain True Monarch escaped Fang Yuan's demonic clutches. He moved agilely in the water. His wings gave him more mobility. Fang Yuan actually missed all of his attacks. Next, Purple Mountain True Monarch flew to Ying Wuxie and grabbed his shirt, swimming desperately and managing to get free from Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxie was shocked and overjoyed, seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch regain clarity in his eyes. He knew that at this crucial moment of life and death, Purple Mountain True Monarch had regained his senses. This is great. Ying Wuxie was overjoyed, with Purple Mountain True Monarch now clear-headed. They could capture Ma and Zhao again. Quickly leave. Purple Mountain True Monarch carried Ying Wuxie as they moved downstream, rapidly escaping. He was tiny, but he had great strength. Lord Purple. Ying Wuxie understood something immediately. As soon, Purple Mountain True Monarch fell into insanity once again. Oh! Ying Wuxie sighed deeply. He knew why Purple Mountain True Monarch wanted to retreat. Because his condition was not stable. Because of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Fang Yuan could not eliminate Ying Wuxie. Furthermore, he was lagging behind. He was far from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui, who had an unhappy expression. Because Ying Wuxie and Purple Mountain True Monarch left, only 3 people were left in reverse flow river. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun, and Fang Yuan. Who is this? He is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, but he dares to foil my plan. Old ancestor Shui, who had deep killing intent towards Fang Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside old ancestor Shui, who, hearing old ancestor Shui whose words, her heart jumped. Fang Yuan clearly had deep enmity with Ying Wuxie. She had to answer this question now. He Lulan was a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fang Yuan's true identity, but thankfully, he had another identity. So she said, he is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu immortal who killed Yi Lui Kunxing and cultivates ancient sword dragon transformation. Old ancestor Shui, who was stunned before replying. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in Snowy Mountain, he still paid attention to the situation in Northern Plains. because the rank 8 Gu immortals in northern plains were all obstacles for him in refining fortune rivaling heaven. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, old ancestor Shui, who was not too concerned about them. But to think that this insignificant character was actually foiling his plan at this moment. Ha ha ha. Luck is truly on our side. The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed loudly. Waves of noise billowed. By Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang had gathered together. Central Continent's Gu immortals waited solemnly. They had chosen to stay and wait for a chance. Old ancestor Shui Hu, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing stood together. The three parties were all at the starting point, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be swept away. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if us Gu immortals of Central Continent have to sacrifice our lives, we will defend you. Wei Lingyang called out. Laughable. You Central Continent fellows want to snatch them from me? Grandpa Mao, the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, was furious and spoke in displeasure. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Liqiu's scary appearance would frighten Ma Hongyun. He quickly added, Ma Hongyun, you are acknowledged by fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and have giant sun's bloodline. You are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the origin of our bloodline. It is the grotto heaven of ancestor Giant Sunday. We are here to bring you home. Old ancestor Shui Hu snorted, pressuring Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the third peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I Shui Hu am one to hold my word, you can rest assured. If you succeed, I will back you up. Your future cultivation journey will be smooth sailing. Hearing this, the other Gu immortals started to look at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan lost the chance to kill Ying Wuxia. There was no other way. He had tried his best. But the foundation of rank 8 was immense. The advantage of the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body in Reverse Flow River and most importantly, Purple Mountain True Monarch's Moment of Clarity, pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was horrible for him. Out of the 3 rank 8 existences outside the river, he could only join old ancestor Shui Hu. But old ancestor Shui Hu was with the members of Shadow Sect. If I leave Reverse Flow River, these 3 rank 8s will attack me. My speed cannot match Hui Fengzi. Even with myriad self and familiar face, the hope of escaping from them is likely very slim. Fang Yuan was very clear on his current situation. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, I will have the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to transact, not to mention old ancestor Shui Hu as well. By then, I could use them to help eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam upstream, charging towards the 2 of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fang Yuan's movement. They were the only ones ahead of him now. His animosity was obvious. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming. Persevere. I have just escaped from Snowy Mountain. I cannot be captured again. There is also Lady Xiao Yun. She became like this because of me. I need to save her. Thus, I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it. Work hard. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth. He desperately swam. Even though he was very tired, he had strong driving force in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But because he had fought with Ying Wuxia earlier, he was pushed back by Reverse Flow River for some time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were very safe, unless they could not hold on anymore. As time passed, this mystical competition was reaching its end. Outside the river, large numbers of Gu immortals were observing the 3 people in Reverse Flow River. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression suddenly changed. While swimming, her legs had touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from Reverse Flow River. Her head and shoulders was exposed above the water. This change made both her and Ma Hongyun extremely joyful. How could this happen? Flood Extremity was extremely shocked. The dog-tail life-extending ferret yawned. Are you ignorant? Upstream in Reverse Flow River it gets shallower and shallower. Did you people not read The Legends of Renzu? Back then, Renzu wanted to walk out of Reverse Flow River. He failed at the last step. So it is like this. Mao Li Chiu spoke loudly. The central continent Gu immortals finally realized it. Unknowingly, the two of them have already reached the end. Look, they are only 100 steps away from the shore. Does this mean Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will be able to break the record and achieve what Renzu could not do? Forcefully getting out of reverse flow river from the front. That might not be. Renzu had swam from the bottom of the river. Ma and Zhao had a much easier time. Even so, this is a grand feat. That's right. Their willpower is simply shocking. The Gu immortals were all discussing this. Even Mao Li Chiu was moved. This is true. Ma Hongyun is really something. He might be able to charge out of reverse flow river. Hehe. Black Extremity and Flood Extremity looked at each other. The former said arrogantly, as expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still swimming, trying to reach them, when Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in reverse flow river. Almost all the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these two could break the record of human history, and, in a sense, surpass Renzu and walk out of reverse flow river from the front. One step at a time. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun supported each other, as they walked forward shakily but with determination. They were extremely tired. Their bodies were numb, but they still persevered. Almost every step, their bodies would shake like tree branches in the wind. It would not be strange if any of them fainted at the very next moment. But in this condition, they continued to advance. This situation created a huge impact on these immortals' hearts. What sort of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The two of them are supporting each other through thick and thin, and are walking side by side. Regardless of the result, I feel deep admiration towards the two of them. The river water's turbulence gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun finally approached the end of the river, everyone held their breaths in anticipation. Am I going to fail? Fang Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart sank. No, until the final moment. I still have a chance. I cannot give up. The final step. Bai Chen Tian cried out. The immortals did not dare to breathe loudly. They were nervous, staring at this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready to save Ma Hongyun. We will fight for them the moment they get out. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life-extending ferret. But the latter replied, no need. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious, because now, Ma Hongyun was holding Zhao Lianyun's hand, taking the final step. His left leg was still in reverse flow river, but right now the river water was not even at the sole of his left foot. Meanwhile, his right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this moment, nobody could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy or if Ma Hongyun gave up. But none of these happened. Ma Hongyun took a step forward. Ping. With a soft sound, water splattered. He stepped on water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They saw clearly that when Ma Hongyun took the final step, the river water also moved forward by a little. Thus, Ma Hongyun was still in reverse flow river. How can this be? Ma Hongyun could not believe it. He gritted his teeth and took a second step. This time, a similar thing happened. Reverse flow river moved ahead again, causing him to remain in the river. The immortals were shocked. How could reverse flow river do this? This was simply too shameless. Ha ha ha. Mao Li Chiu suddenly laughed out loud. This is too fun. This is too fun. Look at your faces. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Too funny. The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity understood something after recalling Mao Li Chiu's earlier words. He realized at once that Mao Li Chiu was sure Ma Hongyun could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch them. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity was impatient. He asked curiously. Ha ha ha. You fools. Look at your faces. Mao Li Chiu was laughing as his claws slammed on the ground. He was extremely overjoyed. Reverse flow river itself is like this. It has upstream and downstream parts, but it is impossible to try and forcefully leave the river from upstream. because reverse flow river has no end. Every step you take at the final stretch of the river would just create a new extension of the river. During the immemorial era, Renzu wanted to save his son, but Fate Gu dictated the life and death of all beings. How can a dead person have a second life? That was against the rules of heaven and earth. Thus, Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu that there was such a mystical aspect in reverse flow river. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. To think that we would encounter something so funny. Mao Li Chiu said this as it laughed maniacally. It even rolled on the ground, patting its tummy. The immortal's expressions completely changed. This was an immemorial secret. Everyone was hearing it for the first time. This means that in the legends, Wisdom Gu entrapped Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is there was no final step. Because reverse flow river is endless to begin with. This is a scheme. Wisdom Gu specially set this trap. Wait. Does that mean that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are trapped inside reverse flow river forever? Someone said that and reminded everyone. The immortals turned their gazes towards reverse flow river. But this time, they paid no attention to Ma and Zhao. They were looking at Fang Yuan, who was not far behind. Fang Yuan. He did not give up. As a result of his perseverance, there was a huge opportunity now. This Lu Guanyi was not swept away. He is still persevering. He is very close to Ma and Zhao now. That means with his speed, he can definitely catch up to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Lu Guanyi has immense battle strength. The battle earlier states everything. He had fought Lord Bai Chun Tian evenly in reverse flow river. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were left. Right now, even if the Gu immortals outside reverse flow river wanted to catch up to them, there was no time. And more importantly, they were all eliminated. All of their mental energy regarding swimming upstream had been consumed. They had no determination to swim in reverse flow river anymore for this period of time. Damn it. The only hope now is that Lu Guanyi will overly exert himself? Bai Chun Tian thought about it, his forehead was full of sweat. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't rush. As long as you maintain your current speed, you can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Chun Tian had fought with Fang Yuan. He knew about Fang Yuan's immense strength when fighting in reverse flow river. On this point, Ing Wuxie, who had just escaped from reverse flow river, could prove it with his injuries. He had Purple Mountain True Monarch's help and was an immortal zombie, but he was still one step away from dying. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun on Central Continent's side, they should avoid meeting with Fang Yuan. They needed to stall for time until Fang Yuan could no longer persevere. This was Central Continent's only hope of victory. But Fang Yuan continued moving ahead. He was not fast, but compared to the turtle-like speed of Ma and Zhao, he was like a rocket. Not long after, he also stood on the riverbed. He was just 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old Ancestor Shui, who suddenly spoke. Very good. Lu Guanyi, capture the two of them. You can ask for any request from me. Right now, you are wanted by both Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, but if you hand them to me, I will be your ally. Anyone who tries to deal with you will have to face me. Shui Hu. Wei Lingyang was stunned. He also spoke. Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects, as well as Heavenly Court's members. If you can protect them, you can join Central Continent. We can modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. After this merit, Central Continent will not disappoint you. Whatever old Ancestor Shui Hu can give you, we can give you several times that, or even tens of times as many benefits to you. Humph. Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huangjin bloodline, as long as you protect both Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, and hand them to Longevity Heaven, we can make an exception and allow you to become our external Supreme Elder. Joining Longevity Heaven will grant you unthinkable benefits. You will be in Northern Plains' righteous path and not demonic path. Not only will you no longer be wanted by anyone, all the Huangjin tribes will welcome you. Flood Extremity also said in response. This was indeed a funny situation. All three sides gave Fang Yuan attractive offers. Fang Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in this attempt, regardless of which side he joined, he would gain great benefits. However, Fang Yuan did not respond. He had no spare energy to speak. He stepped on the riverbed as he stood up and walked ahead. He knew that talking was pointless. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could he qualify to make conditions and negotiate with the three forces outside. The distance was shrinking. The people outside Reverse Flow River were watching Fang Yuan's movements. Some were speaking and trying to raise their offers. But there was something strange. Nobody said anything to threaten Fang Yuan, because everyone knew that Fang Yuan's public identity, Lu Guanyi, was someone who could kill Yi Lui Kun Xing. He had outstanding battle strength and even dared to offend Lu tribe. He was a vicious and lawless person. Threatening such a person would only have negative consequences. I must live. I want to be together with Hong Yun. Zhao Lianyun sobbed. She chanted in her heart. Every step was difficult for her. She was inching forward slowly. I am here, I am right here. Don't be afraid. Xiao Yun, I will protect you. Ma Hongyun was pale as paper. He was holding Zhao Lianyun's arm as his vision turned dark. Every step he took, he felt an assault of intense dizziness. He felt that he would collapse at any moment. Where are you two going? Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao shook, they turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on the shoulders of both Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. No! At this moment, Ma Hongyun shouted loudly, pushing Zhao Lianyun away as he charged at Fang Yuan. But how could Fang Yuan allow Ma Hongyun to succeed? Earlier, he failed to deal with Ying Wuxie and Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan was already furious. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, it was too easy. After some dazzling moves that made Ma Hongyun's head spin, the two were subdued by Fang Yuan in turn. They were carried in each of his arms, unable to move. Ma and Zhao reacted, struggling intensely. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's cold voice spoke. Move and I will kill the person you love. Instantly, Ma and Zhao shuddered. They looked at Fang Yuan with immense fear. Fang Yuan's words targeted their greatest weakness. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He carried these two captives as he walked forward. In this dangerous situation, Fang Yuan had finally found a way to survive. He looked outside the river, saying, We can negotiate now. Ha ha ha, lad, you are quite good. You are like me back in the day, we can talk it through. Old ancestor Xuehu laughed. Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy your needs. Wei Lingyang also said. Boring. Mao Liqiu pouted, lying on the ground as it wagged its tail, relaxing. Black Extremity smiled bitterly. Lu Guanyi, just tell us what you want. At this moment, a change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He was dead. The immortals were shocked. There was pure silence. At once, even Fang Yuan was shocked. I did not exert any strength. Oh wait. Ma Hongyun died of exhaustion. He carried Zhao Lianyun as they traveled in the river. He was completely overexerting himself, surpassing his limits. Eventually, not only was he out of stamina, he was also drained of mental energy. After I caught him, his body relaxed and he died immediately. Fang Yuan quickly understood. This change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun was dead. The immortals gasped. Damn it! Lu Guanyi, you actually killed him. I will tear your bones and tendons out. I will make sure you die a terrible death. Old ancestor Xuehu fell into a rage. He screamed loudly as his eyes turned red. Ma Hongyun died. The effect of fortune rivaling heaven also completely dissipated. Only a living Ma Hongyun had value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was just a rank 5 Gu master corpse. This was why Lady Wanshou had been keeping Ma Hongyun alive and did not kill him before trying to refine the Gu. Like the Spring Dream Fruit Tree, Luck Path immortal materials also had a special trait. If it was a living Luck Path immortal material, it had to be alive. Refining the Luck Path immortal Gu would require a living refinement in that case. Ma Hongyun, Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang were downcast. Little worm. You actually killed Ma Hongyun. You squeezed him to death. Mao Liqiu shouted even more loudly than old ancestor Xuehu. It was furious and bared its sharp fangs. It was agitated and its hair was standing. It was ready to pounce to devour Fang Yuan alive. Ma Hongyun actually died. Never mind, I still have Zhao Lianyun. Fang Yuan held in his shock. Zhao Lianyun was covered in tears. Hongyun! Hongyun! The person she loved had died right in front of her. Unparalleled grief and sadness assaulted her and overwhelmed her like a tsunami. But she could not scream. She could not shout. She was unable to emit any sound. She could only scream in her heart and cry. She had spent so much effort to reach this step. She had just reunited with Ma Hongyun when they were separated for good. What was Zhao Lianyun going to do now? Her tears flowed like a river. The pain was engraved in her soul. Extreme grief was causing her to tremble intensely. Oh no! Fang Yuan quickly made a move, wanting to knock out Zhao Lianyun. It was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying on the spot as well from grief. However, right when Fang Yuan was about to hit Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light burst out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Goo. At the most critical moment, it displayed its might again. This aura? Rank 9 Love Goo. Wait, aren't goo worms unable to be used in reverse flow river? Flood Extremity called out. Mao Li Chiu rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can anything be absolute in this world? Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It is filled with Tao marks, preventing goo worms from being used. But if it is a rank 9 immortal goo, they are not Tao marks but fragments of the great Tao. And a fragment of the great Tao cannot be suppressed by reverse flow river's Tao marks. The immortal goo's power can be used. Save him. Save him. Even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed. She screamed in her heart. But love immortal goo could not be controlled. The blue light brought Zhao Lianyun into the sky, escaping reverse flow river. It then went to Wei Lingyang, and by Chen Tian the speed was simply too fast to react to. Meanwhile, Ma Hongyun's corpse remained. Fang Yuan was holding onto it. Even though Ma Hongyun died, his soul was still in his body. But old ancestor Shui Hu lost all interest in this corpse already. If reviving Ma Hongyun would help, Lady Wanshou would not have used this difficult living refinement method. Mao Li Chiu was staring at Fang Yuan, ready to attack. Fang Yuan had grasped the chance earlier, but to think that this sudden change would cause Fang Yuan to fall into even bigger danger than before. Such a mishap. It is definitely heaven's will. Instantly, Fang Yuan understood. He had fallen into reverse flow river. His immortal goo were ineffective. After such a long time passed, heaven's will had already started its plotting. He was first swept into reverse flow river, followed by the events of Purple Mountain True Monarch and Ing Wuxie, and finally Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Heaven's will. Fang Yuan raised his head. At this moment he was completely trapped. Not just old ancestor Shui Hu, Mao Li Chiu and Central Continent's Gu immortals, even heaven's will was everywhere, trying desperately to eliminate this biggest uncontrollable factor. A desperate situation. Then what should I do? Fang Yuan's mouth was dry, but from start to finish he was expressionless. He could not think of a way. Just old ancestor Shui Hu alone was an enemy Fang Yuan could not face. That giant purple ferret was unfathomable. It was giant sun immortal venerable's steed, not to mention the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had no way. He could only continue moving in reverse flow river. The clamoring of the Gu immortals around him continued. Lu Guanyi, you cannot escape death today. You committed so much evil, you have done yourself in today. The fact that you are in this state is truly heaven's judgment. Kill him, we need to kill him, he actually foiled our plans. Do you know that you killed someone you could not touch? You will die for sure today. Howl. The dog-tail life-extending ferret howled. Sound waves resounded endlessly. If not for reverse flow river, it would have attacked Fang Yuan already. I have no choice now. If reverse flow river sweeps me out with my current methods, there is little chance of escaping. Fang Yuan was completely stumped. He could only continue moving forward in reverse flow river. Step by step. He was at the front already. Every step he took, reverse flow river would move forward by a bit, causing Fang Yuan to stay in the river forever. Reverse flow river had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fang Yuan did not feel anything. In my life, I have experienced too many instances of despair. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was clear, he was still expressionless. In the current situation, I can only wait for the three sides to fight. I will then be able to escape. I can only persevere in this river. Fang Yuan thought. Step by step. Time passed. The Gu immortals who were waiting for Fang Yuan to be swept out became frustrated. Is he going to stop? What's the point of moving forward in reverse flow river? You will still die. Come out, you coward. I will kill you with one slap. It is hopeless now, Lu Guanyi. Suiciding is the only way you can retain your honor. Some Gu immortals were laughing. Some were watching coldly. In their opinion, Fang Yuan was just struggling futilely. If you think that there will be a chance to escape when we fight, you can forget about it. Today I only have one target, that is you. Do you know how much of a price I've paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu? You foiled my cultivation plan. You are the person I hate most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will never be appeased. Old ancestor Shui who looked at Fang Yuan with deep hatred. His words were like an icy river pouring on Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf person. Anyone's words, be it threats or promises, had no effect on him. As time passed, Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the growling of the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, became softer. This giant purple ferret's expression had changed. It spoke in a weird and incredulous tone. Looking at Fang Yuan, no way. What? Black Extremity was confused. At this moment, old ancestor Shui Hu, Bai Chun Tian, and Wei Lingyang also had changes in their expressions. They sensed something. Soon, the other Gu immortals present were stirred up. They quickly shouted. This is a Gu worm's aura? But it doesn't seem like it. What Gu worm? Impossible. Does he also have a rank 9 immortal Gu? This is weird. This is not an immortal Gu's aura, or rather, it is not complete. This is so strange. Suddenly, Yu Yi's eyes shined. He guessed the truth as he said, this situation, he is refining Gu. A Gu immortal immediately mocked. How can that be? Refining Gu in reverse flow river. That was true. Gu worms could not be used in reverse flow river, unless it was a rank 9 immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, it was inside Langya blessed land. He could not use any Gu worms, not to mention refining Gu. Fang Yuan also felt the change inside his body. He was expressionless, but he was shocked on the inside. It seems, I really am refining Gu? What is going on? Every step I take, the aura in my body strengthens. What is going on? Even though Fang Yuan did not understand it, he knew that this was a turning point. The situation was at its worst, no matter what Fang Yuan wanted to try. He continued to move forward. Step by step. He walked steadily, he was expressionless, but it gave others a feeling of strength. Why does he show no expression? A Gu immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was true. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else who had been in this situation had distorted expressions. They were in pain, or they were going crazy or sobbing. But why was Fang Yuan expressionless from start to finish? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually was asking about something else. And that was, why is this Lu Guanyi able to persevere for so long? Furthermore, he seems to be able to continue. It seems like he can persevere forever. How was it possible? Everyone was eliminated, swept away by reverse flow river. How could he remain here with so much remaining strength? Why was it him? Why was it him? Nobody could answer that. The Gu immortals were all silent. A moment later, as Fang Yuan continued to advance, the Gu worm aura in his body continued to strengthen. It was at its peak. Soon, from inside Fang Yuan's body to the outside, he started to shine in a bright pure white light. It really became like this. Mao Li Chiu saw this and his eyes were staring wide open. He was gaping, unable to believe the sight in front of him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Black Extremity could not endure it, he asked. Sigh. At this point, there is no reason in me hiding it anymore. Mao Li Chiu sighed deeply, showing a defeated look on his face. There is an immortal goo nurturing inside his body. This immortal goo's name is Perseverance. Mao Li Chiu said some shocking things. Perseverance, immortal goo? Black Extremity was extremely shocked. The other goo immortals were too. It is said in The Legends of Renzu that Perseverance immortal goo was the crucial immortal goo that could allow the user to conquer Reverse Flow River? Isn't it just a legend? Yuez asked. No, it exists. Bai Chun Tian said. He was a heavenly court goo immortal. He knew many ancient secrets. There was a person who had once owned it. That person was a former leader of heavenly court. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Lingyang added. What? The immortals went into shock again. But we had never expected the refinement method of Perseverance Immortal Goo to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had never mentioned it. Bai Chun Tian sighed and shook his head. Of course he didn't. This is a shameful event in his life. Mao Li Chiu interjected. It was very interested in anything that would ruin Heavenly Court's reputation. These words made Shi Zhengyi shout. Rubbish? How dare you slander the reputation of an immortal venerable? Daring to yell at a legendary immemorial desolate beast. Shi Zhengyi was truly courageous. Many Central Continent goo immortals were worried for him. Mao Li Chiu did not get angry. Little boy, what do you know? Immortal venerable or demon venerable, even if they have high cultivation level, they are still human. Humans have emotions, they have flaws, they have weaknesses. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged through Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Eventually, he painstakingly traveled to the end of the river and refined Perseverance Immortal Goo in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River and became the first Reverse Flow River Lord in history. The first Reverse Flow River Lord? Even old ancestor Shui Hu was shocked. This Reverse Flow River had been his for so long. He did not think there were such secrets. This means, at once, the immortal's gazes landed on Feng Yuan. Mao Li Chiu sighed, with his gaze fixed on Feng Yuan who was bathed in white light. He said helplessly, that is true. At this rate, he will refine Perseverance Immortal Goo and become the second Reverse Flow River Lord. The immortals were lost for words. They looked at Feng Yuan, who continued moving forward. He was expressionless, no matter how many steps he took. Reverse Flow River was always still below his feet, as if fate was mocking and laughing at him. But he continued walking. He had traveled through 500 years of experiences over his previous life. He did not know how much longer he would have to walk. But he knew where he needed to go, as if nobody could stop him. At least, inside this river, nobody could stop him. In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan sat inside the bamboo house. He looked at the village. He looked at Qingmao Mountain. His fists were clenched. Hope was displayed all over his young and tender face. It is time to give up the past. Transmigrating here is my greatest opportunity, because here, I can attain eternal life. I have to make good use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I live with myself? How can I give up this chance? Of course, right now, I need to improve the living conditions of me and my brother. That little fellow. After the Aperture Awakening, on the battle stage, Feng Yuan lowered his head. He was filled with shock and anger. I was set up. Who set me up? Who does not want me to win in battle? The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our differing aptitude, we are fated to be different. Guyu Feng Zhang said with glee and smugness in front of him. Feng Yuan turned around and left. He was filled with determination. Since the village refuses to nurture me, since my aunt and uncle are purposely pushing me aside, what is the point of staying here? If I stay here, will I be able to get stronger and gain eternal life? Why don't I leave? Inside the caravan, Gu Master Big Beard died. Feng Yuan stood in front of his grave. The youngster was filled with tears. He sobbed, "Uncle Big Beard, rest in peace. Thank you for the final present. You said, when you were a child, you wanted to be a grand hero, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were a youngster, you wanted to be a clan leader. When you were an adult, you were satisfied with becoming a clan elder. When you were a middle-aged man, you were exiled from the clan. You felt that you could live by yourself just as well. You were satisfied with just raising your goo worms and yourself. But I am not like this. I will not forgo my dreams just because of age. This world is too big. But we are all minor characters. I will work hard. I will definitely do my best." Childhood, adolescence, adulthood. Qingmao Mountain caravan he walked all along. Middle age, old age, and eventually lifespan goo. Southern border, western desert, eastern sea, and central continent. After his rebirth using spring-autumn cicada, Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Etian Mountain, and Reverse Flow River, step by step through difficulties and ordeals. Bai Chun Tian frowned. He stared at Fong Yuan's figure, thinking, what sort of willpower is this? Why does he persevere? What makes him persevere to this extent? Old ancestor Shui, who snorted coldly, solemnness showed in his eyes. He no longer looked down on this rank 7 goo immortal. This means there was Genesis Lotus 300,000 years ago, and now, there is Lu Guanyi, the reverse flow river lord. Mao Liqiu looked at the light on Fong Yuan's body. There was nothing it could do. It bore its fangs and scratched the ground with its claws, causing deep marks to form. Bai Ningbing's and He Lulan's eyelids were twitching. They were evidently moved. Zhao Lianyun had woken up. She looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, held in Fong Yuan's arm. Her tears were flowing out. She cried in her heart. Hongyun, Hongyun, how could you leave me like this? Without you, I am all alone in this world. What is the point of living? Do you know, the perseverance of one person is so difficult. How difficult is the perseverance of one person? All of the goo immortals here could answer that question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, and some persevered because of love. And Fong Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless. He continued to move forward relentlessly. I had once screamed. Gradually, I lost my voice. I had once cried. Gradually, I lost my tears. I had once grieved. Gradually, I became able to withstand everything. I had once rejoiced. Gradually, I became unmoved by the world. And now, all I have left is an expressionless face. My gaze is as tough as a monolith. Only perseverance remains in my heart. This is my own, an insignificant character, Fong Yuan's, perseverance. A dazzling light erupted out. Perseverance immortal goo, at this moment, was refined successfully. Perseverance immortal goo at this moment was refined successfully. Outside Reverse Flow River, the immortals who saw this all fell into dead silence. They watched as Reverse Flow River continued to flow slowly. A rank 7 goo immortal, with the appearance of a young man wearing a long white robe, with long hair and deep dark eyes, was standing in the water. He was as free as the wind. He actually managed to refine perseverance immortal goo. Bai Ningbing muttered, having complex emotions. He actually did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? The Central Continent goo immortals could not believe this. Look guys, he is no longer moving forward. He is standing on the spot. Reverse Flow River is no longer sweeping him away. Shi Zhengyi pointed and shouted. Fong Yuan shut his eyes. Half his attention was inside his immortal aperture. A brand new immortal goo had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance immortal goo. It was like a monolith. It was huge, at the size of a giant whale. The bottom was wide while the top was thin. It was squarish and metallic black. The sides were very straight. At one glance, it looked like a rock that could not be eroded by the sea in the span of 10,000 years. It was like a huge rock that could not be melted by magma over the ages. It was really a very special immortal goo. because in terms of size, it was the largest immortal goo Fang Yuan had ever seen. Rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan could tell this immortal goo's rank from the aura it was emitting. It was not rank 8, nor rank 9. Fang Yuan was happy about this. Having a higher rank immortal goo was not always better. This was something that every goo immortal knew. Rank 7 Perseverance immortal goo best fit Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What is the food of this Perseverance immortal goo? What effect does it have? How can I make use of it? Questions appeared in Fang Yuan's head. He did not think any further. He placed his focus on the outside world again. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 goo immortals were still waiting to strike. The other goo immortals were also ready to attack any time. By owning Perseverance immortal goo, I really conquered Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan soon found that Reverse Flow River was as obedient as a pet dog around him. The immense pressure it gave him earlier had vanished. Fang Yuan stood here without moving. Reverse Flow River no longer worked against him. Not just that, Fang Yuan also found that he could use goo worms freely in the river. He could even open his immortal aperture's entrance easily. Good! Fang Yuan was excited. He first placed Ma Hongyun's corpse in his immortal aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul was also inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. His soul contained the luck path true inheritance of all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan paid attention to this. During Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were protected by the all living beings' luck true inheritance. They had each gained a portion of the inheritance. Right now, Ma Hongyun's soul is in my hands. The portion of all living beings' luck that he has belongs to me. It is a pity Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 love immortal goo. I could not capture her. In Fang Yuan's opinion, Ma Hongyun's soul had great value. But his body was merely a goo refinement material, even though it had gone through many living refinement attempts. But Fang Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might have been able to use her and negotiate with the goo immortals outside. But earlier, Zhao Lianyun had escaped from danger due to love immortal goo. She had returned to Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang. Northern Plains Lu Guanyi, to think that this battle would establish your fame. Wei Lingyang sighed. I want you to die. I want you to die. Zhao Lianyun screamed in a shrill voice. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with hatred and grudge. The love she had for Ma Hongyun became hatred for Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi. Even if you become the Reverse Flow River Lord. So what? Old Ancestor Shui who smiled coldly. Lad, you are quite capable. But this is it, you killed Ma Hongyun, you caused me to fail before even trying. Walk out of Reverse Flow River and let me kill you in one slap. I will let you off without much pain. Howl! Grandpa Mao said with a ruthless expression. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. He was the only person in Reverse Flow River now, but the situation did not turn around for him. He was trapped inside Reverse Flow River. Even though he refined Perseverance immortal goo and conquered Reverse Flow River, he could not gain the initiative and escape with his life. Especially after killing Ma Hongyun and losing Zhao Lianyun, Fang Yuan was in a passive state. 3 rank 8 goo immortals, many experts as well as Heaven's Will. Fang Yuan looked around, he was trapped. Refining Perseverance immortal goo made him the target of everyone now. He had attracted too much attention. Huff! Old Ancestor Shui who suddenly breathed out. He grunted as he spat out a mouthful of cold air. The cold air soon landed on Reverse Flow River. The water was still flowing slowly. The surface of the river was flickering with light as the cold air was reflected back at him. Old Ancestor Shui who dodged it, staring at the river water as he laughed. Lu Guanyi, you foiled my plans. If you surrender now and hand over Reverse Flow River, I can spare your life, you can become my slave. But if you insist on resisting us, I will make sure you cannot die even if you want to. Saying this, he spat out more cold air, attacking Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect all of the attacks back. But old Ancestor Shui who dodged them all, he continued threatening. Lu Guanyi, you can forget about it if you want to use Reverse Flow River to protect yourself. Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It has immense might, but it is not a living being. Reflecting attacks consumes its water. Eventually, the river will dry up, by then you will die. As old ancestor Shui who continued to attack, reverse flow river started being expended. Even though only traces of the water were used, eventually it would run out. But Fang Yuan retorted, Old ancestor Shui who, you are the number 1 rank 8 Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. How can you not know that Central Continent's Gu Immortals were the ones who foiled your Gu refinement plan? Furthermore, Longevity Heaven's trap might also be involved. I just happened to be here due to a coincidence. Are you ignoring these great enemies and targeting an insignificant character like me? As he said this, Bai Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang became extremely alert. They moved back by a bit. Mao Li Qiu pouted. This lad is good at sowing discord. Old ancestor Shui who stared slightly in surprise. Lu Guanyi, you seem to be forgetting that the reverse flow river under your feet belonged to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth. You are an enemy of mine. You caused the death of Ma Hongyun and ruined my hope. If I do not kill you, my anger will not be appeased. Fang Yuan quickly said, Old ancestor Shui who, we are both northern plainsmen. Among everyone present, this ferret is from Longevity Heaven, while these Central Continent Gu Immortals are all from the 10 great ancient sects or heavenly court. They are all righteous path, only we are in the demonic path. Righteous path and demonic path cannot intermingle. We can work together. Yes, I took away Reverse Flow River and by chance became the Reverse Flow River Lord. But we can cooperate. I can lend Reverse Flow River to you with my help. Reverse Flow River will be much more useful to you now. Yes, I killed Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not intend to do that. I only held him lightly and Ma Hongyun died. He was completely worn out, he was mentally exhausted, or maybe he suffered too big of a shock and could not endure it. Without me, he was going to die anyway. I was merely implicated. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect vanished. I can understand that you want to seek revenge with me, but you need to undergo tribulation. Will killing me and venting your anger help you pass the tribulation? Saying this, Fang Yuan shook his head. He continued, Not just that, your tribulation might even become more dangerous. Because of how vast Reverse Flow River is, you will exert a lot of effort in draining its water. And yet, you cannot refine fortune rivaling heaven to deal with your tribulation. Old ancestor Shui who, you have a family, you are a grand overlord, the number 1 demonic path overlord in Northern Plains. If you die from tribulation, or even if you are just heavily injured, all of your enemies, and the righteous paths of Northern Plains and Central Continent, will be overjoyed. At the same time, Lady Wan Shou would grieve. Even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was destroyed and this refinement failed, as long as you are around, you can build another Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. If the refinement fails, you can snatch resources from others and get enough materials to refine Gu again. These righteous path Gu Immortals have ill intentions. We can take them down. I, Lu Guanyi, am a demonic path member of Northern Plains. I am willing to cooperate with you to achieve our grand ambitions. Fang Yuan spoke with confidence and assurance. He had a glib tongue. Old ancestor Shui who heard these words and felt that Fang Yuan was not so detestable anymore. Because what he said was right, even though old ancestor Shui who was furious, he had not lost his reasoning yet. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was considering him and putting himself in his perspective while making plans. How could old ancestor Shui who not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even after this major setback, his ambitions had not wavered. He was still going to refine Gu later. Where would he get the materials? Old ancestor Shui who subconsciously looked towards Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang, as well as the dogtail life-extending ferret. Seeing old ancestor Shui who's gaze, Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian became nervous, while Mao Li Qiu felt offended. His hair stood on end as he opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs to old ancestor Shui who, not showing any weakness. This fellow is still as crafty as ever. Ing Wu Xie was frustrated. If this was earlier, he might encourage old ancestor Shui who to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the fruit of Shadow Sect's efforts after 100,000 years. It could not be lost. But now, after being hunted down by Fang Yuan, and seeing him conquer Reverse Flow River, Ing Wu Xie's wariness towards Fang Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Ing Wuxie would definitely kill Fang Yuan and eliminate this terrifying foe. But Ing Wuxie did not speak. Purple Mountain True Monarch had fallen into deep sleep in his hands. When he awakened, he would regain clarity for some time. Currently, Ing Wuxie had to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was Shadow Sect's weakest moment. The Central Continent Gu Immortals were also like this. Even though they got back Zhao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat easily. If they did, they might attract unwanted attention and become everyone's targets. The situation was in a deadlock. It was quite peculiar. Old Ancestor Shui, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Longevity Heaven, Fang Yuan, none of them dared to make a move. They had their own considerations and perspective, and most importantly, none of them had overwhelming strength that could suppress the situation. Old Ancestor Shui, whose attitude became the crucial thing now. Everyone stared at him. Old Ancestor Shui, who thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Sure, we can make an alliance." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to successfully convince Old Ancestor Shui, be it Central Continent or Longevity Heaven, their expressions all changed. Old Ancestor Shui, who was the #1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path, if he fought with his full strength, he could definitely bring Fang Yuan away even against the dogtail life-extending Ferret Mao Li Qiu, by Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang. However, Old Ancestor Shui, who gave Fang Yuan very strict alliance agreement rules. Fang Yuan's joy vanished. According to this alliance agreement, he was not an equal ally of Old Ancestor Shui, he was a slave. Old Ancestor Shui, such an alliance agreement? Are you joking? Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. Old Ancestor Shui, started to laugh. Of course I am not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze this thoroughly earlier? Among the people present, only we are from the demonic path, we are natural allies. You killed Yi Lui Kun Xing, you killed a Lu tribe Gu Immortal and plundered their resources. Are you going to hand yourself in to Longevity Heaven? Or will you leave your homeland and go to Central Continent, and be the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects and heavenly court? I am your only option. Saying this, he paused before looking at Ing Wuxie. You know, I have my own difficulties. I have an agreement with these people, but it seems that you are enemies too. I cannot offend another rank 8 existence just because of a rank 7 Gu Immortal and reverse flow river, right? Ing Wuxie's heart jumped. Old Ancestor Shui, who was indeed trying to convince Fang Yuan, but he was also probing Shadow Sect's and Purple Mountain True Monarch's background. After all, everyone saw that Purple Mountain True Monarch went crazy. If this Purple Mountain True Monarch was truly crazy and unable to control himself, Old Ancestor Shui might attack them. After all, killing a crazy rank 8 Gu Immortal would grant enough benefits that would move Old Ancestor Shui. Furthermore, Old Ancestor Shui, who had failed the Gu refinement and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, was destroyed. All of his investments were wasted. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Old Ancestor Shui, who was a demonic path overlord, he was not easy to fool. His words earlier had truly moved Old Ancestor Shui. But Old Ancestor Shui, who had his own schemes and plans, he used Fang Yuan's words to deal with him in return. Old Ancestor Shui, whose words were filled with suspicion and probing. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not cooperate with Mao Li Qiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity Heaven was defensive in regard to its descendants. Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Kun Xing. He offended the Huang Jin tribes, and after killing Ma Hongyun, going to Longevity Heaven was courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Central Continent. Even though he had methods to defend against Wisdom Path, they could not be relied upon. Normally, he was relying on the isolation of being inside an immortal aperture or the southern border Super Gu formation to defend himself from the deductions of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. If he went to Central Continent, Heavenly Court's Fairy Ziwei would know about it. By then, his identity would be exposed, he would be put on trial. After all, he was listed on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among everyone here, Old Ancestor Shui was Fang Yuan's only choice. But now, Old Ancestor Shui had stated that he could help Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had to accept these conditions. If he did, he would be signing a slavery agreement. He would become Old Ancestor Shui's slave. If you agree, I will ensure your safety. If you do not, I will attack reverse flow river. You will die here today. There is no other option. Old ancestor Shui, who was domineering, he stared at Fang Yuan fixedly, forcing him to make a decision. Fang Yuan had a struggling and hesitant expression. Let me think. I will give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Shui, who had a cold expression, he breathed out cold air as he gave Fang Yuan 3 breaths of time to consider. It was truly merciless. Fang Yuan smiled. He knew that he could not deceive old ancestor Shui, who. There was no way to stall for time. He stopped acting. Then, old ancestor, I will have to see your methods. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Shui, who laughed loudly, he had a ruthless expression. I knew it. How can someone who is qualified to be the reverse flow river lord submit to others so easily? Therefore, I will beat you until you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Shui, who was happy to have this prey. He seemed to be unwilling to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his plot? Old ancestor Shui, who attacked. Waves of cold air assaulted, unceasingly with grand might. Reverse flow river's water was raging, reflecting Shui, whose attacks, while consuming the river water. Fang Yuan did not move. It was still too early to affect him, even though he was bound to lose because he could only take attacks passively and could not counterattack. I need to find a way to get out of this predicament and escape with my life. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at Central Continent's group. Guests from Central Continent? What are you waiting for? Do you want Northern Plains Gu Immortals to collaborate and take care of you? Wei Lingyang's and Bai Chun Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Lianyun cried out shrilly, Murderer! You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die right in front of me. The other Central Continent Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian did not move. They were like statues, not making a response. Fang Yuan was about to speak to the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Mao Li Qiu suddenly laughed. Little boy, no need to say anymore. Sowing discord is pointless. I am right here. Even if Shui, who doesn't want to kill you, I will kill you. Saying this, it attacked. It spat out traces of purple aura. It was like mist that was reflected by reverse flow river, intensifying reverse flow river's expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly on the inside. These rank 8 existences, be they human or beast, were astute. Words could not cause them to waver. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. The new move that I created is powerful, but in front of 5 rank 8 existences, it will be too difficult to escape. 5 rank 8 existences, they were old ancestor Shui, who, Mao Li Qiu, Bai Chun Tian, Wei Lingyang, and the crazed purple mountain true monarch. Fang Yuan looked at the water below his feet. He actually went into a daze for a moment. The attacks outside the river were powerful and unceasing. Incredible might could be felt. But Fang Yuan had no regard for the surroundings, because in his current state, an inspiration had formed in his mind. Activating an immortal gu, the river water below his feet started to create ripples according to his will. It seems that if I continue activating Perseverance Immortal Gu, I will be the reverse flow river lord. Inside this river, I can use other Immortal Gu as well. Earlier, he had tried to use Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water, Fang Yuan found that he could move reverse flow river just like any other river or stream. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not leave the place. Pulling water Immortal Gu was just rank 6. It could move rivers and bodies of water, but it moved very slowly. Trying to escape with this was impossible. Old ancestor Shui, who seems to have a way to make use of reverse flow river and create a formation, why can't I do the same? I am the reverse flow river lord. I have Perseverance Immortal Gu. I can freely manipulate this river. Or maybe I can form an immortal killer move. This idea appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and began to take root deeply. Perseverance Immortal Gu allowed Fang Yuan to get reverse flow rivers compliance, and pulling water Immortal Gu could manipulate rivers and water. This was the basis of an immortal killer move. Adding more Gu worms to form a complete immortal killer move, it seemed that it was nothing too hard. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This was not a random guess. It was his attainment level. Fang Yuan had incredible attainment levels, one of them was Water Path. He had just become a Water Path Grandmaster. After adding more Water Path goo worms in, he quickly compiled this immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The framework, the skeleton of the killer move was created, the wings were spread, but he lacked the crucial muscles for strength. Just 2 immortal goo were not enough. Then he would add more. Fang Yuan first thought of Strength Path. Myriad Self, his most familiar technique, and also a unique immortal killer move that he had created after rebirth. A solution was found. Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment Level and Water Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, they allowed him to naturally reach success. But wait! Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move came from Yi Lui Kunxing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was like Fang Yuan trying to use reverse flow river. They were using external forces. And now, he even had the blood vessels. Skeleton, muscles, wings, and blood vessels, he had them all. Fang Yuan actually created an immortal killer move in this short period of time. This is Myriad Self Second Style. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brilliantly. With sufficient attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because he used Myriad Self Killer Move as the foundation, Fang Yuan named this move Myriad Self Second Style. But because this move was just created, it was far from being usable. Bam bam bam. Old Ancestor Shui Hu in the Dogtail Life Extending Ferret Mao Li Chiu. These 2 rank 8 existences continued to attack Reverse Flow River, causing huge ripples in the water. Countless attacks were reflected as the water level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had gone past their bottom line. And because he was unwilling to give up, Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu were expending their energy to attack Reverse Flow River in order to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the river water, thinking, at this rate, I still have a lot of time. His heart eased slightly. Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth indeed. It endured the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences, only falling a little in water level. Of course, a reason was that Shui Hu and Mao Li Chiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other, and Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian were together with the other Central Continent Gu Immortals, awaiting their chance. These people restrained each other. They guarded against each other. How could they use their full strength on Fang Yuan? Because of this complex situation, a lot of pressure was lifted off Fang Yuan. He could test his killer move without rushing. The first activation. Fang Yuan was careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Goo. It had been expending Red Date Immortal Essence to allow Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River, remaining unrestricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were a large number of Water Path Mortal Goo. They flew up in Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture, surrounding the huge Perseverance Immortal Goo as they moved in the air. Soon, large amounts of water vapor rose, as faint blue light appeared in them. But soon, this blue light vanished. Some of it had even turned red. The originally ice-cold water vapor had turned warmer. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not what he wanted. He stopped his immortal essence expenditure. Crack crack. Large numbers of Water Path Mortal Goo exploded, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed down and started to think. According to his planning, there should be blue light shining as the water vapor became colder. Why was there red light and warmer temperature? Fang Yuan deduced in his mind. Soon, because of his wisdom path attainment level, he found the source of the problem. It was because he had used 2 conflicting Water Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan immediately changed one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his Immortal Aperture and connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase Water Path Mortal Goo easily. After modifying the entire Immortal Killer move, Fang Yuan tried to activate it again for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Goo was still in use. The surrounding Water Path Mortal Goo started to rise and fly around it. First was water vapor and blue light. He soon passed the stage as Fang Yuan used Immortal Goo Pulling Water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Water. This was the second core of the Immortal Killer move. The first core was undeniably rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was careful. While activating Perseverance Immortal Goo, he activated Pulling Water. It was a very risky thing. If he could not manage it well, these two Immortal Goo might interfere and cause harm to each other. They might even get destroyed. Testing Immortal Killer moves was not just risky to the Goo Immortal, the Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo involved were also in danger. And because Immortal Goo themselves were fragments of the Great Tao, when they suffered a backlash, the damage was much more severe. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. He was quickly rewarded for it. He met with difficulty. Although Pulling Water Immortal Goo was activated and its mystical power was used, it could not integrate into the framework of the move. What is the problem? Fang Yuan stopped. A lot of Water Path Mortal Goo were destroyed. Experimenting with Immortal Killer moves had a price. A complete and effective Immortal Killer move needed conceptualization and experimentation. The Goo Immortal needed to put in a lot of effort and resources. As the attacks in the outside world continued, Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body. His thoughts were produced rapidly as they moved around and collided. With his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, Wisdom Path Tao marks, as well as Wisdom Path methods, his deductions were progressing rapidly. It was faster this time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the problem. The powers of Perseverance Immortal Goo and Pulling Water Immortal Goo could not fuse together. It was because the quantity and types of Water Path Mortal Goo were not appropriate. These Mortal Goo were the bridge between the two Immortal Goo. They had the effect of linking them. Fang Yuan thought about it. He reduced a portion of some Water Path Mortal Goo and while increasing others at the same time he added in new Water Path Mortal Goo. The third activation. This time it was smooth sailing. He successfully fused Pulling Water Immortal Goo into the killer move. The moment he succeeded, there were waves forming in the reverse flow river water below him. It was finally starting to work, but he was still far from reaching his goal. Fang Yuan did not rest. He could not waste time in this situation. He continued experimenting, activating the Immortal Killer move. His aura strengthened and weakened at times, flickering continuously. What is Lu Guanyi doing? Goo worm auras are appearing on his body from time to time. It looks like he is experimenting with an Immortal Killer move. Other than old ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Qiu, the other Goo Immortals were just watching. Every time Fang Yuan experimented with his Immortal Killer move, the Goo worm auras would leak. It could not be concealed from the Goo Immortals. If he wanted to conceal the auras, he needed a special Immortal Killer move. These types of Immortal Killer moves were very rare, like Fang Yuan's Dark Assassination. It was among these Immortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan reached his limits in conceptualized Myriad Self-Second style. He could not consider adding aura concealment to it. But it did not matter. Goo worm auras alone could not determine the types of goo worms. Furthermore, he had just created Myriad Self-Second style. It was complex and used many different goo. It was not possible for them to find out its flaws by watching. Fourth time, fifth time, Fang Yuan continued to activate the Immortal Killer move. Sometimes he made great progress, while sometimes, because of some adjustments, he backtracked by several steps. Fang Yuan was not dejected. He persevered on without any expression. He is really testing an Immortal Killer move. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an Immortal Killer move on the spot. Does he think he is an Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable? Even if he creates an Immortal Killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all of us? The Goo Immortals watching all commented on Fang Yuan's naivety and mocked him in disdain. If Immortal Killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be Immortal Killer moves? But soon, some of their expressions changed. They found that some mystical changes were occurring in reverse flow river. 21st try. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, grabbing towards that river below his feet. Rise. At the same time, he muttered lightly, bam. A soft sound occurred as a huge ball appeared on the river surface near him. This ball was completely made of reverse flow river's water. After rising, it burst as water splattered everywhere. The killer move activation failed. Fang Yuan's nose was bleeding as two streams of blood flowed down. His Immortal Killer move has effect on reverse flow river? Yuez saw this and his eyes shined with sharp light. No, more accurately speaking, he is using reverse flow river to create an Immortal Killer move, Hu Jinzi said. Humph, laughable. Black Extremity smiled coldly. Back then, I used reverse flow river to create the sub and main fate reversing refinement formation. It used up several years of my time. Lu Guanyi, even if you are the reverse flow river lord, you are simply too arrogant. You think you can create an immortal killer move using it in such a short amount of time. Evidently, none of the Gu immortals here thought highly of Fang Yuan's chances. But soon, Fang Yuan started his testing again. Pew! This time, a small mound appeared on the river surface near him. The mound quickly collapsed as the water doused Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale. His body wavered. Not only did he have a nosebleed, even his ears were bleeding. I failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, he was completely healed. I should find the reason for the failure. It seems that a small problem occurred at the final juncture. Fang Yuan fell into deep contemplation. A moment later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, activating the killer move again. This time, a segment of reverse flow river's water was moved by him, causing huge waves. The immortal's expressions changed. Even old Ancestor Shui Hu's attacks stopped. But at the next moment, old Ancestor Shui Hu shouted loudly and erupted with even stronger attacks. This is so hard. Because I added in many Gu worms of different types, many problems occurred. But this is already my current limit. To create a concise version, I will need years to deduce, or an increase in my attainment level once again. Fang Yuan knew that this myriad self-second style had too many Gu worms involved. It was too complex and had many issues to deal with. While Fang Yuan was sighing at the difficult progress, the other Gu immortals were filled with shock. Even though they did not speak, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this fellow, such fast progress. He could really mobilize reverse flow river. Unbelievable. Is he really human? He could achieve such progress in this short period of time. No, there is no way he can succeed. How can he really create an immortal killer move in such a short amount of time? Undeniably, Fang Yuan's rapid advancement had broken the common sense of these immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time and gain such rapid improvements through experimentation. But right now, they were seeing it live. Fang Yuan continued. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, subconsciously increased their attacking power. But reverse flow river was too huge. Even after their endless attacks, they consumed less than 5% of the entire river. Once more, rise. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. He grabbed at the air towards the river below him as he called out. This time, the entirety of reverse flow river was affected. It was like a long dragon awakening from its slumber. It started to stretch its entire body freely. How could this happen? Someone cried out subconsciously. The entirety of reverse flow river started to fly in the sky like a rising dragon, ready to soar and roam the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Wishful thinking, old Ancestor Shui Hu shouted, slamming with his palms as an icy light shot out towards reverse flow river. Reverse flow river was hit and reflected it. The icy light seemed to have collided into a mirror. It was sent right back at him. In the blink of an eye, all of the vast surrounding grassland turned into an icy plain. Frost energy permeated. The sky was snowing. The temperature was falling. Strong winds blew intensely. The entire world seemed to have changed colors. This was the power of a rank 8. Fang Yuan could not help but feel shocked. He was temporarily safe in reverse flow river, and the other Gu immortals were protected by their rank 8 existences. Ing Wuxie was covered in cold sweat. Purple Mountain True Monarch had awakened again at the crucial moment. If not for him, Ing Wuxie and the rest would not have survived. We will leave, Purple Mountain True Monarch said. But this? Ing Wuxie hesitated. But Purple Mountain True Monarch waved his hand and several rings of light appeared, capturing Ing Wuxie and gang, sending them towards the sky. To think that Shadow Sect was the first to retreat. Purple Mountain True Monarch left rapidly without saying a word. The Gu immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Ing Wuxie was anxious. He transmitted to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Don't worry. I have already deduced that he won't die. He can definitely escape. Purple Mountain True Monarch said confidently. Ing Wuxie was not very convinced of Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, but he could not express his doubts. But at the next moment, he saw that all of Reverse Flow River started to glow in a bright blue light. Blue light flickered like rumbling clouds or raging currents. The immortals' gazes were all attracted to it. Fang Yuan stood in the middle. Great winds were blowing, causing his hair and sleeves to flutter in the sky. His eyes were eerie. He said softly, "Rise!" Instantly, the river water surged and the immortals could hear the sounds of the waves. It resembled the roaring of 1,000 men. The scene was domineering and grand. Immediately after, the blue light condensed, Reverse Flow River shrank. It became a tiny dot in an instant. The huge Reverse Flow River vanished. It condensed towards Fang Yuan and turned into a light blue-colored robe. This long robe had wide sleeves. It was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow-flowing water. It was the same appearance as Reverse Flow River earlier. Not just that, the surface of the white robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self-Second Style, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, had been successfully activated at this moment. He succeeded? Impossible! He actually used Reverse Flow River to create a new Immortal Killer move in this short time? The immortals saw this and became tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Shui, who was staring fiercely. "I refuse to believe this." He thrusted with his palms in Fang Yuan's direction. Immediately, an icy light shot out at incredible speed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was prepared to face it. The icy light landed on his body, but it was fully blocked by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered as the terrifying icy light was reflected back at its creator, Old Ancestor Shui. Success! Fang Yuan's heart was jumping. It gradually calmed down. Even though the Immortal Killer move was activated successfully, he needed to test it. Old Ancestor Shui, whose attack confirmed that Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was incredibly powerful. Old Ancestor Shui, who dodged the icy light. His expression turned ruthless and harsh as he looked at Fang Yuan. "Let me try," Mao Li Qiu shouted. Its body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, it appeared behind Fang Yuan. Its ruthless claws were raised and they landed harshly. Boom! A loud sound could be heard. Fang Yuan flew out like a cannonball that was shot out. His field of vision changed. Fang Yuan had landed on the ground a breath of time later. Next, with a loud explosion, a huge crater was formed on the icy ground. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Fang Yuan slowly stood up in the deep crater. He was expressionless and his body was intact. There was not even a graze on his skin. Reverse Flow Protection Seal had turned into a snow-white robe with an azure sash. There were almost no changes to it, but the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated to a large extent. If one observed closely, the snow-white robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Li Qiu looked at Fang Yuan before turning to look at its claws. Its right paw was covered in blood. Its flesh was exposed now. Fang Yuan suffered no injuries, while Mao Li Qiu was quite severely injured. Gasp! Sounds could be heard coming from the Gu immortals present. What Immortal Killer move is this? Even Mao Li Qiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chun Tian's eyes were twitching rapidly. He actually did it. Black Extremity was speechless. His expression was of utter shock. Even an immemorial desolate beast's physical attack was reflected back. Old Ancestor Shui, who frowned deeply. How can this be? Ing Wuxie, who was far away in the sky, saw this and felt like he was dreaming. There had never been a case where a rank 8 Gu Immortal attacked a rank 7 Gu Immortal and resulted in the rank 7 Gu Immortal being unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu Immortal was actually injured. Rank 8 and rank 7, the former always suppressed the latter. In the last few thousand years, Feng Jiugu was the sole monster who had overwhelming talent. He was unparalleled and could battle rank 8 existences. But now, after Fang Yuan created Myriad Self-Second Style, and successfully used it, Feng Zhougu no longer held this title alone. From now on, this supreme glory was shared with another person. Lu Guanyi. Central's Feng Zhougu, North's Lu Guanyi, Bu Zhenzi muttered in a daze. Old Ancestor Shui, who smiled lightly. Lad, I underestimated you after all. His arms were behind his back, he stopped attacking. But Mao Li Chiu was furious. Little lad, you are courting death. You dared to make me lose face. The immemorial desolate beast attacked Fang Yuan furiously. Fang Yuan was not its match, he was slammed away like a rubber ball. But after dozens of blows, Fang Yuan was unharmed. He still had a pristine air. But Mao Li Chiu was panting roughly, bleeding profusely. Every one of its attacks was reflected back at itself. Mao Li Chiu was staring furiously, thinking, this lad is a porcupine. I'm hurting myself. Since when did Northern Plains have such a monster? Fang Yuan saw that Mao Li Chiu was at a loss against him and laughed, charging at the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were like frightened birds. They dispersed at once. The two Central Continent rank 8 stayed and attacked Fang Yuan. But it was no use. Reverse flow protection seal was reflecting their attacks back at them. They landed on Mao Li Chiu, who was chasing after him. Mao Li Chiu was suffering greatly. So angry it was about to blow up, it spat out a vast amount of purple light. Its attack engulfed an enormous surrounding range. This attack caused a huge battle. The situation became chaotic, the Gu Immortals of all three sides were attacking. This was the last thing Ing Wuxie saw. He was in deep admiration towards Purple Mountain True Monarch's decision of retreating. At the same time, he understood. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions. It would shock the world. His reputation would rival Feng Zhougu. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed the regional wall, arriving at Eastern Sea. It was Fang Yuan. I finally got free from that crazy animal. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. More than 10 days ago, old Ancestor Shui, who, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, and Longevity Heaven engaged in fierce combat. They fought with all they had. Fang Yuan managed to escape from this chaotic battle, but Mao Li Chiu refused to stop chasing him. Fang Yuan was not Mao Li Chiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Li Chiu could only watch helplessly. It was a wild beast born in Northern Plains. It was restricted by the regional wall. Fang Yuan managed to escape from these pursuers. Time to go back to southern border. Fang Yuan did not stay, he flew into the clouds. On the dark stone wall, eerie flames were burning. The flames were not big, they were like fireflies or lanterns in size. They were green flames that were cold and icy. The pale flames reflected on the faces of Purple Mountain True Monarch, Ing Wuxie, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan. Being the first to leave the reverse flow river battle, they were brought here by Purple Mountain True Monarch. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch returned to a state of insanity. Looking at Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was nibbling on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Ing Wuxie. This is your plan? This is the rank 8 great expert who will kill Fang Yuan. In this trip to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, even though Ing Wuxie saved Purple Mountain True Monarch, he lost a lot. Nu and Tai Bai Yunsheng died in battle. He Lulan was silent. This rank 8 Gu Immortal was unreliable. But due to Shadow Sect's alliance agreement, He Lulan kept quiet. Ing Wuxie was mocked by Ningbing, but his expression remained the same. After so many setbacks, he had gained a disposition of being calm no matter the situation. He slowly spoke. I underestimated Fang Yuan. To think that he would refine Perseverance Immortal Gu and become the Reverse Flow River Lord. No wonder heavens will choose him as a tool. This person can only be killed. He cannot be defeated. Ing Wuxie praised Fang Yuan without hesitation. Even though they were enemies, Ing Wuxie had an open mind. He admitted that Fang Yuan had both the advantage and superior strength. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, thinking about the scene where Fang Yuan conquered Reverse Flow River. She no longer said anything. In the tiny cave, only Purple Mountain True Monarch's screaming echoed throughout the place. A moment later, Purple Mountain True Monarch stopped shouting. His tiny body shook before he stood up calmly. He straightened his back, clarity returning to his eyes. Lord, you are awake. Ingwuxie was overjoyed. He quickly got closer. Purple Mountain True Monarch held his forehead, feeling pain in his head. His expression was distorting from the pain. Earlier in Reverse Flow River, I forced myself to awaken, thus it was only for a moment. But now is different, I have quite some time left. How long has it been? How did the battle end? It has already been half a month. Fang Yuan escaped northern plains through the regional wall. I assume he entered Eastern Sea. After all, he has some foundation in Eastern Sea. As for the battle, the result has yet to be determined. Central Continent's Gu Immortals wanted to leave, but old ancestor Shui who pursued them. During the dangerous situation, an immortal Gu house descended from the sky. As both parties went to fight in White Heaven, Ingwuxie answered. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. This time, Central Continent's Gu Immortals will likely lose. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose Northern Plains as his domain. How could he not make arrangements here? For example, none of Longevity Heaven's rank 8 Gu Immortals have shown up yet. Lord, what do we do from now on? Ingwuxie asked. He was once in charge of Shadow Sect. Now that Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up, this rank 8 great expert was naturally going to lead Shadow Sect. Ingwuxie had to step down. Purple Mountain True Monarch was about to speak when the sound of winds echoed in this cave. Next, the eerie fire on the cave walls started flickering intensely, as if a strong wind was blowing. Purple Mountain True Monarch's gaze flickered. I arranged this cave as one of our escape methods. These eerie fires were nurtured by me to create a natural Gu formation. It allows us to defend against deductions from others. When I was insane, how many times did they flicker? 107 times. Bai Ningbing said plainly. I am afraid Fang Yuan's deductions are included in this. His investigative killer move can use the profundities of Luck Path and find our locations. Even inside an immortal aperture, we cannot hide from him. Ingwuxie said grimly. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being the person nurtured by Heaven's will, as the crucial key to deal with our Shadow Sect. This person is very daring and has incredible talent. His willpower is unparalleled. He is truly an absolute genius seen once in 10,000 years. Purple of Shadow Sect actually gave Fang Yuan such a high evaluation. But the 3 Gu Immortals present were silent. They agreed with Purple Mountain True Monarch's words. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued. And now, our plan is to reach a truce with Fang Yuan. These were shocking words. What, a truce? Ingwuxie and the rest were shocked. Is that very strange? Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the 3. He was very clear of the current situation. When he woke up, Ingwuxie had used information path methods to inform Purple Mountain True Monarch of everything he knew. You are all too young, you know too little. Our biggest enemy now is not Fang Yuan but Heavenly Court. Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head, looking at Ingwuxie. Do you think rescuing our main body soul is easy? Other than the Super Gu formation in southern border, and that giant dream realm, I can assure you that when we strike, Heavenly Court will interfere. Like on Etion Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower and attempted to thwart our plan. Or like this time, when they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to save Ma Hongyun. Ingwuxie's expression was grim. Lord, I considered that before, but our main body is in great danger. He is trapped by the dream realm and is being consumed by it. That's why I was so anxious. That is exactly why we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Purple Mountain True Monarch added. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is already extraordinary. That immortal killer move alone can stand up to rank 8 Gu Immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon. He is listed on the Demon Judgment Board, and is a common enemy of Heavenly Court. Finally, cooperating is a win-win situation for us. Our Shadow Sect has huge amounts of cultivation resources. While he has the killer move to unravel dreams, he can help us conquer the giant dream realm and save our main body's soul. Ingwuxie frowned deeply. He cast aside his personal emotions and tried to consider the possibility of this. But soon, he expressed his worries. Fang Yuan is scheming and vicious. He thinks of us as huge threats. He wants to eliminate us all. Now that he is the reverse flow river lord, he is already able to contest with rank 8 existences. We desperately need methods to unravel dreams, while he needs cultivation resources less urgently. It is hard for us to cooperate. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. You are completely right. But do you know about the biggest flaw of the sovereign immortal body? What do you mean? You mean the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Ing Wu Xie asked in confusion. Of course not. Non-conflicting Tao marks are the sovereign immortal body's biggest advantage, far surpassing the weaknesses that they bring. What I mean is that hidden problem. Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. There is an important hidden problem? Ing Wu Xie was shocked. Our original plan was to refine a rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo can be considered perfect without any flaws. But evidently, we only refined a rank 9 version. That huge drawback has not shown itself yet, but it will force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us regardless. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. The sovereign immortal body had a major flaw. As for what flaw it was that made Purple Mountain True Monarch so certain that it would restrict Fang Yuan, Ing Wu Xie and the rest were curious, but Purple Mountain True Monarch did not answer it. At the same time, Purple Mountain True Monarch had his own questions and suspicions. Strange. From Ing Wu Xie's information, our sect refined sovereign immortal fetus goo very hurriedly. It is not like our original plan. What is the reason that made our main body act so urgently? It seems that alongside getting in contact with Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time, Eastern Sea. Above the blue sea, Fang Yuan rapidly moved through the white clouds. His target was southern border. Happening again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression changed. He could sense that the power of dark limit on him was rapidly consumed. This consumption was so fast that it was going to be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing matters about him. When he saw that no one was around, Fang Yuan quickly placed his immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, isolating him from the outside world, and preventing the deduction of the other party, Fang Yuan's danger of getting exposed was alleviated. Fang Yuan sighed. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he was met with countless deductions. Lu Guanyi's identity became extremely famous. Not just Northern Plains and Central Continent, even Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert Goo immortals were very curious about Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was a fake identity, but he was still Fang Yuan. This way, Fang Yuan endured all of the pressure. Even with dark limit immortal goo, he had to constantly stop and hide inside his immortal aperture. Along the way, Fang Yuan met with about 400 to 500 deductions. This greatly interfered with his traveling. He had to constantly stop, and resulted in him still being in Eastern Sea now. With his usual speed, he would be in Southern Border already. If not for dark limit immortal goo, the situation would be worse. However, it is to be expected that I created such a huge commotion. After all, people are putting me in the same class as Feng Jiugu. When I destroyed 88 Truyang Building and Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sec's help and felt no pressure, but now I do. It seems that getting an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions is necessary. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. Deducing an immortal killer move was not impossible, but it would not be as easy as creating reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, there were many elements involved other than his water path attainment level. Most importantly, he had the appropriate immortal goo along with a strong foundation, thus he met with no problems. But currently, the immortal goo that suited this was dark limit. It was not wisdom path but dark path instead. Fang Yuan's dark path attainment level was not outstanding. While evading deductions, Fang Yuan did not waste time. He inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions, 9 heavens. The sizes were incredible, beyond this world's common sense. 335,000 square kilometers of space was already shockingly huge. Nobody would believe it if they heard of it. But now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had exceeded 335,000 square kilometers of space already. This was because he had been slaughtering goo immortals and annexing their immortal apertures recently. Because of the sovereign immortal body's special characteristics, Feng Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb all their Tao marks without any wastage. These immortal apertures added up to create many unique areas in the sovereign immortal aperture. These areas were mainly managed by land spirits. Feng Yuan could save a lot of effort. They were like tiny pearls scattered all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have incredible amounts of space path resources. Normal Gu immortals try by all means possible to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Feng Yuan was satisfied with this. On the other hand, regarding the time path resources, he had a different feeling. The sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time had slowed a lot. It was 1 to 60 earlier. This was simply unmatched. But now it was below normal standards. This was something he had no other way to deal with. Before Feng Yuan changed his cultivation method, in order to stall calamities and tribulations, he had to do this. He used the time path methods in Heifan's true inheritance to slow the time in his immortal aperture. With fewer time path resources now, Feng Yuan's immortal essence production fell greatly. Not just that, all of his gains in his other resources also fell. Thinking over it in detail, inside Mini Central Continent there was the Blood G Forest and Mirror Willows. They were from Hu immortal blessed land. Other than these, there was a small jade light pit. This small jade light pit had light path mortal goo in it. The quantity was large. This was created in his immortal aperture after Feng Yuan took reference from the Jade Light Pit resource point of Northern Plains Lu tribe. Not long ago, Feng Yuan ransacked the Jade Light Pit and took away all of the light path mortal goo in it. A portion of the light path goo worms were placed into the aurora lights in the 9 heavens, but the rest could not be sold easily. Feng Yuan thus created a small jade light pit to temporarily store these light path mortal goo. Of course, this small jade light pit could not compare with the genuine article. The latter was a true resource point. It had a lot of light path Tao marks, and any insect group placed in it would become goo over time. But the former was only created by Feng Yuan haphazardly to store his light path goo worms. It had no production capabilities. Mini Central Continent had the least development among the 5 mini regions. Mini Northern Plains was at a higher level. Mini Northern Plains had flat terrain that was mostly covered in snow and ice, becoming an icy plain. But snow and ice were not its only features. Closer to Eastern Sea, there was a shallow green beach. Pieces of rocks were piled together to form a special lake. The aquatic plants inside were growing well, as spirit snakes lived in it. This shallow beach was the blessed land of transformation path Gu Immortal Han Dong. After Feng Yuan annexed it, even the pinkish-red spirit snake land spirit was moved over and managed the area for him. Nearer to Western Desert, there was a bone burial field. There was a mountain of skeletons here of all types, collarbones, skulls, leg bones, even those from flying animals. There were lots of immortal materials that were very valuable. This bone burial field was the bone burial field that Feng Yuan took from Lu tribe. After killing Lu tribe Gu Immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial field directly into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that could generate bone path goo worms. But compared to the original bone burial field, my bone burial field may have a lot of bones, but the bone path Tao marks cannot match the original. In the original bone burial field, even the surrounding soil had bone path Tao marks. Lu tribe can rebuild their bone burial field with no problems. Feng Yuan knew this deeply. Of course, Feng Yuan had already taken 80% of this bone burial field. The most valuable thing were these bones. The remaining 20% was the soil terrain. Lu tribe could rebuild their bone burial field, but to regain its former scale, they would need to expend a lot of resources. And closer to Central Continent. This was a sparse grassland with all sorts of wildflowers and grass. There were mainly blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These were from Hu Immortal Blessed Land too. This grassland was huge, surpassing Han Dong Blessed Land. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolf groups, earthskin boar groups, poison-beard wolf groups, and others. There was even a shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horn sheep. They were living in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature. Because most of the fire path Tao marks were gathered here, the soil was sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first were the eerie fire dragon python dens. There were a lot of them in a particular area. The second was the sand gull soil beach. It produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a goo material. It was also the food of Connect Luck Immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo anymore. Sand gull soil was now a resource soul to help Fang Yuan earn Immortal Essence Stones. At the center of the sand gull soil, there was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. It was filled with cracks. There were several small holes on it, as transparent egg white flowed out of the cracks slowly. Using the life essence in this egg, one could turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. The third was the rotten black swamp. This was formed when Fang Yuan went through tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had already modified it to become a dark path goo worm resource point now, but because it had just been made, its production was low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land resembling a rotting swamp. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters inside, and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the small mudman land spirit. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were more than 20 dog desolate beasts in it. These desolate beasts were all purchased in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Fang Yuan. This was because Lu Yong blessed land's ownership requirement was to have 20 hound-type desolate beasts. Among those were his 6 bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a black hound land spirit. Mini Eastern Sea's development was about the same as Mini Western Desert. Wu Hai's blessed land was here. This was a sea that was well managed by Wu Hai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horn divine tortoises, a huge field of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls, managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there was the original dragonfish group and 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubble fish group, as well as some rare literature carps and some oil water. There were large numbers of blue jade carps, blood jade carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was another blood lake. It had a large amount of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Fang Yuan had once placed blood asset immortal goo here to recover. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake remained. In the 5 mini regions, mini southern border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Sealing Mountain and others, for a total of more than 10 mountains here. Stalactite Cave, Regretful Spider Group, a small number of rockmen, a huge forest with musical trees, tea streams, and chi death birds singing. There was a become dragon mound. Fang Yuan had used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it into his immortal aperture from northern plains. And in the 9 heavens, a small field of aurora lights were in mini orange heaven. There were a lot of floating flowing light fruits in the aurora lights, and because he had obtained a lot of light path goo worms from the jade light pit, the scale of the aurora lights and flowing light fruits expanded greatly on its original foundation. And in mini yellow heaven, there was a small gold fragment current. In mini azure heaven, there was a lot of pill azure incense. This was the food of change soul immortal goo. There was a heavenly crystal storage pool. It came from Heifan Grotto heaven and had no use for now. Mini black heaven had the walking meat tree. Mini white heaven had multicolored overlord flowers, 3 ancient remnant heavenly dogs, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. Mini purple heaven had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, although it had only desolate beast strength. More than 80 eagle nests were floating here. These were the loot from attacking Iron Eagle blessed land. The original eagle nest had already been fully eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. In mini blue heaven, there was a lot of cloud soil. On top of them were the arrow bamboo forest, a star fragment grass field, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish had already been sold during the battle to defend Heifan Grotto heaven. There was also a meteorite pit that produced stellar fire goo and falling meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kun Xing and obtaining his blessed land, Fang Yuan also placed it here. It was a floating island filled with star fragments. The Star Core land spirit was managing it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around, and some other desolate beasts and desolate plants. There was no need to discuss them in detail. As for Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, they were in Langya blessed land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. As for goo worms, rank 9 wisdom goo was in Langya blessed land. Sovereign immortal fetus goo had already been used, it would not be counted. Rank 8 immortal goo. Attitude, wisdom sword, years flow like water, sealed. Rank 7 immortal goo. Sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, sword escape, calamity beckoning, with chu do. Year, after, dragon breath, affection, perseverance. Rank 6 immortal goo. Unravel mystery woman's heart, blood asset, dark limit dog shit luck, change form strength chi, self-strength, flying bear strength, pulling mountain pulling water, landscape as before, man as before star eyes, spring autumn cicada contains heaven's will. Stored in the immortal zombie body. Bone spike, perceivable Tao. The mortal goo were of all different types, they will be skipped. Hei Cheng's dark arrow immortal goo had self-detonated. Fang Yuan did not obtain it. In terms of captives, there was Fang Zhang in Langya blessed land, Hei Chang, intact body. Ma Hongyun soul, Lu Yang soul, Yi Lui Kun Xing soul. As for Shi Nu's soul, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow sect had incredible attainment in soul path. Fang Yuan could not stop the soul from dissipating even though he captured it. As for the rest, like Dong Fang Chong Fan soul, the Featherman Gu immortal soul, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal souls, they were all sold to Langya land spirit for sect contribution points. They were probably absorbed by Danghun Mountain and made into Guts Gu by now. There was also the Featherman Gu immortal slave Zhouzhong. He was sent to Western Desert by Fang Yuan to establish another plan. Huge assets. This was Fang Yuan's current portfolio, it was no exaggeration. In total, even though he was rank 7, he could fully rival ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals in assets. Just those secluded domains of heaven and earth were incredibly valuable. And his Gu worms were plentiful, the number shockingly high. Look at Gu immortal Heifan, he was a rank 8 Gu immortal. How many immortal Gu did he have? But many immortal Gu would create the problem of feeding them. Fang Yuan was still at this stage, trying to provide food for his immortal Gu. The rank 6 and 7 immortal Gu were basically fine. The problems were attitude Gu and wisdom sword immortal Gu, these two rank 8 immortal Gu. The new perseverance Gu that he obtained fed on reverse flow river's water. Fang Yuan could easily feed it. Affection Gu fed on the same thing as love Gu, hope and fear. Fang Yuan could easily resolve that. He bought a large number of hope Gu and fear Gu from Treasure Yellow Heaven. For Fang Yuan, developing his immortal aperture was not the main point now. As long as he slaughtered Gu immortals and annexed their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would continue to grow. He was facing the problem of insufficient immortal essence. Pursuing Ying Wuxie and Gang, the reverse flow river battle, and escaping from Maoli Chiu, Fang Yuan expended a lot of immortal essence. This caused his red date immortal essence storage to fall to a critical level. Originally, with my time path resources, the rate of time was fast. My immortal aperture produced a lot of red date immortal essence. But after using my time path methods, the immortal aperture's time is close to the 5 regions time. I can only replenish my immortal essence through transactions. Reverse flow protection seal used a lot of the Gu immortal's mental energy and immortal essence. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal now. If he was still using green grape immortal essence, he would have ran out of them. Without red date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While resting, he sold all of the desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were immortal materials of high quantity. Fang Yuan had exterminated these desolate beast groups while he was pursuing Ying Wuxie in Earth Trench. Among them were a group of nightmare demonic cults. If these dream path immortal materials were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, a huge commotion would arise. Many Gu immortals would fight for them. But Fang Yuan kept all of these nightmare demonic cult corpses with him. He had better use for them. After resting for a while, he made several transactions. After subtracting the transaction fees of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan earned a lot of immortal essence stones. 1 immortal essence stone could convert to 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Using 100 immortal essence stones would create 1 bead of red date immortal essence. While he was replenishing his red date immortal essence stockpile, he received some information. This is a letter from Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After checking it, he felt shocked. Shadow Sect wants to negotiate a truce with me. They even want us to work together? Fang Yuan's gaze was flickering. Shadow Sect's letter was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was completely logical. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not obtain a lot of cultivation resources, his battle strength rose drastically. He was at the level of the strongest person under rank 8, on par with Feng Jiugu. The increase in his battle strength gave rise to his heightened status. Actually, before this letter, he also received others. Like the one from Chu Du spoke very politely in the letter, congratulating Fang Yuan for his victory and expressing regret at not being there. Next, he talked about his own situation. Chu Sect was now Chu Tribe, and the Supreme Elders were now all external Supreme Elders. The disciples of Chu Du were his godchildren now, and finally, Chu Du talked about his own difficulties because he created a tribe and became part of the righteous path. He had to expel Fang Yuan from Chu Sect. This was not his own wish, he was forced to do so. There was also one from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Other than congratulating Fang Yuan, they invited him enthusiastically to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They said, even if Northern Plains did not welcome him, Crazed Demon Cave would always be his home. These words were very mushy. It showed their brand new attitude towards him. Regarding Longevity Heaven, they were putting up arrest warrants for Fang Yuan. After all, he killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu Tribe and Yi Lui Tribe, who were pursuing Fang Yuan earlier, had quietened down. Fang Yuan's battle strength shocked them completely. They quickly recalled the members they sent out to find him. Instead, they were afraid that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan's strength was incredibly famous in Northern Plains now, well beyond Chudu. And now, Shadow Sect has sent a letter seeking cooperation. Hehe. Shadow Sect has a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he has a major weakness. He becomes insane at times. Fang Yuan thought about it. He had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch in Reverse Flow River. He learned something about his condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and create the Immortal Killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have likely lost in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Ing Wuxia's trap. All along, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were Fang Yuan's biggest threat. Heavens will set an arrangement using Fang Yuan to steal Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, causing Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect to have unresolvable enmity. If Shadow Sect wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu again, they would follow a method similar to what old ancestor Shui Hu was using to refine Fortune rivaling Heaven. He used Ma Hongyun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not escape that fate. He would be used as the immortal material for that Gu refinement. He would be better off dead. But now, Fang Yuan's strength grew to a point where he could stand up to rank 8 Gu Immortals. Thus, Shadow Sect sought cooperation with him. This difference in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was like a weaker immortal Gu house. He could be unscathed against rank 8s. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like walking on a tightrope. Even though Sixth Hair was saying the truth, and the reasons he gave were legitimate, there were indeed benefits to all of them if they cooperated. Disregarding anything else, just the soul path trap in Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, and the secret of the sovereign immortal body, could be settled if they cooperated. However, Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was still the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. They were mortal enemies. How could they easily turn into allies? Even if they were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu Immortals was not a person's reputation, but their information path methods instead. However, Fang Yuan was lacking in information path. This was his weakness. And Shadow Sect possessed powerful information path methods. Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster in all paths, ignoring everything else, just looking at Zombie Alliance and the organization Defy in Central Continent. They had used very powerful information path methods. Any organization was built upon the basis of alliance agreements. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect and did not dare to. If by cooperating, he was plotted against by them using information path methods, he would be an idiot. However, Fang Yuan did not reject them. He sent back a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter, he listed a request: "Give me attitude goo directly if you want to cooperate." Speaking of which, even though Fang Yuan had been using attitude goo all along, it was not his, it was borrowed from He Lulan. Back then, when lending the immortal goo, both sides had an agreement. There was a time when he needed to return it. If he went past the time limit, Fang Yuan would not be able to use attitude goo. That was because He Lulan's will was inside attitude goo, not Fang Yuan's. And now, there was little time until the deadline. Attitude goo was a legendary goo worm that could be used with mental energy alone. It had outstanding effects with relatively low costs. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had passed many difficulties with its huge help. Even though attitude goo had no offensive methods, it was legendary in the support aspect. It had unlimited uses. Without attitude goo, the influence on Fang Yuan would be huge. Firstly, familiar face would be unusable. Even though Fang Yuan could use his transformation path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this immortal killer move, without that rank 8 core, the entire immortal killer move would weaken severely. The chance of getting exposed when he pretended to be Wui Hai would be huge. It was very dangerous. If I can use this opportunity to resolve attitude goo's problem, that would be best. Fang Yuan was feeling somewhat hopeful. It was about time. Fang Yuan used Dark Limit Immortal Goo to increase its effect on him. Next, he stored his immortal aperture and set off towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Inside the hall, Fairy Ziwei sat as she used her immortal killer move. Her entire body was emitting faint purple smoke from all of her pores. She was using wisdom path methods to deduce. Soon after, Fairy Ziwei's forehead was full of sweat as she opened her eyes. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I could not deduce the location of our Goo Immortals. Fairy Ziwei sighed. Central Continent's Goo Immortals attacked Northern Plains. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan fled the scene as Central Continent fought against Old Ancestor Shui, Hu and Longevity Heaven in an intense battle. Central Continent wanted to reinforce them and send help. But this first batch of Central Continent Goo Immortals had gone missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Ziwei could not deduce their locations. How could she save them? There was nowhere to send these reinforcements to. Duke Long beside her opened his eyes. He was still very weak. He was thin and frail like an old man. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. He seems to have defensive methods to resist wisdom path deductions, but they are not strong. However, we know too little about him. If we had some crucial information, he would be exposed to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. After a while, he spoke. So be it. Continue deducing the location of our Goo Immortals as well as Lu Guanyi. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had to place his immortal aperture down again. Lu Guanyi was famous in all 5 regions. Dark Limit's power was constantly being consumed on Fang Yuan's body at a rapid rate. To maintain his secret, Fang Yuan had to stop many times. His immortal aperture's entrance opened. He drew in large amounts of heaven and earth chi. The sovereign immortal body could absorb heaven and earth chi from all 5 regions. Ordinary Goo Immortals could only absorb the heaven and earth chi of their region. If they placed their aperture in other regions, even though they could absorb it forcefully because of the differing heaven and earth chi, their immortal apertures would shake and many resources would be destroyed. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture had too many resources, along with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Each time he absorbed heaven and earth chi, the commotion was huge. It was like a typhoon occurring. Especially after he obtained Reverse Flow River, this secluded domain of heaven and earth had a heavy burden on the immortal aperture. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it stayed in the immortal aperture for long, it would consume a lot of heaven and earth chi. Once he lacked heaven and earth chi, his immortal aperture would be unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to constantly place his immortal aperture outside to absorb heaven and earth qi and replenish it. After he finished his absorption, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he held an immortal zombie body. It was his original body. He tossed the immortal zombie into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body flowed along it. Using Perseverance Immortal Goo and Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan made his experiments. He used all of the methods he could think of. However, it was pointless. As expected, the immortal zombie body's soul path Dao marks cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, these are soul path Dao marks, not immortal goo. Rank 1 to 8 immortal goo cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks still work. It is like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, my Dao marks still defended me. Thus, rank 8 goo immortals were the strongest in that river. Fang Yuan continued to analyze and think about his failed experiment. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve his soul path trap. It was impossible. Fang Yuan was not disheartened. In fact, he had expected this before trying it. He placed the immortal zombie body back inside Heaven's Sealing Mountain, using the goo formation to seal it again. Next, he refined goo. A nightmare demonic cult corpse was in front of him. Fang Yuan's fingers moved like blades. Golden light shone as he moved them. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic cult's body and vanished. The nightmare demonic cult's front leg was cut off. There was no blood. These nightmare demonic cults died in battle. Fang Yuan asked his immortal aperture's land spirits to process these materials first. The blood had been drained and kept elsewhere. Fang Yuan lifted the leg and immediately tore it away. Next, he breathed out fire and started to process this leg. 3 days later, the leg was finally melted into a dark purple liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in goo worms to refine goo. Over a dozen steps took up only 15 minutes. The dark purple liquid exploded, as 100 dream path mortal goo flew around chaotically in the sky. But Fang Yuan willed, and they quickly went back to Fang Yuan's side. 100 dream path mortal goo. This was only a leg of this nightmare demonic cult. Processing this immortal material took the most time. This step took 3 days. The rest of the steps only took less than an hour. Such efficiency was very high. It was a clear contrast to Fang Yuan refining goo in his dream realm previously. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan had to collect dream path goo materials before refining goo. There was a risk in entering the dream. He even sometimes had to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to pass the dream realm. Refining dream path mortal goo but using immortal killer moves, the cost was very high. But now, Fang Yuan had these nightmare demonic cults. Refining these dream path mortal goo was no longer like before. It is like earlier when I used the spring dream fruit to refine mortal goo. The efficiency was great. Actually, my goo refinement method can be improved. Like the cutting method earlier, I used metal path methods. It was not the best. Some of the dream path Dao marks were consumed. When processing immortal materials, I can try other methods to see if there is a better way. While he was refining goo, Sixth Hair sent another letter. Using Lang Ya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair was already the middleman between Fang Yuan and Purple Mountain True Monarch. In the letter, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not give in. He said bluntly, if Fang Yuan wanted to control Attitude Goo, he would need to cooperate first. As long as they worked together, Attitude Goo would be his. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's drawback. As for what it was, they did not say it. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are truly hard to deal with. Drawback? Is Shadow Sect lying? Or is it true? This information had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But soon he calmed down. He had gone through many difficulties. This scheme or threat was nothing to him. It seems I can only work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter. He bargained and continued negotiating with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude Goo to him before cooperating. Fang Yuan started to design a new Immortal Killer move. He wanted to use this Immortal Killer move to refine Attitude Goo. He was soon met with a problem. The reason was that even though he had many Immortal Goo, they were not suitable for this purpose. It was not like the creation of Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fong Yuan had pulling water immortal goo and perseverance immortal goo. They were suitable as the two cores of this immortal killer move. But now, Fong Yuan's other immortal goo were not especially useful for refining attitude goo. They had limited connection to it and a lot of mortal goo were needed. If only there is a chance to trade goo. This thought appeared in Fong Yuan's mind and rooted itself deeply. Trading immortal goo. Fong Yuan had too many immortal goo now, it was shocking. But in fact, a portion of the immortal goo were not suitable for him, or rather, they did not have much use for the time being. Wisdom Sword, years flow like water. Even though they were not usable now, they were rank 8, Fong Yuan would not exchange them. Fong Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks, his sword path attainment level was ordinary as well, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, and sword escape, these sword path immortal goo sustained a portion of his battle strength, he could not lose them. Looking over the situation, change soul immortal goo could be traded. Woman's heart was poison path, it had little use as well. Flying bear strength immortal goo was strength path, but Fong Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation, this immortal goo was not useful. There was also bone spike immortal goo, it was completely irrelevant to Fong Yuan's current circumstances. Perceivable Dao immortal goo could inspect Dao marks, it had a mystical use, but to Fong Yuan it was not very useful, he had to weigh up its value later. All in all, woman's heart, flying bear strength, and bone spike, these three immortal goo had little use to Fong Yuan. If they could be traded for other immortal goo, that would be best. But trading goo, how difficult was that? During the 5 regions chaotic war, it was very common. But now, there were few opportunities for goo immortals to undergo high-end trading sessions. This way, Fong Yuan continued to travel and stop. He wanted to go faster, but it was too difficult. Along the way, when placing his immortal aperture, he refined dream path mortal goo and deduced immortal killer moves, attempting to refine attitude goo to make it his own. This time, as Fong Yuan stored his immortal aperture and prepared to set off, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed traces of goo immortals fighting. We're finally past the regional wall. Ing Wuxie let out a breath of air. Looking at the sea, he felt mentally fatigued. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing, who were beside him, were in no better condition. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sex Group left for Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Each time they passed the regional wall, it was a huge test. Thankfully, they were all powerful and were elites among goo immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not die. They were not leaving urgently. After entering Eastern Sea, they chose a random island. On this nameless island, Ing Wuxie directed by Ningbing and He Lulan to start arranging a refinement path goo formation. The goo formation succeeded in activation. Ing Wuxie came to the center and took out the purple gold rock, processing this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the goo formation, standing to defend against any intruders. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted as the Miniman goo immortal Purple Mountain, True Monarch, woke up again. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. If he wanted to cross the 5 regions, he would normally have to use Black Heaven or White Heaven. But now, the parts of Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains were influenced by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. It was controlled by Longevity Heaven. Shadow Sex Group were not going to enter a trap. The outcome of Central Continent's goo immortals were displayed to them. Shadow Sect had deep foundation. Purple Mountain True Monarch went into hibernation again as a purple gold rock formed around his body. His aura was completely concealed. His vitality was indiscernible. He was just like a dead object. Using such incredible methods, Ing Wuxie brought Purple Mountain True Monarch through the regional walls and arrived in Eastern Sea. The thin layer of purple gold rock was easily refined by Ing Wuxie, who had the right method. It was way easier than the time when Lady Wanshou had to process it. Eastern Sea. Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up and sighed as he looked at the vast sea area. Under his lead, Shadow Sex Group first dismantled the goo formation and stored its components, wiping all traces of it. Then, the 4 goo immortals started to use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later, they arrived in the turbulent flow sea area. Purple Mountain True Monarch led the way. None of the sea currents could pose as obstacles. Soon, Shadow Sex Group arrived at the center of the turbulent flow sea area. Where is the tributary of the river of time? Unable to find the thing they needed, Ing Wuxie asked this in confusion. Don't tell me this tributary of the river of time is already gone. It is at the fringe of the turbulent flows? He Lulan guessed. After some investigation, Purple Mountain True Monarch found some clues. That tributary of the river of time has been taken away by someone. He said grimly. How can that be? Who did it? Is it Fang Yuan? Ing Wuxie first thought of Fang Yuan. But Purple Mountain True Monarch shook his head. This method should not be his. It is someone else. Forget about it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the river of time, we will go to the next location. There is a tributary of the river of time there too. Shadow Sex group left the turbulent flow sea area again. Elsewhere in Eastern Sea, there was a vast sea and sky. Above the sea, a life and death battle was unfolding. Quickly leave. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense my location. I cannot escape. I cannot implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai lay in a man's arms, speaking weakly. This woman was dressed in a raiment. Her sleeves were fluttering. She wore light pink. Her eyes were showing signs of weakness. Blood was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Her injuries were severe. Especially on her skin, there were tiny sparks shining at times. It was the sign of the immortal killer move lightning soul needles effect. No, the male Gu Immortal rejected unhesitantly. He had broad shoulders and a thin waist. He wore a suit of battle armor, and even though he was covered in injuries, his valiance could not be concealed. How can I abandon you? If I escape now, how can I face Lord Miao Mingxin? Even though he said that, when he looked towards Immortal Hua Dai, there was love in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, Immortal Hua Dai, Gue Qi Yi. These three were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin wanted to find a tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Thus these three Gu Immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they saw any Gu Immortals approaching the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them and ask for their help. Then you lovebirds can die together. There was only one person in pursuit. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was named Gu 1. He wore a blue robe and had tough, dry skin, like tree bark. His eyes were shining with red light. His teeth were sharp. He had a sinister expression. This person was quite a senior and had some reputation in Eastern Sea. He was a Lightning Path Grandmaster, but once when he was using an Immortal Killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash, leading to him having no choice but to become an Immortal Zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength. He possessed 2 Immortal Gu. The rank 6 Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were forced to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder. You two are quite daring to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over, I might leave you a proper corpse. Gu Wen chuckled as he approached with overwhelming demonic aura. Immortal Hua Dai was anxious. We found this year cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I have been here for half a month already. But the moment I looked away, you two took it. Gu Wen growled. Immortal Hua Dai was incensed. Lord Miao Mingxin found this year cycle powder 3 years ago and set a Gu formation here. Once every few months I would come there and take care of it. No matter how you distort the facts, you cannot change them. Immortal Hua Dai said the truth. Gu Wen stopped denying it. His expression turned grim. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. You will be the first one I kill. Demonic scoundrel, don't be cocky. At this moment, there was a clear voice that resounded in their ears. Who? Gu Wen's expression changed. He shouted. The moment he said that, the sea level rose up like a small mound. Next, from within the mound, a fierce beast charged out, causing winds to blow and water the splatter. A blue-scaled sea dragon appeared before the 3 immortals, speaking, Demon, hand over your life. The 3 immortals saw this and understood that this blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu Immortal's transformation. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were happy and shocked. Gu Wen was furious. Why are you a busybody? Take my killer move. Saying this, he breathed in deeply, spitting at his right palm. He did not spit out saliva, of course, it was an egg-sized flash of lightning. The lightning entered Gu Wen's right palm and exploded into a beam of lightning that shot out from his palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not dodge. It opened its mouth towards the approaching beam of lightning. Dragon's breath. Gu Wen saw this and laughed in his mind. My move can last for several minutes, while dragon breath needs to be used breath by breath. How can he last? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's breath did not end. The dragon's breath was like a beam of water colliding with the beam of lightning. Next, the powerful dragon breath smashed through the lightning pillar. In a few breaths' time, it got to Gu Wen. How can this be? What dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed disbelief and shock on his face. He quickly dodged. But the blue-scaled sea dragon turned around and its dragon breath continued to sweep the battlefield. Gu Wen frowned deeply, grunting, "You guys are lucky. I will spare you this time." Saying this, he retreated, turning into a flash of lightning with incredible speed. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not give chase. It watched as Gu Wen left. He wants to return to the Gu formation. A lot of the year cycle powder is left. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out Gu Wen's plan. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down and cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. "Virtuous friend, you defeated the powerful foe. We will not forget the gratitude of saving our lives. I would like to know your esteemed name." The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu Immortal. He smiled. "I am Chuing, Fairy Hua Dai. Have you been well?" Immortal Hua Dai was surprised and joyful. "To think that you are Chuing." Seeing Feng Jiang's gaze, Immortal Hua Dai explained, "It was thanks to Chuing that we found that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. He was the reason Lord Miao Mingxin could take away that tributary of the River of Time. So there was such a connection." Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's words, Feng Jiang's expression turned to joy. His suspicions were dispelled. This Chuing was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. After he stored his immortal aperture, he found that there were traces of Gu Immortals fighting in the sea areas around him. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces and wanted to see if there were some gains for him. In the end, he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another person, Feng Jiang, were being pursued by an enemy, and the pursuer was a rank 7 immortal zombie. At this point, such a person was a weakling to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai some time ago. He wanted to get in contact with the Space Path Gu Immortal expert, Miao Mingxin, who was behind Immortal Hua Dai. This person knew of a method to enter and explore the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale was not ordinary either. It was nurtured by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and awakened its immortal aperture. It possessed a huge treasury. It was like the dogtail life extending ferret Mao Li Chio of Northern Plains. But the blue dragon whale's wisdom was not enhanced. It could only swim freely in the ocean according to its instincts. Not only did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable awaken its immortal aperture, he also used an immortal killer move on its body. Thus, this blue dragon whale had almost no predators or dangers. The blue dragon whale was mild in temperament and posed no danger, but its defensive power rendered all of those who wanted to harm it helpless. This was the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. According to a secret rumor in the 500 years of his previous life, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left a true inheritance in the blue dragon whale's body. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingxin had explored the world inside the blue dragon whale many times. However, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance from start to finish. Feng Yuan naturally cared about this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being pursued, he realized that this was a rare chance he could express goodwill to Miao Mingxin again. Thus, he intervened and chased the lightning path Immortal Zombie Gu Wen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. The ancient sword dragon form could not be used openly now, because Lu Guanyi had used it to kill Yi Lui Kunxing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi was the reverse flow river lord that was able to go unscathed against rank 8s. His reputation was renowned all over the world. Almost everyone knew of him. Countless people were interested in Lu Guanyi. They tried to deduce his origins. The fact that Lu Guanyi possessed an ancient sword dragon transformation was known to all. Thus, once Feng Yuan used the ancient sword dragon transformation, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of reputation. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had change form immortal Gu. He could turn into countless things in this world at will. Thus, he transformed into the blue-scaled sea dragon that was exclusive to Eastern Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast. But its might could not rival the ancient sword dragon. However, Feng Yuan's dragon breath immortal Gu could still be used. Worth mentioning was that the dragon breath of the blue-scaled sea dragon was also used breath by breath. Earlier, he could defeat the lightning path immortal zombie Gu 1 because Feng Yuan had used perseverance immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 perseverance immortal Gu. After obtaining it, Feng Yuan had tried to learn more about its ability. Gu immortals nurture, use, and refine. These three aspects needed a lot of time and investment. After being in Eastern Sea for several days, Feng Yuan had already understood some of the uses of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could allow other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves to last for a longer time. For example, the blue-scaled Sea Dragon's Breath. If Feng Yuan used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu solely, it could not break away from the normal limits of Dragon Breath. It would be used breath by breath. It could only be increased in strength. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu along with the Dragon Breath, then the Dragon Breath would be used for a long time without stopping. Of course, he could not sustain it for too long. Dragon Breath had a huge burden on the throat. Even real blue-scaled sea dragons breathed it out breath by breath. This was the self-defense mechanism of life forms after a long process of evolution. Thankfully, although that Guwen had some fame, he retreated wisely after a short battle with Feng Yuan, realizing that he was a strong opponent. After all, demonic path Gu immortals focused on profits. This friend is... Feng Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am one of Lord Miao Mingshun's subordinates, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my savior. I wonder how I can thank you. Feng Jiang immediately introduced himself. It was very passionate and filled with gratitude towards Feng Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a helping hand. I met you too coincidentally, thus I stepped in. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have been moving around recently. I cannot stand these demonic acts. I have this personality, and because Fairy Hua Dai is an acquaintance, I had no reason not to help. Feng Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard these words and felt closer to Feng Yuan. The three immortals talked for a while as Immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. There was so much year cycle powder. They are mostly in Gu Wen's hands now. Our efforts have been in vain. We should have made that Gu formation even more hidden. Feng Jiang consoled. All right, little Dai. Don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so big. But Gu Wen found this Gu formation so coincidentally. We are not skilled in formation path. This Gu formation is already the best that can be done. If we hide it even more deeply, we will need Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan smiled. I have something to say. Even though the year cycle powder is lost, your lives are preserved. This is hope. Don't be disheartened. There are losses and gains in life. Aren't our lives just a cycle of losing and winning anyway? Feng Jiang laughed. Lord Chu speaks deeply. This is truly insightful. Immortal Hua Dai's brows were locked. She was sorrowful. I understand this too, and at a different time, so be it if this year cycle powder was lost. But right now, Lord Miao Mingshen is attending a trading convention. One of his Gu immortal friends need this. Lord Miao Mingshen has already agreed to his request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year cycle powder was taken away. What should we do? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression sank. That's right. We are going to return empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshen does not blame us, we will be at fault. We failed in our task. And most importantly, we will cause Lord Miao Mingshen's reputation to suffer. This is our fault. Trading convention? Feng Yuan was moved. Earlier, he was thinking about trading away some of the unsuitable immortal Gu that he had. To think that this would come in such a timely manner, he actually encountered one of Eastern Sea's trading conventions. Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources out of the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not match it. Eastern Sea Gu immortals were usually more affluent. This resulted in Eastern Sea's trading conventions to be very famous in the 5 regions. They involved high-end items and often, Gu immortals would exchange immortal Gu with each other. Of course, this was not to say that the other 4 regions had no trading conventions. But they were too few of them. Fang Yuan could not join them either. Only Eastern Sea's trading conventions served as his opportunity. I have immortal Gu that I want to trade away. Is it possible for me to join this trading convention? Fang Yuan did not hide his intention, he asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other. The former said, "This trading convention is very high class. We are not qualified to join it. Nor do we have the rights to recommend others. But Lord Chuing is different. You are our benefactor. How about this? Can you follow us to meet with our Lord and see what he says?" "All right." Fang Yuan nodded. "Shall we set off now?" He was very rushed, because time was limited. Dark Limit's power was dwindling as other Gu immortals deduced matters about him. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were a little hesitant. Their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed. They actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder, but they could not ask it outright. Actually, Fang Yuan was aware about their intentions, but during their conversation, he held the initiative of the topic and did not give them any chance to ask. Right now, even though Fang Yuan could go unscathed against rank 8 Gu immortals, there was a flaw: it could not be used openly. Be it Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation or Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they could not be easily used. Once he did, he would have to consider how to keep them a secret. If too many traces were leaked out, Fang Yuan's identities and secrets might get deduced. By then, Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed too. Fang Yuan had gone through so much to enter the Super Gu formation and interact with the giant dream realm. If he lost this opportunity, it would be a terrible setback to his future cultivation. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had no choice. They could only bring Fang Yuan away from here. They really had no courage to ask him. He had saved their lives, but they still wanted their benefactor to fight against a strong foe. They really had no face to ask him to do that. The 3 immortals moved quickly without stopping. But along the way they talked and conversed a lot. As a matter of fact, Immortal Hua Dai had seen Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, but she was unclear about the background of this Chuing. Fang Yuan knew about her intention to probe him. Thus he gave her half-truths about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had stayed in Eastern Sea for some time. Thus, his words were not lies. Especially some small details and experiences that he had. They were realistic. These experiences resonated deeply with Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. How could Fang Yuan show a flaw here? By the time they met Miao Ming Shen, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang already had very good feelings towards this easygoing, rank 7 secluded cultivator, Chuing. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, what was Immortal Zombie Gu Wen's act of snatching some year cycle powder? Not long ago, Fang Yuan had taken Reverse Flow River directly from old ancestor Shuehu, Eastern Sea. In an ordinary sea area, there was a nameless mountain. It was desolate and barren. There were only rocks and caves in it. Several Gu immortals descended from the sky. Among them were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang. To think that this trading convention would be held on such an empty island. Fang Yuan stepped on the island as he sighed to himself. Brother Chu, you might be unaware that large trading conventions like this usually have their locations decided several days before the meeting, to prevent others from having ill intentions. A Gu immortal beside Fang Yuan said. This male Gu immortal was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. In terms of appearance, he looked ordinary. Only his flat and wide nose left a heavy impression on others. This person was a famous rank 7 spacepath Gu immortal expert in Eastern Sea Miao Mingxin. In terms of appearance, he was not outstanding, but after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though it was a short time, he could feel that this person was impressive. His appearance was deceiving. Fang Yuan had saved Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang under the identity of Chuing, learning about the trading convention. Next, he followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin had no hesitation as he agreed to Fang Yuan's request of joining the trading convention. Friend, You have helped me twice. You are also the benefactor of Little Dai and Little Feng. This is just a trading convention. How can I reject you? Please do grace us with your presence. He was a rank 7 Gu Immortal expert, but Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator with no reputation. Yet Miao Mingxin did not put on airs. He was very amiable. He spoke politely and warmly to others. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingxin came to attend the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped onto the island when a Gu Immortal came out of a rock. Miao Mingxin, you are here. A midget Gu Immortal with a big head and small body welcomed them. Haha. Tututua. Long time no see. Miao Mingxin said warmly. He laughed as he quickly went up to the person. Come, let me introduce the two of you. This is a secluded cultivator of Eastern Sea. Chu Ying. This is a rare Earth Path Grandmaster in Eastern Sea. Tututua. Miao Mingxin said. Greetings to you. Fang Yuan was polite, but his expression was stiff. He pretended to be a secluded cultivator who was not good at interacting with people. It was flawless. Tututua looked at Fang Yuan with several glances. He smiled with his yellow teeth. You received Miao Mingxin's recommendation and are here for the first time? Haha. In the past, I also joined in after Miao Mingxin's recommendation. Tututua was also quite polite. He thought, Miao Mingxin has good foresight. The people he invites are all talented experts. This Chu Ying looks unassuming and has no reputation. But since he has Miao Mingxin's recommendation, he is not simple. While thinking of that, Tututua said, Follow me, I was the first to arrive. There is nothing much to do but wait now. We can create a space underground first. I will trouble Brother Tuesday. After all, this time, I am the host of the trading convention. Miao Mingxin said courteously. Haha, it is just an underground cave, it is nothing much. Come. Tututua looked at Miao Mingxin like an old friend. He grabbed his arm and led him underground. Everywhere he went, the tough ground melted like flowing water, opening a wide path that extended underground. Tututua and Miao Mingxin walked ahead while Fang Yuan, Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tututua and Miao Mingxin talked along the way. Miao Mingxin had incredible interpersonal skills. Tututua was laughing as he talked. His laughter was reverberating in the cave. Furthermore, Miao Mingxin did not give the cold shoulder to Fang Yuan. He turned around to talk to Fang Yuan. His words seemed ordinary, but they felt natural and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was neglected. The underground cave was very ordinary, but it was wide enough. There was a platform and several chairs in front of it. They were huge. There were carvings on the chairs. They were fluid patterns. This showed Tututuo's incredible skills and the meticulous aspect that he had. Fang Yuan counted. There were 6 chairs. It seems that this trading convention only had 6 people originally. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang are not part of this. They will leave when the trading convention starts and guard the area. Fang Yuan guessed. There is a new member. I will add a chair. Tututua stomped lightly as a mound appeared on the ground. It started to rotate like a ball. In the blink of an eye, a chair was carved out like it was made by an artisan. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down while waiting for the other immortals. Not long later, 2 Gu immortals appeared. The former was a girl. She looked like a child with 2 ponytail braids. Her eyes were round and watery, but there was deep maturity in them. She was Tong Hua, a rank 7 light path Gu immortal famous in the north of Eastern Sea. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose. His gaze was dark and he wore a black robe having messy hair. He was Wu Mayang, a dark path Gu immortal, having exemplary battle strength among rank 7 Gu immortals. His immortal killer move, Dark Arrow Veil, had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu immortals working together. This battle caused his reputation to surge in Eastern Sea for some time. Tong Hua talked a lot, while Wu Mayang was uncommunicative. The two sides continued to mingle, and under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became congenial. 15 minutes later, a 3rd Gu immortal entered this space. He was Gong Liang Bai, a Wisdom Path Gu immortal who also cultivated Wood Path. Wisdom Path was his main focus, but Wisdom Path Gu immortals were few in numbers. especially those like Feng Yuan who possessed a complete wisdom path Gu Immortal True Inheritance. However, not only did Gong Liangbai have a complete wisdom path True Inheritance, he even had some achievements in his cultivation, even though he could not match the top 3 wisdom path experts. Among lone immortals, he had a huge network and was willing to deduce for people in exchange for payment. The saying goes, Jiadan sits in Twin Polar, Huan hides in Nangong. There is also Dragon Head Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. This saying refers to the publicly recognized 3 most powerful wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea currently. Song Jiadan, Huan, they were righteous path members they rarely deduced for lone immortals. And Dragon Head Tortoise was always inside Adversity Sea. His traces were hard to find. It was hard for people to seek help from him. Gong Liangbai, after these trades, let's have a good talk. I have some things for you to deduce. While talking, Miao Mingshin said, Is it that Lu Guanyi? I have received many requests from others. They are all after this person. Gong Liangbai said, Of course not. Miao Mingshin denied. Gong Liangbai nodded. Then that is fine. Speaking of which, I have already made 5 deductions. I failed each time. There are simply too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi has methods to defend against deductions. Feng Yuan listened by the side. His expression did not change, though he felt a little awkward. This topic attracted everyone's attention. Tua shouted, This Lu Guanyi is so popular now. He is completely famous. Anyone who can render rank 8 Gu immortals unable to deal with them as a rank 7 will go down in history. Tong Hua sighed. Resisting rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. This is truly a goal to set. Miao Mingshin smiled bitterly. It is a pity that I've had no opportunity to befriend such a person. Feng Yuan was sitting right beside him. Hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that Lu Guanyi could resist rank 8s as a rank 7 because he became the Reverse Flow River Lord. This Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. But how can it be so powerful as to leave rank 8 existences without options? Thus, the Immortals' topic of discussion turned from Lu Guanyi to Reverse Flow River. Feng Yuan had subtly changed the conversation's direction. The Gu Immortals talked until night time. When night appeared and the moon rose, the trading convention began. The other 2 Gu Immortals also had arrived. The trading convention officially began. According to the rules set earlier, Tong Hua stood on the platform. This is a desolate plant. I found it when exploring a deep sea. That place was dark as an abyss, but I saw some light far away. When I found the source, I took several minutes to reach it. The place was like a paradise of light path. It was so dazzling with rays of light extending immeasurably far. Initially, I thought that it was light from the corals. But soon, I found some green fungus on the surface of the corals. This green fungus is a desolate plant seen all over that place. I named it Lightshine Fungus. It contains light path Dao marks and can emit strong light. Tong Hua talked about her findings and the process of her naming. Feng Yuan was surprised to think that he found something he wanted when the trading convention had just started. Lightshine fungi. Feng Yuan needed light. He had first used aurora light. He had bought large numbers of dazzling light goo to increase the aurora light in his immortal aperture. The more intense the aurora light, the more flowing light fruits could be formed. And rank 8 attitude goo fed on these fruits. Lightshine fungus was a type of desolate plant that provided light which was not like the multicolored aurora light. But this was not absolute. Humans had the highest intelligence. They were most skilled in adapting flexibly. There were methods to modify and graft plants in this world. Wood path goo immortals excelled at this. Each path has its own specialties, and wood path gu immortals were often skilled at managing immortal apertures. Thus, if Feng Yuan brought in Lightshine fungi, he might be able to modify them in the future using wood path methods into Aurora Lightshine fungi. It was possible. Other than Attitude Gu, there was Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu fed on multicolored Overlord flowers. If Feng Yuan wanted to plant multicolored Overlord flowers on a large scale, he needed to fulfill 3 conditions. Illumination, sweet scents, and pearl soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but illumination was hard. Fong Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had also annexed a light path blessed land. But it was far from Fong Yuan's goal. If he used light shine fungi, he would be able to solve the problem of mass production of multicolored overlord flowers. But there was an uncertainty in this. Light shine fungi grew in the deep sea. Could they still survive in other environments? This should not be a problem, after all. Light shine fungus is a desolate plant. Even ignoring aurora lights, earlier I plundered Lu tribe's jade light pit. I gained a lot of replenishment. Even though I am still not at the required standard, I am close. But multicolored overlord flowers are different. Their scale is far from optimal. I have too few light path Dao marks currently, and not all of my light path Dao marks can gather at the multicolored overlord flowers. My other life forms need light too. Oh, that's right, I have transformation path Dao marks. In crucial moments, I can convert them to light path Dao marks temporarily. While Fong Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua spoke. I am willing to trade these desolate plant lightshine fungi for story-building water elephants. 3 of them. Once she said that, a Gu Immortal responded, story-building water elephants? I have a few. How many stories do you want from the water elephants? Story-building water elephants were a special type of beast in Eastern Sea. They had varying sizes, with white tusks and blue skin. Water elephants with 1-story buildings were like boats and had blue jade exoskeleton on their backs resembling buildings. 2-story building water elephants were larger, with 2 floors of blue jade exoskeleton on their backs. Similarly, 6-story building water elephants had wide backs and were like huge boats. They were desolate beasts. 7-story building water elephants were ancient desolate beasts, and 8-story building water elephants were immemorial desolate beasts. They were extremely rare. 9-story building water elephants did not exist. Be it beasts or plants or even variant humans, there were no rank 9 versions of them. Among humans, there were only 10 of them, rank 9 Gu Venerables. They were unique among all life forms. Tong Hua showed the scale of her lightshine fungi and told the Gu Immortals that she wanted a total of 3 6-story building water elephants. This was not expensive, it was very standard. But that Gu Immortal frowned. I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The lightshine fungi can be split up. Would you like to trade? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be speaking the truth. After considering it, Tong Hua nodded. Then let's trade. Thus, the first deal was made. Both sides transacted quickly. I would like some lightshine fungi, but I do not have story-building water elephants. Do you accept immortal essence stones? Fong Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject him entirely. If there are no story-building water elephants, never mind. But my lightshine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. You can buy them then. In fact, Eastern Sea had mostly waterpath Gu Immortals. And lightshine fungi suited Eastern Sea Gu Immortals a lot. Like Wu Hai, for example, his immortal aperture was a sea. Tong Hua was only testing the waters with this new discovery, seeing if she could gain benefits from it. As for selling them for immortal essence stones, Tong Hua did not want that, because she did not know the market price. This was a new finding. She was selling it for the first time. Tong Hua did not know its value. However, she was very expectant about it. Thus, she rejected Fong Yuan without hesitation. What if this lightshine fungus was very popular in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Then wouldn't her sale price be at a loss now? But if she sold it for too high of a price, the other party would not trade. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the best place for that. Tong Hua did not want to sell it. Fong Yuan was helpless. But he understood her. This was a new desolate plant. She could use some methods to raise the prices later. Even though this world's economy was not developed, Gu Immortals were astute people. They knew how to jack up prices. Especially this lightshine fungus. In the world, currently only Tong Hua had it. If it were Fong Yuan, he would also elevate the price at the initial stage to earn a huge profit. This lightshine fungus was just a rank 6 desolate plant. Once it was in the market for some time, people would research about it, and Tong Hua's monopoly would be gone. After all, Eastern Sea was so big, lightshine fungi would not grow in only one place. Gu Immortals could create a method to seek out lightshine fungi after some research. That would cause the supply of light-shine fungi to rise sharply. Seeing that no one else was interested, Tong Hua stepped down. Next, the second Gu Immortal went up onto the platform. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the Gu Immortals would go up in order that was decided earlier. They could only put up one resource each round. This ensured relative fairness. As for Fang Yuan, a newly joined member, he could also transact and go on the platform, but he was the last person. This is marrow-sucking stone. Rank 7 immortal material. I want some 1,000-year floating wood. The Gu Immortal who went up expressed himself quickly, explaining his item. Once he said that, he displayed it. This marrow-sucking stone was black and looked like an ordinary rock by the beach. But in fact, as long as a life form that had bone marrow got close to it, they would be sucked inside. Thus, marrow-sucking stone was known as a demon stone. Demon stone was a name coined by mermen. Mermen were a type of variant human. Most mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen could live underwater and breathe. When they met marrow-sucking stones, they had suffered from them. Thus, they feared and called them demon stones. In Eastern Sea's history, there were some merman tribes who treated these demon stones as deities to worship. But to Gu Immortals, this marrow-sucking stone was just an immortal material. This transaction was successful as well. 1,000-year floating wood might be rare in the market, but the Gu Immortals here were all affluent, otherwise, they would not have gathered for this trading convention. Birds of a feather flock together. Gu Immortals who associated with Miao Mingshen were not simple. One could say, this small trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea. After the second Gu Immortal, Tututuo went up. I have an ancient desolate beast queen toad. Can command all huge toads at rank 6 level and below. If raised well, it can nurture enslavement path immortal Gu as well. Anyone interested? The queen toad had a lot of enslavement path Dao marks. But Tututuo's transaction failed. The fourth Gu Immortal. I am looking for clues to Chi Si. Anyone know how to find Chi Si and how to get in? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. It was also possible to trade information, but the Gu Immortals present stayed silent. This transaction also failed. Chi Si was a special and mysterious sea area in Eastern Sea. The Gu Immortals present might be unsure of it, or some might know but did not want to trade. The Gu Immortals went up one by one. The first round was about to end. Fang Yuan was the final one, and Miao Mingshen was second last. He went up. I have a rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. Anyone wants to trade? Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes shined. The trading convention was underway. As the host of this trading convention, Miao Mingshen originally was to be the final person to get on the stage. But because Fang Yuan joined in, he became the last person. Miao Mingshen was now the second last to trade. In this aspect, Fang Yuan could see Miao Mingshen's great interpersonal skills. Gu Immortals who got to trade first had the bigger advantage. Miao Mingshen, as the final person, was expressing goodwill to everyone. But he could not place Fang Yuan before him. This was against the rules. Newcomers had to be last. If he went against this, everyone would be unhappy. After all, Miao Mingshen was the host of this session. But what about the next? Interpersonal skills were nothing much. It was just one's attitude when interacting with people. Miao Mingshen had a good grasp of this. He made the people that he interacted with feel friendly towards him. However, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Mingshen. His gaze was shining as he looked at the immortal Gu that Miao Mingshen was holding. Rank 7, Divination Tortoise Shell Gu. Fang Yuan was greatly enticed. Why? Because Fang Yuan had many methods that he could not use, like Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation or Reverse Flow Protection Seal. If they were used, Fang Yuan had to make sure there were no survivors. Otherwise, intelligence on him would leak and Gu Immortals would be able to find out more information about him. He would be forced into a corner. This was quite awkward, actually. As Fang Yuan got stronger, the problems he created were getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven. Looking at his opponents and enemies, all of them were colossal forces. Recently, he even made enemies with old ancestor Shui who, the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan was facing great pressure, he had not reached rank 9. Only after reaching rank 9 would Fang Yuan be able to announce his identity openly. Nobody would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court could still find trouble with him. Currently, rank 7 Fang Yuan had to act with a low profile. He had to disguise himself and cultivate rapidly to accumulate strength. Becoming Wu Yi Hai has a weakness, or rather, I have a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight when he was Wu Yi Hai, because he was not the real Wu Yi Hai. After soul-searching Wu Yi Hai, Fang Yuan found that Wu Yi Hai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was a coral form, one was a seagull form, and the third was a tortoise. Earlier, during the battle in the regional wall, Wu Yi Hai had turned into a tortoise to defend himself. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned divine tortoise. An ancient desolate beast with a tough shell, it was top 10 in that regard among Eastern Sea's ancient desolate beasts. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yi Hai's immortal aperture. Wu Yi Hai's immortal aperture was a sea. There were 3 types of lifeforms inside: sea turtles and tortoises with the ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoise, corals with the ancient desolate plant silent coral, and seagulls with the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. As a transformation path Gu Immortal, he would often raise the species that he transformed into. Firstly, these lifeforms were resources that could help with his transformation path cultivation. Like the horned divine tortoise that Wu Yi Hai cultivated, if he needed any immortal Gu in the future, he could kill these horned divine tortoises to refine it. Secondly, transformation path Gu Immortals had to have a clear understanding of these lifeforms that they transformed into to raise their battle strength. Raising them in the immortal aperture would allow them to observe the lifeforms and eventually have realistic transformations with greater battle strength. As for Fang Yuan, this was just a method. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was raised from dream realms and tribulations. Once his attainment level rose, it would influence all these cultivation aspects, including this. Thus, Fang Yuan saved a lot of trouble. He could skip a long time of observation and practice. If I can have this immortal Gu, it would be very useful to me. Fang Yuan became more enticed as he thought about it. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It had one ability: to defend against deductions. Many Gu immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but using wisdom path methods to deduce its location was too difficult. If Fang Yuan became a divination tortoise, it would help him greatly when traveling. He concluded that this immortal Gu was extremely useful. Or rather, it was too useful. For others, rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu might be useless. After all, it could only defend one's back. But if one wanted its deduction prevention ability, it was instead not as effective as other methods. Thus, it had little use. Furthermore, why would a Gu immortal face deductions all the time? Was everyone Lu Guanyi? Fang Yuan, however, was different. He was extremely famous in the 5 regions now, even his fake identity was. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise and use the transformation path Dao marks. It was an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against deductions would be far stronger than using divination tortoise shell immortal Gu alone. Fang Yuan looked around. What made him happy was that these people were not very interested in the immortal Gu. Transactions of immortal Gu were only done through exchange. This was because immortal Gu were unique. Their value could not be determined easily. The value of immortal Gu completely depended on the person. The same immortal Gu could be a burden to someone. After all, the price of feeding immortal Gu was huge, but to others they would pursue it relentlessly. They would treat it like a treasure if they got it. Immortal Gu. To think that he is trading immortal Gu in the first round. The Gu immortals sighed. They spoke softly, but they stayed on their seats, not moving. Miao Mingshen smiled. He had anticipated this. They were few transformation path Gu immortals. Among those present, Chu Ying was the only one. And even Chu Ying might not be very interested in this immortal Gu. Transformation path Gu immortals usually cultivated 2 or 3 transformations. Too many was pointless. Unless they had the essence of transformation path, change form immortal Gu, it could allow them to turn into any form. But Miao Mingshen had his intentions in doing this. He was the host of this trading convention. If news that an Immortal Goo trade had occurred in the first round got out, it would elevate the status of this trading convention. It would attract more Goo Immortals with greater wealth here. I am willing to trade for this Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan stood up from his seat. At once, the Goo Immortals looked towards Fang Yuan with surprised expressions. Miao Mingxin was slightly dazed, before reacting and smiling even wider now. I wonder what you would like to trade for? Fang Yuan asked. Miao Mingxin chuckled. Chuing, this is your first trading convention, and you are my benefactor. How about this? I do not have much use for this Immortal Goo. We can trade anything. This time, Fang Yuan was dazed. He did not expect Miao Mingxin to list such an easy condition. But even so, Immortal Goo transactions could only be done with Immortal Goo. Other things were not usable. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo. Deal. Before Fang Yuan finished his words, Miao Mingxin agreed without hesitation. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingxin, realizing why this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world. He was a lone immortal, but he actually had several Goo Immortals that were so loyal to him. But some things had to be stated clearly. He smiled bitterly. Friend, I am in admiration towards your intentions, but I have not finished my words. My Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo is only rank 6. Miao Mingxin's expression changed. The other immortals' expressions also turned grim. They looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying Bear Strength was a Strength Path Immortal Goo, while Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo was Transformation Path. Strength Path was declining, but Transformation Path was still popular and strong. Between the two, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo was already less valuable than Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo. And now, Flying Bear Strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 Immortal Goo and rank 7 Immortal Goo be traded? The value was completely different. The difficulty of refining one rank 6 Immortal Goo was very different from refining a rank 7 Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan wanted to use rank 6 Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo to exchange for rank 7 Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo. If spoken nicely, he was dreaming, but to be blunt, he was simply too greedy. He was trying to take advantage. This taking advantage also gave a feeling of disdain. Who did he think Miao Mingxin was? Was he easy to bully? Or did he think the others were fools? Thus, the Goo Immortals having grim expressions was understandable. Fang Yuan smiled. He saw these immortals' attitude and expressions. He knew why these people had a change of emotion. But he still asked, "Will you exchange it?" Miao Mingxin smiled forcefully, but he nodded. "Yes, you have helped me twice. These will suffice." The other Goo Immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingxin in a different light. Their disdain towards Fang Yuan increased. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing his unhappiness towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. He said, "Everyone has said how incredible Lord Miao Mingxin is. I was disbelieving, but after today, I completely agree. How can I take advantage of you? I will compensate you with something else. You will definitely be pleased." Saying this, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingxin secretly. Miao Mingxin heard this and his expression changed. He became excited. "Chuing, are you serious? Ha ha ha. Let's do the deal now. You will know if it's true or false." Fang Yuan laughed again. "Sorry, we need to do this transaction alone," Miao Mingxin said as Fang Yuan followed him to leave the cave. They went outside for the transaction. Afterwards, the two returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingxin was smiling in a pleased manner. The two were walking together closely. Everyone could tell that their relationship had gotten closer. After sitting down, Miao Mingxin cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. "I owe you a third favor. Your demeanor is truly magnificent. This is merely a transaction. There is no favor." Fang Yuan was very polite. These words made the Goo Immortals very perplexed. At once, they started guessing. What did Chuing trade to make up for the difference, and make Miao Mingxin so happy? Miao Mingxin sat down, but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction, it was Fang Yuan's turn. He went on the platform. The immortals looking at him had different gazes now. They were solemn and curious, with probing intentions. At the same time, they were curious about what Fang Yuan was going to offer. This was because they did not know Fang Yuan, he was a stranger. According to Fang Yuan's offer, they would be able to guess some information about him. Like what immortal materials he had in abundance, they were often produced in their own blessed lands. This way, some intelligence could be deduced, like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, and what types of Dao marks he had inside. If it were one or two damaged, ancient, desolate beast corpses, they were often the Gu immortal's spoils of battle. If an ancient, desolate beast reared in the immortal aperture died, the corpse would not be damaged. Such corpses would allow the immortals to assess Fang Yuan's battle strength as well. Gu immortals focused heavily on gathering intelligence. On this aspect, information path Gu immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked them. Everyone, take a look, this is a bone path rank 6 immortal Gu, bone spike. I obtained it by chance, but I am not a bone path Gu immortal, I want to trade with it, does anyone want this? As for what I want in return, I am like Lord Miao Mingshen, I have no specific preference. Fang Yuan smiled. An immortal Gu again. This is the first round, there are actually 2 immortal Gu transactions. This Chuing is quite rich. He is a transformation path Gu immortal, but he had 2 immortal Gu of other paths. The first transaction is done, but this one might not succeed. There are no bone path Gu immortals here. The Gu immortals talk to each other secretly. They were close with one another. None. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no Gu immortal spoke. He felt no disappointment. The rank 7 immortal Gu, divination tortoiseshell, was worth coming to this trading convention. Just when Fang Yuan was about to step down, a voice said, "Wait. I think we can trade with this immortal Gu." The immortals turned to look. It was Wu Maiyang. Strange. He is a dark path Gu immortal. Why does he want a bone path immortal Gu? This question appeared in everyone's minds. Bone spike immortal Gu had no relation with dark path. But if Wu Maiyang had any immortal killer moves that needed bone spike immortal Gu, then it was possible for him to want this immortal Gu. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though the Gu immortals were puzzled, they held in their questions and watched quietly. There is a Gu immortal who wants bone spike immortal Gu? Fang Yuan was also curious. He asked, "I wonder what you would like to trade with?" Wu Maiyang frowned. He hesitated a little before gritting his teeth. "I will trade this immortal Gu." He displayed this immortal Gu. It was a rank 6 immortal Gu, on the same rank as bone spike immortal Gu. The Gu immortals looked as someone cried out, "This is Day immortal Gu." That's right. This was the rank 6 time path. Day Gu. Fang Yuan was stunned. I did not expect this. This trading convention was really worth it. Fang Yuan rejoiced internally, but his expression was blank. He seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this immortal Gu, he wanted it. The reason? Because he had Heifan's true inheritance, he had rank 7-year Gu after immortal Gu, and years flow like water, as well as a bunch of time path immortal killer moves. He remembered that, in the true inheritance, Heifan had been talking about immortal level day Gu and month Gu non-stop. He remembered those 4 immortal killer moves, days pass like years and the rest. If the inheritor can obtain immortal level day Gu or month Gu, these 4 immortal killer moves would not need to expend so many mortal day Gu and month Gu. The effect would even rise greatly. These were the words recorded in Heifan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan saw this and did not think much of them. He was not overly ambitious, year Gu was enough to satisfy him. But destiny was very mystical. When Fang Yuan had placed no attention on immortal level day Gu and month Gu, day Gu appeared right in front of him like this. Let's exchange it. Even though I am not familiar with time path, feeding bone spike immortal Gu is certainly a burden. Fang Yuan said, My day Gu consumes the water of the river of time. It has no feeding problems. However, I cannot use this immortal Gu. I might as well trade it for bone spike immortal Gu to add into my immortal killer moves. Wu Maiyang said. The two traded quickly. The original wills inside the 2 immortal Gu left as the other party's immortal essence entered. The Gu immortals will inside the immortal essence was the true key to refining Gu. In Earth's terms, wills were like a preset program to goo worms. Wills could think. Wild goo worms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal goo was simply using the goo immortal's will together with immortal essence to erase the wild will. Wild wills had the instinct to survive, they could not destroy themselves, thus, even though it was tough for goo immortals to refine immortal goo, it was not risky. Other people's immortal goo were different. A goo immortal's will was vastly different from wild will. Trying with brute force to refine someone else's immortal goo would only destroy it. For example, Fang Yuan could recall his immortal goo with just a special will set inside them. Basically, all goo immortals would not allow another person to refine their immortal goo directly. Once that was happening, the will inside the immortal goo would destroy the goo worm. Unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal goo's will. But usually, it would be hard to suppress all of it in an instant. With a small flaw, the immortal goo would be destroyed. Precisely because of this, even though Fang Yuan captured Heichang, he did not obtain Dark Arrow immortal goo. And because of this, even though Fang Yuan and He Lulan's alliance agreement was gone, he could not directly refine attitude goo, it was a problem. This particular trading convention is very different. That's right, it is truly not normal. In our usual trading conventions, even though there are immortal goo trades, they will not appear in the first round. It was traditionally hard to trade immortal goo. Most of the members in the trading convention had limited chances. Thus, they would usually put up the items which were unlikely to be traded to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade away their immortal goo, the goo immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was normal in trading conventions. But this time it was different. Not only was there an immortal goo trade in the first round, it happened twice. And more importantly, both times succeeded. And in these two transactions, Fang Yuan played a pivotal role. Even though this was the first time he came to a trading convention, the goo immortals present did not dare to underestimate this newcomer, Chu Ying, anymore. We will start the second round now, Fairy Tonghua, please, Miao Mingshen said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started and immortal goo were already traded. This result would help him a lot when he traveled over Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Tonghua went onto the platform. She wanted to trade another type of desolate beast. It seems that she is trying to develop her blessed land. Fang Yuan, who was sitting beside Miao Mingshen, spoke to him. Miao Mingshen smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tonghua had just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood. After a goo immortal passed a tribulation, their immortal aperture's resources would be greatly damaged. But they would gain a lot of Dao marks too. These new Dao marks would modify the immortal aperture's environment, causing it to be more accommodating to different types of resources. Thus, Fairy Tonghua tried to trade for all sorts of resources in this convention, planning to develop them in her immortal aperture. This immortal Tonghua is very affluent. Not only is her immortal aperture managed well, she also has a personal sea area called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Whenever it is dawn or dusk, aurora light shines above the sea area, weaving with the sky. It is extremely beautiful. This sea area is not far away. After the trading convention ends, Fairy Tonghua will invite everyone to her sea area for a gathering. By then, Brother Chu can go with us, Miao Mingshen said, giving Fang Yuan some information about Tonghua. Fang Yuan gained more understanding of her. Then I will thank you for a recommendation. To speak the truth, I am interested in her light shine fungus. Fang Yuan said directly. No problem. I can help you with that. Miao Mingshen was someone who knew the best way to interact with someone. He gladly took on this task. After the trading of immortal goo, his relationship with Fang Yuan improved greatly. Fang Yuan knew why Miao Mingshen's attitude had changed. The reason was none other than lifespan goo. What could interest Miao Mingshen was undoubtedly lifespan goo. Fang Yuan used a rank 6 immortal goo to trade for a rank 7 immortal goo, and he even used a declining strength path goo. But Miao Mingshen was very satisfied with the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of lifespan goo to make up for the difference. Lifespan goo was only immortal goo, but it was really rare. Many goo immortals would keep them in their hands and refuse to trade them. They would keep these lifespan goo for the time when they really needed it. Miao Mingshen's lifespan was not near its end, but he did not have a lot left. Thus, he was looking for the tributary of the river of time. He wanted to find some methods to extend lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingshen had entered the blue dragon whale many times to look for the lifespan goo inside. Fang Yuan offered him lifespan goo. Why would Miao Mingshen not be happy with it? Furthermore, Fang Yuan took out 100 years of lifespan goo. What did that mean? Miao Mingshen was not dumb. He thought, this meant that Chuing had more lifespan goo. Otherwise, why would he use them so unsparingly? Thus, Miao Mingshen wanted to improve his relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan's motives were deeper. The blue dragon whale. According to his previous life's information, Fang Yuan had a greater understanding of this opportunity than Miao Mingshen currently. The transactions continued. During the second round, Goo Immortals went up one by one, and most of their transactions succeeded. Soon it was Fang Yuan's turn. Immortal Goo Woman's Heart. Fang Yuan was about to trade this rank 6 Immortal Goo away when his expression suddenly changed. Sorry. Something happened. Everyone, I need to leave early, Fang Yuan said. The Goo Immortals were shocked. This trading convention was a rare chance to think that Fang Yuan was giving up now. But the trading convention was not a restricted event. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave. They could not stop him. What happened? Do you need my help? Miao Mingshen sent Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. This is such a waste. I am missing out on the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Mingshen quickly said, don't worry. When such a trading convention happens again, I will inform you. I will thank you in advance. Goodbye. See you again. Fang Yuan flew off into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Miao Mingshen sighed. Looking at Fang Yuan vanish, he turned around and went back into the cave. While flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. He had left earlier because a wisdom path great expert had suddenly tried to deduce his whereabouts. The power from Dark Limit was almost used up. With this huge expenditure now, Fang Yuan was forced to leave the trading convention prematurely. Damn it, which Goo Immortal is deducing me? I wonder if they are deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt some regret. If he had some more time, he might have traded Woman's Heart Immortal Goo away. Such opportunities were incredibly rare. After one convention, many Goo Immortals would lay low for many years before wanting to trade again. After he got to a safe distance, Fang Yuan used the new Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal Goo, as well as Change Form Immortal Goo. Immortal Killer Move. Divination Tortoise Transformation. Transformation Path Killer moves were so simple and straightforward. Because he lacked the help of Mortal Goo, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. But because of Change Form Immortal Goo, this panacea, although the transformation had none of the battle strength from the Divination Tortoise, Fang Yuan could use it. This Divination Tortoise transformation was to give Fang Yuan more time. A while later, he found a safe environment and placed his Immortal Aperture. For several days, he stayed inside the Immortal Aperture. He started to think about how he could refine Attitude Goo. Even though he had 2 new Immortal Goo, they were not useful for refining Attitude Goo. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the 3rd Goo for Woman's Heart could have been a suitable Immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan missed this opportunity. He needed to stay inside the Immortal Aperture for some time so that Dark Limit could be used again. By then, the trading convention would be over. This means I can only borrow Immortal Goo from Lang Ye Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan. But this was a secondary method. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to settle it himself. Borrowing Immortal Goo was not a feasible plan. If Fang Yuan used his own Immortal Goo to deduce an Immortal Killer move to refine Attitude Goo, it would help him greatly. He could even fuse this Immortal Killer move into Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Think about it, by then, Reverse Flow River would flow around Fang Yuan's body, and any Immortal Goo that flew inside would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting was that? Fang Yuan had a long-term goal regarding this. But it was a pity, even though he joined the trading convention, he did not gain any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Langya Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal goo. Through Treasure Yellow Heaven, and after expending Langya sect contribution points, Fong Yuan borrowed some immortal goo. A commotion occurred in Treasure Yellow Heaven again, but Fong Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal goo, Fong Yuan came up with an immortal killer move using reverse flow river to refine attitude goo. Fong Yuan purposely slowed his movement. Half a month later, he successfully refined attitude goo. And now, he finally owned this legendary rank 8 immortal goo. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. Greetings to Superior Immortal from Heavenly Court. 2 goo immortals knelt on the ground. One old and one young. A grandfather and a grandson. They were goo immortals from Wind Cloud Manor. The young goo immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the elderly man was Old Man Beifeng, with rank 8 cultivation level. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, he was famous, and without any mishaps, he would have become a member of Heavenly Court already. It was not easy or normal to become a member of Heavenly Court. Rank 8 cultivation level was not enough, they had to be elites among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since Heavenly Court was created. Heavenly Court did not waver in this aspect. Too few was better than too many. And this old man Beifeng was now kneeling on the ground, expressing his reverence. The person he was kneeling to was an extremely weak old man. He was shaking as if a gust of wind could blow him away. But this old man was not ordinary. He had a huge origin. He left a deep mark in Heavenly Court's history. He was Duke Long. Get up. Bring me inside. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Old man Beifeng acknowledged. A moment later, Duke Long came to the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a deep earth trench. It was larger than the earth trench that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had. It was possible to stuff thousands of cities into it easily. Duke Long and Old Man Beifeng were tiny like dust specks compared to it. From their view, the entire earth trench was covered in darkness. This darkness was so deep that one could not see through it. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire earth trench started shaking intensely. The 2 sides of the earth trench started to have falling rocks. The earthquake caused incredible sound waves that would make people shell-shocked. Old Man Beifeng's expression changed. He quickly used the immortal goo in his immortal aperture. Suddenly, bright lights shone as countless auroras and flowing water weaved together dazzlingly. There was actually a huge super goo formation here. In contrast to this goo formation, the one that surrounded Southern Border's dream realm was just a kitten compared to an elephant. Old Man Beifeng controlled the goo formation. His expression quickly changed as his forehead was covered in sweat. The commotion is so huge. As a great rank 8 goo immortal, he was actually feeling difficulty now. This super goo formation was suppressing a terrifying life form. Old Man Beifeng could only barely deal with it using the super goo formation. It seems that after so many years, you are still so lively. Di Zongsheng. At this time, Duke Long spoke plainly. Roar! At the next moment, an overwhelming dragon roar filled the entire earth trench. The super goo formation's aurora lights were dispersing. Flowing water was disrupted. Old Man Beifeng's forehead was dripping with sweat. He thought, this is after the super goo formation's isolation. The volume is still so loud. If I have to face this evil dragon directly, I am afraid. Duke Long was unmoved, he assessed. It seems your temper has not changed, you are still so feisty. Accursed old man. This time, a voice came from inside the goo formation. The voice was just as loud. At the next moment, a huge dragon head appeared from within the aurora light and flowing water. It was evil dragon, Di Zongsheng. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin. It was a legendary immemorial desolate beast created from endless hatred, anger, and grudges. All these negative emotions in Central Continent's earth veins. It was born of nature because it was created from the collective negative emotions of humans. After it was born, it had intelligence that matched humans. Initially, it could only roar and growl, but after learning, it could use hope goo to awaken its aperture. It learned human language, and for some time, it turned into a human and tried to master goo immortal methods. For some time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent. It caused great distress and chaos in the world. But eventually it was suppressed by Duke Long. It was suppressed for countless years. But Heavenly Court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as humanity still flourished, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger every day, even if its body was destroyed or completely decimated. Soon it would form from new earth veins and continue to cause chaos in the world. That was why Heavenly Court used a supergoo formation to suppress this evil dragon. The people guarding the place were rotated from time to time. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for his own profits. He was punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave. And his grandpa knew that he could not do this alone. So he gave up the chance to join Heavenly Court and came to look after this evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it became incredibly furious. The meeting of enemies filled with animosity. Why are you roaring and growling? You cannot escape from this prison, Duke Long said plainly. Di Zongsheng heard this and no longer raged. It laughed. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot. Cursed old man, you are going to die soon. Your lifespan is reaching its limit. You only have one last chance of extending your life. Even lifespan goo cannot save you. Ha ha. This is hilarious. So what if you suppressed me? I am alive, while you are dying. Duke Long nodded. You are right. Sometimes, I envy you. You have a long lifespan from birth. You innately have longevity. This might be the last time we meet. Let me borrow 10 years of life from you. Saying this, Duke Long sucked in a breath. Old man Bei Feng was shocked to find out that as the guardian, he instantly lost control of this goo formation. Di Zongsheng was suppressed by Duke Long. This super goo formation was created by Duke Long personally. Duke Long was the true owner of this super goo formation. Roar! Di Zongsheng let out a painful cry. Duke Long was still sucking. Old man Bei Feng could not tell what Duke Long was actually sucking. It seemed to be a sort of life essence that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was forcefully extracted from Di Zongsheng's body, sucked into Duke Long's own body. It seems that this super goo formation is not purely for suppressing Di Zongsheng. It has this kind of effect. Old man Bei Feng had an epiphany. During the process of sucking, Duke Long's body inflated like a balloon from its twig-like appearance. His pale yellow ragged face faded to a normal color. His pale white hair also turned dark. He was hunchbacked earlier and had fragile bones that emitted cracking sounds, but it had straightened now. Most evidently, the pair of horns on his head were originally shriveled like 2 lumps of meat, but now, they shined with a metallic luster, piercing towards the sky. Bam! His peak rank 8 aura burst out like an invisible wall, pushing outwards. Old man Bei Feng took a step back uncontrollably, looking at Duke Long's majestic background. He had a sense of admiration in his heart. In contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zongsheng. It said in a hoarse voice, "Damned old man, that is merely 10 years of lifespan. It's like I'm giving a pool of piss to you. Ha ha ha." It was still laughing, but it was very weak now. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, "Evil dragon, you do not understand. How can I, Duke Long, fear death? I woke up this time to make up for my previous mistake. 10 years is more than enough." "Enough for? What are you trying to do?" Evil dragon asked. "What else? The great era is coming," Duke Long said with deep meaning. "Great era? Great era. Don't tell me. The earth veins will merge, the regional walls will vanish, and the 5 regions will become one. Wait. Accursed old man. Don't go. Tell me everything," Di Zongsheng shouted. But Duke Long sneered. Why would he care about a captive? He turned around and left Hidden Dragon Cave without any hesitation. Southern border. A nameless place. River water was surging. This was a tributary of the River of Time. Ing Wuxie and the rest had been waiting by the riverside for a long time. A figure emerged from the tributary of the River of Time. "Quick! Let's quickly give Lord a helping hand." Ing Wuxie saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing worked together beside him, activating the goo formation. Under the effect of the goo formation, Purple Mountain True Monarch escaped from the tributary of the River of Time. He was like a drowning person. He barely managed to crawl ashore, He breathed roughly and was soaked to the bones. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually managed to return safely after entering the River of Time. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but she was shocked on the inside. Lord, did you succeed? Seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch regain his composure, Ing Wuxia asked this. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. I went into the Red Lotus and interacted with that will. My gains were phenomenal. Is that so? Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. But Purple Mountain True Monarch had a solemn expression. I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and future. Before Feng Yuan was reborn, our shadow sect had succeeded. We delayed the Great Era by 500 years. We exterminated the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable before she matured. We even had Heavenly Court completely under our control. It is a pity that Feng Yuan changed everything. Shadow Sect cannot stop it anymore. The Great Era is coming. Ing Wuxia had an extremely shocked expression. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, feeling puzzled. The former asked coldly, What is the Great Era? Ing Wuxia breathed in deeply and answered, The earth veins will merge, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one, and Great Dream becomes venerable. This is the Great Era. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were stunned. At the same time, Feng Yuan went back to southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. He was back in Wu Clan. I am finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realm and go all out in raising my attainment levels. There is enough time. After 500 years, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I might become a great grandmaster of every path already. I am looking forward to it. Southern border Wu Clan. Feng Yuan entered southern border, using Wu Yihai's appearance. He went all the way back to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing that he was back, Wu Clan's current first supreme elder, Wu Yong, summoned him. Brother, these are the immortal goo that I borrowed from the clan. I am returning them now. Feng Yuan returned the immortal goo in his hands. Wu Yong received them and smiled as he sat in the main seat. Was your journey to Eastern Sea fruitful? Every goo immortal had their own secrets, especially someone with a special status like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not probe excessively. His question was really just small talk. I had great gains. Feng Yuan showed some joy on his face. It was very realistic. That is good. Wu Yong nodded. He would not be able to imagine how great Feng Yuan's gains were. After leaving southern border, Feng Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not succeed in killing them, his gains were huge. Not only did Feng Yuan obtain Perseverance Immortal Goo and become the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength surged and he could go unscathed against rank 8 Goo Immortals. Lu Guanyi's reputation was renowned in the entire world. Furthermore, while returning, he participated in an Eastern Sea trading convention. He obtained Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal Goo and rank 6 Day Goo. Thank you for the concern, brother. I wonder when can I return to the Goo formation to cultivate? Please arrange it for me. Feng Yuan said with a polite and humble tone. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Feng Yuan's performance. These last days he had control of Wu Clan because Feng Yuan backed down. There were few obstacles in Wu Clan. He successfully took over the clan and obtained the highest authority. Right now, Wu Yong was already different from when he first took over. He was more composed and grand. He gave off an indomitable aura. He had great authority. He was very happy about Feng Yuan's attitude. Clans were different from sects. Bloodline was very important. Wu Yihai's status in Wu Clan made him very special among Wu Clan's Goo Immortals. In terms of bloodline, he was solely inferior to Wu Yong and was above everyone else. Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion. Wu Yong was sure to satisfy it. Thus, he agreed. Return to your residence and rest first. I will arrange this. In a few days it will be ready. Thank you, brother. I will take my leave. Feng Yuan left after seeing that his objective was achieved. He had a home in Wu Clan. When he first joined Wu Clan, he was assigned by Wu Clan to live on this bare mountain. Wu Yong is starting to be in control of Wu Clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he worked with an ambitious clan like Chao Clan to create lots of problems, Wu Yong would have a huge headache. Thus, to play safe, Wu Yong would not let Wu Yihai roam around and make contributions for the clan, and increase his reputation. Other Wu clan Gu immortals were fine, but Wu Yihai was not. Or rather, not for now. Wu Duxiu had just died. Wu Yong was in control of Wu clan, but it was not a stable position. Fang Yuan was very aware of Wu clan's situation. He was not worried that he would be unable to return to the Super Gu formation. While staying on the mountain, he cultivated. But his immortal aperture could not be placed down. Not to mention opening the immortal aperture's entrance and taking in heaven and earth chi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too deep. Each time it absorbs heaven and earth chi. The commotion is huge, winds would surge and clouds would move. But reverse flow river really consumes a lot of heaven and earth chi. It seems that I will need to go to Etion Mountain later to take in heaven and earth chi. Only by replenishing it will I sustain the sovereign immortal aperture and prevent my foundation from falling. This was a form of burden. But it was a good one. Even though Wu Yong asked him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. He was fighting against time. During this period, many Gu immortals from the clan came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special status, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude made Wu Yong very pleased. He felt that Wu Yihai was not trying to interfere in the clan affairs. Thus, he gave Fang Yuan a lot of immortal materials under his own name. Not only was he trying to reward and appeal to him, he was also trying to gain reputation for being a caring brother. At the peak of the mountain, Fang Yuan, who was inside his huge house, had turned into a tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house. It was black and had a thick and tough shell. There were countless markings on its shell. It was difficult to observe, but it had a certain order. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was associated with wisdom path. After transforming, Fang Yuan's transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. With his wisdom path Dao mark accumulation, there was a huge quantitative change. With this foundation, Fang Yuan could use wisdom path deduction methods with greater efficiency. It was at least several times or even more than 10 times that of before. Simply divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. In terms of the Gu worm itself, it could not compare to attitude Gu or wisdom sword immortal Gu. Even flying sword, sword escape, and dragon breath were better than it. But regarding Fang Yuan, it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a brilliant light shined in the divination tortoise's eyes. After 10 or so days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing the killer move, divination tortoise transformation. At Fang Yuan's will, he turned back to human. Next, he tried to use the newly completed divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice. After more than 10 times, he finally finished making his adjustments. A new divination tortoise transformation. He added in a lot of transformation path mortal Gu like tortoise head Gu, tortoise tail Gu, tortoise leg Gu, and others. There were also some wisdom path Gu worms, to increase the divination tortoise's ability to block deductions, until Fang Yuan reached his limits. There were also many defensive Gu worms. Of course, there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. The other was change form immortal Gu. The brand new divination tortoise was larger than before. It was lifelike like an actual ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Especially the tortoise shell, countless Dao marks were weaved together in a crisscrossing fashion. There were an enormous number of them. Very good. I have reached my current limit. Fang Yuan experimented and felt very pleased. This was all thanks to his wisdom path and transformation path grandmaster attainment levels. Deducing these killer moves was as simple as drinking water. Similar to the ancient sword dragon transformation, which combined transformation path and sword path. This divination tortoise transformation was the combination of transformation path and wisdom path. And now, Fang Yuan had a new fighting method. It was not an incomplete version like before. This could be fully used in battle. And most crucially, the killer moves ancient sword dragon transformation, reverse flow protection seal, and myriad self could not be used in battle, but this divination tortoise transformation covered the flaw. It solved Fang Yuan's current problem. Fang Yuan stopped the transformation and rested to regain his mental energy. He closed his eyes and his mind entered sovereign immortal aperture. Landscape as before. The rank 6 Immortal goo was used, targeting reverse flow river in the Immortal aperture. Red date Immortal essence was expended rapidly, while reverse flow river started to produce river water under the power of landscape as before. The efficiency is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment, he was quite disappointed. Landscape as before Immortal goo, even though it was effective on reverse flow river, the effect was mild. This formed a clear contrast to Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. Why is it that using landscape as before on Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley had such incredible effects, but on reverse flow river it barely works? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Was reverse flow river more special than the other two secluded domains of heaven and earth? What other reasons were there? If he could repair reverse flow river immediately, that would be great. He would have an unceasing supply of reverse flow river's water. But reality was less than perfect for Fang Yuan. Wait! Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once in the possession of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the creator of sovereign immortal fetus goo. Maybe these two secluded domains of heaven and earth were modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lulan and the others could use immortal goo of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. His guess was right. Not only did Shadow Sect have a method to allow goo immortals to cultivate other paths without facing conflicting Dao marks, they could also modify secluded domains of heaven and earth to allow immortal goo of certain paths to be very effective on the secluded domains of heaven and earth and not face conflicts from Dao marks. And time path immortal goo were fully effective on Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. They would not be resisted by the vast number of soul path Dao marks in them. This was because landscape as before and man as before belonged to Shadow Sect. They were passed to Tai by Yun Shang through Purple Mountain True Monarch. As for reverse flow river, Shadow Sect did not have it, they had no interest in this river either. Thus, reverse flow river was not modified. When Fang Yuan used landscape as before on reverse flow river, it was weakened by its vast number of Dao marks and had little effect. And this was already because Fang Yuan was the reverse flow river lord, otherwise, landscape as before's effect would be reflected upon him. Reverse flow river lost a lot of water, the rank 8 existences depleted a good amount. But thankfully, it is recovering, even though the speed is very slow. Can I use reverse flow protection seal to resist immemorial year beasts? Fang Yuan shook his head. Using reverse flow river, he could at most defend himself. If an immemorial year beast tried to destroy the immortal aperture, he could do nothing against it. He thought about this because Fang Yuan was concerned about the sealed rank 8 immortal goo, years flow like water. Even though his battle strength surged greatly, Fang Yuan was still unable to unseal years flow like water currently. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated silently, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangement for returning to the giant dream realm. But a few days later, a minor mishap occurred. Southern border Wu clan. In the hall, Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and another Gu immortal were present. He had a tall body, he wore a black and white coat. He had a long beard that extended downwards to his chest. His eyes were slim and long. A mysterious light was hidden in them. His body was covered in mist. Wu Clan Gu Immortal Wu Yubo, a prideful person with peak rank 7 battle strength. It was only slightly lower than old Treeman Bada. Gu Immortal Yen Huang challenged Yubo. The reality is that Xia Clan is after Moon Bowl. This place produces Moon Path Gu worms. It is one of the most important resource points of our clan. We cannot lose. Wu Yong said. Since I am going, there is no need to worry. If I can defeat Yen Huang twice, I can win a third time. Wu Yubo said coldly. Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape, resembling a bowl, and because it produced Moon Path Gu worms, people called it Moon Bowl. Moon Bowl had a village in it. But when Wu Clan expanded, in order to take over Moon Bowl, they eradicated this village. There was a Gu immortal in this village, he was known as Immortal Yen Huang. Wu Clan sent out Wu Yubo and defeated him. Immortal Yen Huang could not defeat them and had to escape in tears, abandoning his home. Wu Clan was a righteous path clan. They needed a proper reason to take over Moon Bowl. They could not kill Immortal Yen Huang directly. This was the rules of the righteous path. Immortal Yen Huang left with hatred, to take revenge. He hid his identity and practiced his killer moves, but he still lost to Wu Yubo a second time. After Wu clan learned of his whereabouts, they knew that this enmity was unresolvable. They gathered Gu immortals to assassinate Immortal Yen Huang. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Yen Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu clan wanted to pursue it, but at that time Wu Duxiu died. Wu clan was in chaos and Wu Yong had just taken over. He needed to suppress the situation. This gave Immortal Yen Huang some time to recover. Until now, a few days ago, Immortal Yen Huang sent a challenge to Wu Yubo with Moon Bowl as the stake. Whoever wins would obtain Moon Bowl. Wu clan was the #1 super force in southern border. How could they not accept it? But Wu Yong's worry was that Immortal Yen Huang was here after joining Xia clan. A super force? He was no longer all alone. This meant that the mysterious force which helped Immortal Yen Huang earlier was undoubtedly Xia clan. On the surface, this was Immortal Yen Huang challenging Wu Yubo. But the truth was, this matter was significant. It was the contest of two super forces. This challenge had been spread widely. The attention of many southern border forces and Gu immortal experts were drawn to it. After Wu Duxiu died, even though Wu clan was still the #1 force, its reputation had fallen. Xia clan was the first challenger of Wu clan's dominance. If Wu clan lost this, the other clans would smell weakness and everyone would be tempted to target Wu clan. There would be huge problems. This was Wu Yong's worry. Immortal Yen Huang's open challenge was now the first hurdle of Wu Yong's rule. Yubo, don't be careless. You know how important this is for our clan. Wu Yong sighed. That Yen Huang joined Xia clan, he is given aid by them. They must have ill intentions and be amply prepared this time if they are challenging you. First Supreme Elder, you only need to wait for good news. Wu Yubo had a nonchalant expression. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said, in my opinion, we don't need to bring so many people. This Yen Huang is just a loser. I can easily capture him. We should play safe. My brother is skilled in 3 transformations. He is a rank 7 expert. With him guarding you, I can rest assured. Wu Yong said. Wu clan had a huge territory. Even though there were many Wu clan Gu immortals, they were split up in many places. They lacked manpower. Originally, Wu Yong was planning to send Fang Yuan to the Super Gu formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong had to send Fang Yuan to guard Wu Yubo. After all, Immortal Yen Huang was not alone. He was accompanied by Xia clan Gu immortal Xia Qingcong. Fang Yuan had joined Wu clan. Although he could reject this, there was no harm in going. Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good task. He only needed to stay on guard. After it was over, the clan would reward him for the help. Wu Yubo did not care, but Wu Yong insisted on it. He could not reject it. This matter was decided. A few days later, Wu Yubo went to the designated location with Fang Yuan. Over there, Xia Qingcong and Immortal Yen Huang were waiting already. Immortal Yen Huang looked like a middle-aged Gu immortal. He had a mature expression and ordinary appearance. After seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed. He stared with wide-opened eyes, like they were spewing fire. But that Xia Qingcong had a special disposition. His body stood tall and straight like a mountain peak. He had a square face and white hair. Especially his beard, it was tough like needles. His eyes were shining brightly. Wu Yubo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants. I will return all this humiliation to you today. Immortal Yen Huang growled. Wu Yubo sneered. Simply slander. I did that to find traces of blood path and uphold justice, eliminating evil for this world. You are not a righteous person, and you dare to smear me? You deserve death. The two fought immediately. Fang Yuan and Xia Qingcong watched at the two ends of the battlefield, staying on guard for their respective Gu immortals. There was nothing to say. Everyone knew the real reason, but the righteous path had to put a front of righteousness over their intentions. Immortal Yen Huang was a fire and earth path dual cultivator. On one hand, his flames were like rising dragons, emitting tremendous heat. On the other hand, rocks were rumbling. There was a huge commotion. Meanwhile, Wu Yubo cultivated water path. He moved like falling leaves. He was grand and swift. There was grace in his actions. His body was covered in water vapor. There was drizzle from the sky. but the rain was able to dissolve all of Immortal Yan Huang's flames and rocks. Evidently, Wu Yubo had the upper hand. However, the battle had just started, both sides were probing, they had not used their Immortal Goo or Immortal Killer moves yet. Fang Yuan watched as he investigated the surroundings. He was defending against Xia Qingcong, in case he used any sneak attacks. Xia Qingcong seemed very relaxed. He looked at Fang Yuan at times, smiling when his gaze met with Fang Yuan's eyes. This made Fang Yuan feel uneasy. Xia Qingcong was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He was famous in Southern Border. He was a high-level character. The battle continued. Both sides started to use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was always suppressed and pressured by Wu Yubo. The advantage the latter had was becoming clearer. Victory was near. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his job, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, die. It is your honor to die from my signature killer move. Wu Yubo had deep killing intent. A cold light was shining in his slim and long eyes. He activated his Immortal Killer move. Rain poured down as clouds gathered. Dark winds were howling. The three fused together to form a ball-shaped cage capturing Immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside and could not leave. He was in a desperate situation. He was about to die. Fang Yuan closely observed Xia Qingcong, guarding against his intervention. But Xia Qingcong had a smile on his face. He watched casually, seemingly having no intention to interfere. But at this time, Immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly. The aura of countless goo worms appeared from his body. A bright light was shining from his body. Immediately, the cage that trapped him broke apart. How can this be? Wu Yubo was shocked. He was caught off guard. His signature killer move was broken. He immediately suffered huge injuries. The lava under Immortal Yan Huang's feet gathered and formed a battlefield. This was an Immortal Battlefield Killer move. Wu Yubo had a pale expression. He was trapped inside the battlefield. The situation had turned around. Wu Yubo was in grave danger. With this sudden change, Fang Yuan wanted to help, but Xia Qingcong flew to him, warning him, "Wu Yi, don't be the shame of Wu clan." Fang Yuan chuckled. How can an outsider like you determine if our Wu clan is shameful? Saying this, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged into the lava battlefield. Xia Qingcong praised Fang Yuan's resolute decision internally, but he did not move slowly. In that case, have a taste of my killer move, Scattering Mind, a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. Xia Qingcong used his signature killer move right away. It was a powerful method. Any Gu Immortal hit with this would feel their mind wandering. There would be random thoughts colliding in their mind. Their battle strength would be greatly affected. If they were careless, they would fall into confusion and be unable to help themselves. Fang Yuan chuckled. He kept charging towards the battlefield killer move without caring. Fool! Xia Qingcong mocked coldly. At the next moment, his scattering mind hit Fang Yuan, but it dissipated, while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xia Qingcong's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is divination tortoise. Xia Qingcong finally recognized Fang Yuan's transformation. He had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It was skilled against the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. This wisdom path killer move was created from the concept of deduction. It was completely countered by the divination tortoise. Bam! The battlefield killer move was broken by Fang Yuan as the divination tortoise entered, immediately saving Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Xia Qingcong was about to interfere, but Fang Yuan said, "Our Wu clan has lost. This battle is over. Moon Bowl is yours." After hearing this, Xia Qingcong stopped. Immortal Yan Huang wanted to attack, but Xia Qingcong stopped him. The former had no choice but to watch with hatred as his enemy escaped. "Why did you let him go?" Immortal Yan Huang roared. Xia Qingcong looked at him coldly. "We have already won Moon Bowl. Our objective has been met. It is not the time for you to kill Wu Yubo yet. Don't forget that you are an external supreme elder of Xia clan. You have to think about our clan's benefits first." This time, Xia clan had won. If they pursued this matter, Wu clan would fight back with force. Xia clan did not want to be Wu clan's target and lose in the end, allowing the other forces to benefit. The Wu clan rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Yubo lost to Immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Xia clan. Soon, the whole of Southern Borders Gu Immortal world knew about it. Everyone was moved. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert, a famous battle strength of Wu clan. He lost to Immortal Yan Huang? Immortal Yan Huang is not weak. Now that he has Xia clan's help, it is not that hard to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is arrogant and prideful. It is quite shocking that he lost to a person he defeated before. The important thing is that Immortal Yan Huang broke through Wu Yubo's signature killer move. This is impressive. Perhaps Xia clan's Xia Lu Pei helped him to deduce it. Xia clan had a wisdom path Gu Immortal who was famous for being a deduction expert in Southern Borders Gu Immortal world. It was Xia Lu Pei. This time Wu clan lost face. Not only did Wu Yubo lose to Immortal Yan Huang, he even nearly lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai, who broke through the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo would not have survived. Seriously. Yes, all sorts of Gu worms have been passed around. They record the scene of that battle. Wu clan actually lost Moonbowl, This is a huge joke. Well, if we trace the origin, Wu clan had snatched Moonbowl previously. This is what Wu clan deserves. Ha ha ha. Now that Wu Duxiu is dead, Wu clan cannot keep its title of number 1. Losing Moonbowl was not a problem for Wu clan, which had vast territory and wealth. But Fang Yuan had intervened to destroy the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. This made Wu clan fall into a passive spot. This was the difference between righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. This was against the rules of the fight. Wu clan had lost face as a result. And the problem was, there was hard evidence regarding this, they could not deny it. Xia clan's wisdom path Gu Immortal Xia Qingcong was the one guarding Immortal Yan Huang. He was a meticulous person and had used information path Immortal Gu to record the scene. They were targeting Wu clan, they naturally came prepared. Wu clan had to admit their fault. After Fang Yuan returned with Wu Yubo, Wu Yong gave orders to punish Fang Yuan. Because he had gone against the rules of the fight, he was punished to be secluded and had to compensate some immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo, this was a merit. But for Wu clan, they had lost face, even though they saved a rank 7 Gu Immortal, and it was much more important to them than face. Fang Yuan had merit, but Wu Yong punished him. But he had no grudges. He accepted his punishment and returned to Wu clan's headquarters, staying in his mountain and not leaving. The incident of Moonbowl was still escalating, the impact was increasing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to Immortal Yan Huang, he felt incredibly ashamed. He declared that he was going into secluded cultivation after returning. He would claim victory in the future. Even though Wu clan lost Moonbowl Valley and Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan, who broke the rules, Wu clan's reputation had unavoidably declined. And most importantly, Xia clan's actions were an inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous path and demonic path were different. The righteous path had its own rules. Xia clan used these rules even though Wu clan lost Moonbowl. They did not object. Xia clan was special in southern border, and even among the 5 regions, because this super force mainly cultivated light path and wisdom path. Even though wisdom path Gu Immortals were rare, Xia clan had 5 wisdom path Gu Immortals, and some of them were strong experts. Among the wisdom path Gu Immortals of southern border, Xia clan was the domineering force, having a huge proportion of them. It was not strange that Wu clan was plotted against by Xia clan. The other forces saw Xia clan's success and were all moved, wanting to imitate them. When Wu Duxiu was alive, Wu clan was domineering, taking over resource points from others, expanding their territory. Incidents like Moonbowl were numerous. They had many enemies like Immortal Yan Huang. This was what other forces could use to deal with Wu clan. All sorts of intelligence was arriving. Wu Yong had an ominous sensation. He felt like a storm was brewing towards Wu clan. As expected, after Moonbowl, Luo clan approached Wu clan with similar reasons as Xia clan. Next, Qi clan and Chai clan also attempted to get a share of Wu clan's inspiration Cocoon Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong oversaw the situation from the base, deploying people outside, but Wu clan's territory was too big. They lacked manpower. They could only maintain the situation at best. Wu clan was in trouble. Wu Yong had a huge headache, but his brother Wu Yi was living a comfortable life. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. "Let me go, please let me go." "Ah!" Ma Hongyun's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored him, continuing to soul search him. Ma Hongyun's soul could not endure such torture. He quickly became very weak. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan used one Gu worm to replenish Ma Hongyun's soul, before continuing his soul search. "You evil fiend! Kill me! Kill me!" The intense pain in his soul made Ma Hongyun unable to endure it. He continued to curse, scold, cry, and beg, but Fang Yuan was unmoved. A moment later he stopped. Ma Hongyun's soul was very diffuse, like mist that was about to vanish. But next, Fang Yuan smashed one Guts Gu and Ma Hongyun's soul healed. "I have finally excavated all of the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had. But Zhao Lianyun is not dead yet. I can still continue to keep Ma Hongyun's soul. It has value." Fang Yuan had killed Ma Hongyun by accident in Reverse Flow River and obtained his soul. These last days he had been soul searching. After confirming that he had fully excavated everything, Ma Hongyun had no secrets in front of him anymore. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living beings' luck, heaven and earth luck. These were Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 3 true inheritances. Self-luck was in Langya Blessed Land, all living beings' luck was in 88 Truyong Building, and heaven and earth luck was in Longevity Heaven. As Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88 Truyong Building collapsed, and the all living beings' luck true inheritance was destroyed as well. However, back then, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were protected by the all living beings' luck true inheritance. They each received a portion of it. After so many events, Fang Yuan's soul searched him and obtained this portion of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to use Ma Hongyun to refine fortune rivaling heaven and needed a healthy Ma Hongyun. Thus he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyun left Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was captured by Shadow Sect's Qin Baishang. Since he learned about the all living beings' luck true inheritance, Shadow Sect also knows. Fang Yuan analyzed. In this portion of the true inheritance, the greatest value was fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu's recipe. Ma Hongyun remembered the details. This was the core essence of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. It was not strange. It was because Ma Hongyun knew of this Immortal Gu recipe that old ancestor Shui who learned of it after buying him, resulting in him having the intention to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, even if he used up all of his wealth, he could not complete 10% of the recipe's needs. Unless he had a living Gu material like Ma Hongyun, he could save a lot of precious refinement materials. Fang Yuan could barely give it a go. But how would Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu? This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Brazenly trying to refine a rank 8 Immortal Gu, what would happen? Old ancestor Shui, whose outcome was an example. This was the number 1 Gu Immortal with the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, but he was not doing well now. Not only did his refinement of fortune rivaling heaven fail, he lost Reverse Flow River and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even his beloved wife Lady Wanshou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now, and the Sovereign Immortal Apertures Foundation can rival rank 8 Gu Immortals, my Immortal Essence Stone and Red Date Immortal Essence storage is low, and most importantly, I have few resources that are high in value. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Ing Wuxie. From southern border to eastern sea to northern plains, it consumed a lot of immortal essence. And inside Reverse Flow River, he created an immortal killer move. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was the most costly immortal killer move that he had. The Sovereign Immortal Apertures production was incredible, but because I reduced the rate of time to stall calamities and tribulations, the efficiency fell drastically. Even though I am still earning profits, my expenditure is huge too. Especially the feeding of Immortal Goo, Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and Attitude Goo have not had their feeding settled yet. I still need more funds for them. Fang Yuan wanted to solve the problem of food. He also needed to store immortal essence for emergencies. His current situation was quite awkward. A while ago he had to pay immortal essence stones for saving Wu Yubo against the rules. It added to his problems. Slowing the rate of time causes my immortal aperture to produce more slowly. This way, I can only expand production to emphasize on quantity instead. But what resources do I expand production of? This is an important consideration. Some resources are already oversupplied in the market. If I expand production, it would only harm me. While Fang Yuan was thinking about this, Wu Yubo's will brought an immortal goo and flew towards Fang Yuan's mountain. Thank you for saving my life, Lord Wu Yi Hai. This rank 6 Vajra thought immortal goo will be my expression of gratitude. Wu Yubo's will actually gave Fang Yuan an immortal goo. Vajra thought immortal goo. Evidently, this was a wisdom path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had benefited from this Moon Bowl incident. He gained an immortal goo. Even though it was rank 6 immortal goo were unique, they were priceless. This Vajra thought immortal goo was fist-sized. It looked like a translucent glass, shining with golden lights. It looked very appealing. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. It was heavy, as if he was holding a piece of gold. The process of changing owners was very fast. When Fang Yuan refined this Vajra thought immortal goo successfully, Wu Yubo's will said goodbye and flew away. Obtaining a rank 6 immortal goo like this, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Because he had merit. Fang Yuan saved Wu Yubo. It was a huge merit in Wu clan. Even though he broke the rules and Wu clan lost face, they preserved a precious rank 7 battle strength. Evidently, his merits surpassed the problems he caused. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood why. This was the righteous path. They had to do it on the surface. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not do it himself. Once he did, the political implications would be different. If it were found out, others would use it to attack his reputation. Thus, Wu Yubo's will had to do it. This Vajra thought immortal goo was supposedly Wu Yubo's personal gift to Fang Yuan, but it was actually Wu clan paying for it. There had to be this middleman. It was the righteous path's way. Another immortal goo. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Ordinary goo immortals might be happy, but to Fang Yuan the implications were different. He had too many immortal goo. The burden was huge. But Vajra thought immortal goo is a wisdom path immortal goo. I can use it to make up for some of my weaknesses. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level. He lacked wisdom path immortal goo. In the past, he only had attitude goo and unravel mystery goo, but now he had affection goo and Vajra thought goo. For wisdom path immortal goo, this was enough. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he could use them well. Fang Yuan instilled red date immortal essence, attempting to activate this Vajra thought immortal goo. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite. They shined with a metallic luster, giving off a tough feeling. When the thoughts collided, they created clanking sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly produced Vajra thoughts to deduce, but he found that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. The thoughts were hard to fuse. They often broke apart. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, he was not surprised. Vajra thought immortal goo itself was not good for thinking. It excelled in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite. When they left his mind, they expanded in the outside world, becoming fist-sized golden balls. There was bright light shining on their crystal-like surface. Fang Yuan sat on a cushion. Hundreds of Vajra thoughts were floating around him. At once, golden light shined and gave him an extraordinary air. At his will, a Vajra thought flew out. Swoosh! It was very fast. Thoughts moved rapidly to begin with. Thoughts moved faster than light in one's mind. When the Vajra thought was in the outside world, it was not as fast as in the mind, but it was still rapid. This speed is half of sword escape immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched. He was satisfied with this speed. Sword escape was a rank 7 immortal goo, and one with great speed. Vajra thought immortal goo was only rank 6, but the Vajra thoughts could have half of sword escape speed. Of course, for immortal goo like Vajra thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the quality of the Vajra thoughts produced would not change, only the quantity would vary. In theory, mortal Vajra thought goo could produce Vajra thoughts no different from those produced by the immortal goo. The difference was the quantity. Rank 5 mortal Vajra thought goo could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once. But Vajra thought immortal goo could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of Vajra thoughts at once. Then what was the power of one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a tile on the ground and shot out the Vajra thought. Bam! The Vajra thought created a trail of golden light as it crashed into the tile, drilling deep underground. Fang Yuan nodded. The power was decent. This place was a mortal goo house. The defensive power was too weak for goo immortals, but it was not useless. The power of the Vajra thought made Fang Yuan think of bullets from Earth. But it was much larger than bullets. One use of Vajra thought immortal goo can create thousands of Vajra thoughts. If they are all shot out together, it is quite a sight. Wait a second. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two goo immortals. One was Dong Fang Changfan, the other was Yi Lui Kun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Myriad Star Fireflies. The latter also had an immortal killer move. It used star fragments as the core. The longer he fought, the stronger he became. I have Vajra thought immortal goo. Why don't I imitate Myriad Star Fireflies and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan considered it. Intuition from his wisdom path Grandmaster attainment told him that this would not be tough. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra thought immortal goo. He pondered and began to deduce the immortal killer move. He was imitating Myriad Star Fireflies using Vajra thought immortal goo as the core. The process was smooth. There was little difficulty. It all went according to Fang Yuan's intuition. An hour later, this immortal killer move was half complete. A day and a night later, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise to deduce it without rest, finally obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this immortal killer move, because he had a new inspiration. Just this immortal killer move with rank 6 Vajra thought immortal goo as the core is not powerful enough. Maybe I can use divination tortoise transformation to modify this immortal killer move and raise its strength. This modification would not be easy. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment level, combining the two paths would not be an easy task. The modification took a long time. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. The outside situation was quite calm now. Even though Shadow Sect was around, and Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were pursuing him, as long as he used the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's foundation would continue to grow rapidly. Undeniably, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal, his confidence had risen greatly. 3 days later, the modification of the killer move was not done. He was only at 30%, but Wu Yong had summoned Wu Yihai. In the hall, the two brothers talked. Wu Yong told Fang Yuan, if he was not happy with Vajra thought immortal goo, he could choose a rank 6 immortal goo from the clan's treasury and exchange it. The reason was, after Fang Yuan accepted Vajra thought immortal goo, he did not make a move. Wu Yong thought that Fang Yuan was a lone immortal and did not know how the righteous path worked. He might have really assumed that it was a gift from Wu Yubo. This would not do. Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan and hinted to him that this Vajra thought immortal goo was all because of this elder brother's efforts. And using the excuse of exchanging goo, he expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan. He did not know that Fang Yuan understood the entire situation. He was just pretending to be unaware. It seems that Wu clan is in trouble now, because they lack goo immortals. Wu Yong wants to make use of me. Fang Yuan immediately understood Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently, many super forces were cooperating to emit pressure on Wu clan subtly. There were many problems. Wu Yong was busy dealing with all of them. And over at the giant dream realm, Ba clan was leading the goo immortals in giving trouble to Wu clan. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to send Fang Yuan there, but Ba clan was creating problems. The pressure at the super goo formation was increasing. To play safe, Wu Yong did not want to change people now. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan of going to the super goo formation was stalled. Thank you for the concern, brother. I would like to take a look at the inner treasury as well. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move using Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, but he still wanted to look at the immortal goo inside the inner treasury. Last time, he had chosen immortal goo from the outer treasury. The immortal goo inside the inner treasury were much better and had greater value. As the number 1 force of southern border, Fang Yuan was excited about what was inside Wu Clan's inner treasury. There were few immortal goo in the inner treasury, but they were all the best of the best. But Fang Yuan had too many immortal goo now. He mainly wanted to probe Wu Clan's foundation and gain more information about them. Among them was an immortal goo called Reputation Restriction. It was a rare information path rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan was very interested. After all, he was too weak in terms of information path. It was greatly restricting his development. Reputation Restriction Immortal Goo had an incredible effect. After it was used, it would turn into a rope to restrict any desolate beast or desolate plant, and even ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. Indeed, even though it was an information path immortal goo, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and unique. What moved Fang Yuan was, this reputation restriction immortal goo's effect varied according to its owner's reputation. This suited Fang Yuan very well. Be it Fang Yuan himself or Lu Guanyi, they were characters who shook all 5 regions. They were widely known. In recent times, who had the most prominent reputation? It was none other than Fang Yuan. But my information path attainment level is ordinary. Even if I get this reputation restriction immortal goo, what use is it? Enslaving ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants is not useful to me. Only if I can enslave an immemorial desolate beast. And just this rank 7 immortal goo reputation restriction will be impossible to enslave immemorial desolate beasts with. The only possibility is to use it as a core to create an immortal killer move. But that will take forever. My information path and enslavement path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. Regarding immemorial desolate beasts or plants, Grandmaster attainment level is already very limited. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not exchange it. He kept Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. This choice surprised Wu Yong a little. I made some gains in Eastern Sea. From now on, the Divination Tortoise transformation that uses Wisdom Path will be my main cultivation. Fang Yuan explained. This was in preparation for him using Divination Tortoise transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded. I called you here for an additional matter. Fang Yuan was calm. Please tell me. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. The frosty peak that my clan controls is targeted by Xia clan. There are some historical reasons. They are all recorded in this information path mortal goo. Brother, I hope you can help defend Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to solve your problem, brother. Fang Yuan agreed before accepting the information path mortal goo. Inspecting it. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very pleased. Fang Yuan looked at the information in the goo worm. He understood this matter. As it turned out, after Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bowl, becoming the greatest beneficiary. Thereafter, other super forces went to trouble Wu clan. After Xia clan gained this profit, they decided to continue plotting against Wu clan to obtain greater gains for the clan. This time, they targeted Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's resource point originally. It belonged to a lone cultivator Goo Immortal. Very long ago, this lone immortal sought help from Wu clan, and Wu clan wanted his territory, but the lone immortal did not want to give it away. After a long and arduous negotiation, the lone immortal lent this place to Wu clan for several hundred years. More than 100 years later, this lone immortal died from tribulation. This Frosty Peak officially became Wu clan's property. It had great production output each year. Xia clan was able to request for it because they found a descendant of this lone immortal. The lone immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak. This was very reasonable. There was undeniable evidence. With Xia clan's backing, they created a lot of commotion, attempting to take back Frosty Peak by creating a ruckus. The lone immortal's descendant is a mortal Goo master. They actually dare to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Goo immortals. They are good at plotting. But this time I must defend Frosty Peak. This is the best chance for me to display my strength. Wu Yong does not want me to go to the Super Goo formation. He is afraid I cannot suppress the situation if I have inferior strength. Fang Yuan received the mission, but he did not set off urgently. He knew, even though he was strong, his methods could not be exposed. Divination Tortoise Transformation was good at defense but lacked offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, but he had to deduce that new Immortal Killer move first. Thus, for more than 10 days afterwards, Fang Yuan stayed inside his house, trying to deduce and modify the Immortal Killer move. This was not a peaceful time. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not move and repeatedly urged them, spreading the news everywhere. Wu clan faced great pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan, but he stalled for time. No rush. If we do not show up, Xia clan cannot take over Frosty Peak by force. Xia clan is causing a commotion? It is no problem. Let them make a scene. We will remain unmoved. Be steady. When I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I learned that this was the meaning of life. Be slower, the slower we work, the better the results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons. He had a reply to everything. In the end, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not face much pressure. But as the head of Wu clan, his pressure was getting heavier by the day. The clan's affairs are my affairs. Since this is entrusted to me, I will definitely succeed. I will not let you down, brother. I will meet your expectations. Fang Yuan still willfully did things his way. Wu Yong had no choice. He had no more Gu Immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan deduced the Immortal Killer move and experimented with it successfully did he start to leave, heading towards Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been focusing on Wu clan all along. The moment Fang Yuan moved, they received news of it. On Frosty Peak, Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xiajua Mo spoke. This Frosty Peak is on par with Moon Bowl. Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen here. This is a terrible move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai could not believe it. Xiajua Mo thought about it. Wu clan has nobody to send anymore. Wu Yubo is a prideful person after losing to Immortal Yan Huang. Unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and regain his reputation, he would not come out of seclusion. As for Wu Zhen, he is busy defending Phoenix Peak. How can he leave? During this period, all the different phoenix birds are going there to produce their eggs. Ha ha ha. Wu Yong has no choice. He sent Wu Yihai after having no other alternatives. How is this person's battle strength? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Xiajua Mo thought about it. His battle strength is unclear. He used to be a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. There is little information on him. But he could escape threats and return to Wu clan. He can defend himself. Recently, he saved Wu Yubo and used a divination tortoise transformation. Due to a coincidence, he managed to counter Lord Xia Qingsong's scattering mind. Saying this, he smiled bitterly. The divination tortoise has naturally defense against wisdom path methods. Against him, I may not be of use. It will depend on you. Xiajua Mo was a rank 6 wisdom path Gu Immortal, while Xia Fei Kuai was a rank 7 light path Gu Immortal. The latter laughed. I see that this Wu Yihai is stalling for so much time. He has no confidence. Don't worry. I will go ahead and suppress this person. After we take down Frosty Peak, our Xia clan's territory will expand. This will be a huge merit. The sky was dark. It was drizzling. Fang Yuan flew to the sky, mist surrounding him. I'm here. At his will, he descended as the mist in his vision vanished, showing the land. Southern border had many mountains. Fang Yuan was above many mountains. It was a scene of greenery. In this sea of greenery, Frosty Peak was unique. It was completely white and different in height, standing out from the rest. At the apex of Frosty Peak, there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu Immortals, Xiajua Mo and Xia Fei Kuai, had already sensed Fang Yuan's arrival. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate. He did not purposely conceal his presence. It was normal for the 2 Xia clan Gu Immortals to notice him at once. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really amazing. He took half a month to travel on a 3-day route. Xia Fei Kuai frowned deeply. Forget it, he's here. Let's go. Xiajua Mo smiled. The 2 sides met in the sky. Both sides were smiling. They had a grand demeanor. After all, they were representing two super forces. The two Xia clan Gu immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he looks really similar to Wu Du Xiu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these two Gu immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7. He was the person in charge of this negotiation. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was a rash and resolute person. He had great battle strength. Meanwhile, Xia Zhuemo was a wisdom path Gu immortal who considered many aspects and liked to think deeply. Xia Zhuemo's personality had to do with his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important situation, he would think about the possibilities over and over. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's personality was the backlash of a certain immortal killer move that he had tried to use. This was the first time both sides were meeting. Xia clan's Gu immortals led Fang Yuan to the apex of Frosty Peak. Please enter for some tea. The two Gu immortals acted like the hosts of the place, as if they were declaring their ownership. The contest had already begun. But Fang Yuan was unmoved, as if he did not sense it. He smiled as he sat down, drinking. The tea is not bad. After one sip, he praised. Xia Zhuemo smiled. This is our Xia clan's 4 seasons tea. Our first Supreme Elder had created it personally. With one sip, you will taste 4 different flavors, making people feel the 4 seasons of spring, autumn, summer, and winter. Therefore, it is called 4 seasons tea. Xia clan first Supreme Elder was a time path great expert. The 4 seasons tea that she created showed her incredible attainment in time path. Xia clan's Gu immortals used this tea to assert dominance, but after Fang Yuan drank it, his smile intensified. This is a great tea. I wonder if you have any extra. I would like to ask for a few more portions. May I have them? Fang Yuan smiled as he squinted. The two Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Zhuemo thought, this Wu Yihai is really greedy. However, even if they were enemies, their righteous path demeanor was important. Furthermore, politics was always changing. Right now, everyone was opposing Wu clan, but maybe they would soon have to cooperate with Wu clan. Xia Zhuemo decided and was about to speak, when Xia Fei Kuai said, whatever. This is nothing much. We have a lot of 4 seasons tea. If you want them, you can have them. Saying this, he gave out over 10 portions of 4 seasons tea. Then I will accept it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai quickly added, let's talk about Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan raised his cup and sipped slowly, before putting it down as he said, please tell me. Xia Fei Kuai quickly spoke. His mouth opened and closed rapidly. This matter takes very long to explain. Since we all know the origin, let's cut to the chase. Little Zhang, come out. As he said that, a rank 5 Gu master walked out of a door inside the Gu house. This descendant of Zhang Senfeng, Zhang Kai Zue, greets the 3 immortals. This Gu master was old and had white hair. He greeted the 3 immortals without excessive reverence. This little Zhang's bloodline is absolutely correct. Come, Wu Yihai quickly test it. Xia Fei Kuai left his seat, walking to Zhang Kai Zue and pulling his arm, bringing him to Fang Yuan with an expression that seemed to be in a hurry. Zhang Sanfeng was that lone cultivator Gu immortal who was the owner of Frosty Peak. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng was not his original name, it was sort of a title one. Because he owned 3 mystical peaks, Frosty Peak was one of them. His real name was unknown. Ever since he appeared, he had never revealed his true name, only mentioning his surname of Zhang. As a result, everyone called him Zhang Sanfeng. Even his bloodline descendants did not know his true name. Fang Yuan knew this. Wu clan's information was quite comprehensive. But he suddenly waved his hand, acting confused. Wait, who is this Gu master? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Zhang Kai Zue was about to speak, when Xia Fei Kuai said, he is Zhang Kai Zue. He introduced himself earlier. We all know it. I know he is named Zhang Kai Zue. Fang Yuan nodded. But he paused and drank tea, continuing. But what does this mortal Gu master have to do with Frosty Peak? It is like this, his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng had once. Xia Fei Kuai added. Wait. Fang Yuan stopped him. Who is Zhang Sanfeng? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Wu Yi Hai, after so long, you have no idea who Zhang Sanfeng is? Fang Yuan gave an embarrassed-looking smile. The clan wants me to protect Frosty Peak, but I arrived in a hurry. I have no idea what the cause of all this is. Please do not mind it. Xia Fei Kuai thought. You arrived in a hurry, reaching here after half a month. That's arriving in a hurry. He thought that, but he spoke politely. Then let me tell you the reason. I am listening. Xia Fei Kuai spoke rapidly. He explained the historical reason in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan drank his tea and nodded. Xia Fei Kuai said, Are you clear now? Fang Yuan placed down his cup, standing up from his seat and cupping his fists at Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai had no idea why Fang Yuan was cupping his fists. It was a bit out of nowhere, but they were in the righteous path. A polite demeanor was everything. No matter what, he had to cup his fists in return. Next, he saw that Fang Yuan smiled again in embarrassment. Fang Yuan said, Thank you for telling me that, but it was described too quickly. I could only understand the story roughly. I did not understand a lot of it. Can you tell me again? Again. Xia Zhuo, who was beside him, frowned. Xia Fei Kuai did not repeat it once again. He said, Which part are you unsure about? I can explain that to you. His tone was unhappy. Fang Yuan seemed to have not noticed. He smiled. The first line, I did not hear it clearly. Xia Fei Kuai explained it. Fang Yuan nodded. And the second line, Xia Fei Kuai frowned. Fang Yuan continued. I did not hear it clearly either. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it and said in an unhappy tone, Is there anything else? The third line, Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai's eyes were about to bulge out. He said directly, Pardon my words, but did you not hear the first 3 sentences? Are you toying with us? Please, you have misunderstood. Fang Yuan waved his hands. The third line? I heard it clearly. Xia Zhuo's expression turned dark. Xia Fei Kuai's brows were lifted high. His eyes were popping. Rage showed on his face. Then what do you want? Fang Yuan said. Actually, the fourth line. Xia Fei Kuai waved his hand. I will say it again. Listen closely and carefully. He talked about it again. This time he said it very slowly. Word by word, it was crystal clear. Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fists at Xia Fei Kuai again. Xia Fei Kuai felt perplexed. He had a bad feeling, but he quickly cupped his fists. He spoke calmly. Are you clear on it now? Clear, it's clear now. Thank you for explaining. Everything makes sense now. Oh, so that is what happened. Fang Yuan patted his forehead, sitting down. Thus, your clan has to return Frosty Peak. It is the logical thing to do. Our Xia clan is upholding justice. This Zhang Kai Zue is without doubt the descendant of Zhang Sinfeng. Please test it. Xia Fei Kuai requested again. But Fang Yuan only took a glance at Zhang Kai Zue before smiling as he waved his hand. No rush, no rush. What is it that do you not understand now? Xia Fei Kuai's expression was grim. He asked in a dark tone. I have troubled you for the description, but was the situation really like this? I cannot confirm it. Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai was about to laugh from anger. I am speaking the truth. You can go ahead and seek verification. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed, clapping his hands together. You are a straight talker. I will seek verification from my clan. Saying this, he shut his eyes, as if his consciousness had entered his immortal aperture to use his information path methods. After a long time, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xia Fei Kuai urged him, Wu Yi Hai, are you done? Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He smiled in embarrassment. Brother is too busy with his work. Let's wait a while. Regarding a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Xia Fei Kuai could not say anything, so Xia Zhuo interjected. Lord Wu Yong is busy indeed. He has no choice. But Wu Yi Hai, you may ask other Wu clan Gu Immortals for verification. Fang Yuan immediately laughed, giving Xia Zhuo a thumbs up. Worthy of a wisdom path Gu Immortal indeed. Good idea. This praise made Xia Zhuo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, But I am not close with any other Gu Immortal. Do you have any recommendations? Recommend your sister. Xia Fei Kuai was listening by the side. He shouted out of anger. My sister? I only have an elder brother. I have no sister. You must have remembered wrongly? Fang Yuan smiled while squinting. Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. He looked at Xia Zhuoremo. They communicated with their gazes. They could tell that Fang Yuan was wasting time. To think that Wu clan actually sent such a person over. They are too shameless. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to negotiate properly, but Fang Yuan refused. And because they were righteous path characters, Xia Fei Kuai could not go overboard. Seeing Fang Yuan's smiling appearance, he really wanted to throw out a punch and send Fang Yuan plummeting to the ground. Don't be anxious, don't be angry, you will fall for his trap. This person is very experienced. He is purposely angering us, so we will expose a flaw. Xia Zhuoremo quickly urged. Xia Fei Kuai could only breath roughly, taking in huge breaths. Fang Yuan spoke as he looked at Xia Fei Kuai seriously. Do I really have a sister? Please let me know. Xia Fei Kuai. He took in a few more breaths before he said, No, it was a slip of the tongue. Please do forgive me. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, I see that your tongue is dry, and your chest is moving rapidly. It seems you have symptoms of getting a fever. You need to drink tea, otherwise you will get sick. In fact, this 4 seasons tea is great, you should take a few more sips. Xia Zhuoremo. Xia Fei Kuai screamed. Drink what? We are talking about important business. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Friend, that is not the right attitude. What do you mean important business? Is being concerned about your health not important business? This frosty peak is just a resource point, these are just resources. You cannot fall ill just because of these resources, you will harm yourself. He urged heartfully, but it seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Xia Fei Kuai slammed the table angrily. Wu Hai! He screamed. Don't think that you can deceive us like this, and keep Frosty Peak for your Wu clan. Humph! Fang Yuan's expression quickly changed, saying sincerely, What are you trying to say? I am innocent. We have to follow the rules for Frosty Peak's matter. This is Zhang Sanfeng's possession. If this Zhang Kai Zue is a true descendant, we will return it. On behalf of Wu clan, we will do this fair and square. We will not be corrupt, and ruin the rules of the righteous path just for some benefits. You are an understanding person. Xia Zhuoremo smiled forcefully, saying with deep intentions. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. He stopped shouting. He said, That's right. Quickly test his bloodline. Zhang Kai Zue really is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant. No rush, no rush. Fang Yuan smiled and started to drink tea. Let me seek verification from my clan first. It is not that I do not trust you, but this is a major task. I do not dare to decide recklessly on my own. Then quickly verify it, Xia Fei Kuai shouted. But Brother Wu Yong has not responded. Fang Yuan looked troubled. Then find others, Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his own leg. That is right, but I just returned to the clan. I do not know anyone else. I am not sure who to find for verification. Earlier, I asked you two to help me, but you gave me no help. I am very troubled too. Once he said that, the two Xia clan Gu immortals were shocked. They looked at each other. After such a long time, giving so many excuses, it was now Xia clan's fault. The rank 5 Gu master Zhang Kai Zue listened as he stared at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a Gu immortal? He was shameless to the max. Zhang Kai Zue was awestruck. His good impression of Gu immortals had shattered completely. Forget it. I can tell now, this person is clearly stalling for time. Xia Zhuoremo transmitted. Stalling for what? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Evidently, Wu clan has no justification here. They are in a passive spot. Wu Hai has to continue wasting time here by giving all sorts of excuses. When Wu clan is no longer so tight on manpower, they will be able to deal with us. It will be difficult then. Let alone other matters. When the phoenix birds lay their eggs, Wu Zhen will be free to come here. If he comes, the situation will be different. Xia Zhuoremo analyzed. You are right. What do we do? This Wu Hai is stalling for time, but he speaks so justifiably. We have no way of finding problems with him. There are many ways to stall for time. For example, he needs time to verify this, and he also needs time to test his identity. Then what about after he tests Zhang Kai Zue's bloodline? Will he ask if Zhang Senfeng only has one descendant? All these questions will be endless if he wants to bring them up. Xia Fei Kuai realized the severity of the problem. I have a plan, Xia Zhuemo said. What plan? Xia Fei Kuai asked quickly. Xia Zhuemo answered. As Xia Fei Kuai became overjoyed, he quickly turned to look at Fang Yuan. Wu Yi, I have long since heard that you are extremely strong. You are the glory of Wu clan. I would like to represent Xia clan and challenge you to a spar. Spar? That was just a nicer way of talking about resolving the problem by fighting. But this fight was different from the intense battles of the demonic path. When demonic path members fought, it was mortal combat. For righteous path Gu immortals, they had a lot of assets. Why would they fight to the death? Just deciding a winner was enough. This was also why Fang Yuan purposely stalled for time, preventing the resolution of Frosty Peak's issue. This forced the two Xia clan Gu immortals to go on the offense and deal with the matter through force. The truth was, on Earth, when negotiations fail, stronger countries would send their troops over. It was the same thing. Xia Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He was representing Xia clan and also claimed Wu Yi to be Wu clan's glory. He said this was a spar, but this was actually a contest between both clans. Just these words forced Fang Yuan into a corner. If he avoided battle, it would harm Wu clan's reputation. This was something that the righteous path would look down upon. He would be treated as a coward. But the two from Xia clan did not know that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yi. He did not care about Wu clan's reputation or glory. However, he was acting as Wu Yi now. He still wanted to go to the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan had to accept this challenge. He thought briefly before saying, if it is a spar, both of you will be fighting against me. I am outnumbered. I will definitely lose. Xia Fei Kuai's expression changed. These were vicious words. In fact, requesting for the spar had already caused him to be in a passive spot. If he lost, it would be humiliation. If the two Xia clan Gu immortals fought together and won, they would be using numbers for an unfair advantage. It would make them lose face. They could not spread news about this. Actually, Xia Fei Kuai had not thought of fighting together with Xia Zhuemo. He said, I will fight you alone. Don't worry. Fang Yuan had a reluctant expression. He said, since you want to spar so urgently, I cannot reject you. But since this is a spar, there has to be a time limit, right? We cannot fight on forever. What do you have in mind? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Spars had their rules. It was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, you attack and I defend. As long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose. Xia Fei Kuai's eyelids were twitching. He said, okay. Xia Zhuemo frowned. He felt something amiss. But since Xia Fei Kuai had already agreed, they might as well spar. He had confidence in Xia Fei Kuai. Frosty Peak was not the place to fight. Destroying it would ruin the point of the task. Both sides flew to a desolate valley. Fang Yuan quickly stood opposite Xia Fei Kuai. Start. Xia Fei Kuai could not wait. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among Southern Border's rank 7 Gu immortals, he was a famous expert. In the entire Wu clan, other than the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, the strongest rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Yubo was only slightly superior to him. Now that Wu Yubo was in secluded cultivation, who would Xia Fei Kuai fear? One had to say, getting Immortal Yan Huang to defeat Wu Yubo was indeed a well-executed move. In terms of real battle strength, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match. But Xia clan had managed to crack Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was broken, and he suffered an intense backlash, causing Immortal Yan Huang to win the battle. Wait! Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Xia Fei Kuai was ready to fight. Fang Yuan's words made him feel very uncomfortable. He called out, Wu Yi, what else do you want? I almost forgot. Since this is a spar, we can't do it so casually, right? Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Fei Kuai thought, how is it casual? Teaching you a lesson is this battle's most important point. He was thinking that, but he could not say it out loud. Gu Immortals had all sorts of methods to record scenes. Like earlier, when Immortal Yen Huang challenged Wu Yubo, Xia Clan's Xia Qing Tsang recorded everything. It was widely spread over southern borders Gu Immortal world. Xia Fei Kuai held in his anger. What do you want? Simple, if I manage to win, then the status quo for Frosty Peak will remain, it will belong to us. Fang Yuan said. How can we do that? Xia Zhueremo, who was far away, was anxious. He rushed to Xia Fei Kuai and spoke loudly. Right now, Xia Clan was finding trouble, having the descendant of Zhang Senfeng. They had justification and a huge advantage. Wu Clan was forced into a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not wise. Xia Fei Kuai curled his lips, thinking, I'm not stupid. At the same time, he rejected. No way. In that case, I cannot fight. This spar is voided. Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around and walking away. Xia Fei Kuai almost wanted to curse at him upon seeing this. We left Frosty Peak and came all this way, after so much trouble, and selecting a proper valley to spar. And now you want to cancel the fight? Are you toying with us? His expression turned grim. Wu Yi, leaving without fighting. Is this the courage and glory of Wu Clan? Fang Yuan stopped moving. Xia Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with a serious expression, saying shamelessly, You are wrong. I am not avoiding the spar, but you two are not agreeing to my request. Since our negotiation failed, it does not mean I am running away. Look, I even chose the location for it. What the fuck? These words made Xia Zhueremo, who was watching by the side, feel anger. Xia Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes. He was fuming. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. How could Wu Clan produce such a shameless person? Weren't Wu Clan Gu Immortals brash and usually eager to fight to resolve problems? Where was the bravery and spirit of Wu Clan? Where was it? But soon Xia Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's origin. Indeed, Wu Yi was not a Wu Clan Gu Immortal from birth. He was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan showed a deeper smile. Since we cannot spar, let's continue talking and drinking tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really delicious. I am looking forward to it as we speak. Drink tea? Talk about what? Xia Fei Kuai felt an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death in his mind. His chest was burning with rage. Xia Zhueremo looked at Xia Fei Kuai bitterly, thinking, Weren't you the one who gave him a lot of tea leaves earlier? Fang Yuan suddenly muttered to himself before saying, How about this, if I win, for the next 5 years we will maintain the status quo. You will not harp on the Frosty Peak issue. How about that? This? Xia Zhueremo started to ponder over it. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition. Compared to before, it was much more acceptable. But Wu Yi likely has a plan for giving us this condition. Xia Zhueremo was still thinking. Xia Fei Kuai spoke. Okay, I agree. Xia Zhueremo was stunned, transmitting, Lord Xia Fei Kuai, you? Are we going to let this bastard continue wasting time? I will bear full responsibility for this. It has nothing to do with you. I cannot waste so much time. The less time I spend with this guy, the better. Xia Fei Kuai replied resolutely. He had a firm attitude. Xia Zhueremo smiled bitterly. If this battle is lost, even if you, Xia Fei Kuai, take responsibility, can I run away from it? The clan sent me here to help you. It was to give you advice, right? Sigh. He sighed deeply in his mind, transmitting helplessly. Then I will hope for Lord to emerge victorious. Are you too sure? Fang Yuan asked. His condition was just delaying the problem for Wu Clan. It did not solve it. But after 5 years, Fang Yuan would be done with his matters. By then, who cares about Wu Clan? We are sure. This time, Xia Fei Kuai did not speak. Xia Zhueremo did. Okay. Fang Yuan slowly flew back, speaking in an obnoxious way. Actually, I did not want to spar. It hurts our relationship either way. But Lord Xia Fei Kuai is so insistent. On behalf of the 4 Seasons tea leaves that you gave me, I will agree to this. Stop mentioning that tea and fight. Xia Fei Kuai bellowed, his eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished his words, Fang Yuan's body shined and turned into a divination tortoise. Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Fang Yuan was wasting so much time earlier, but he transformed so quickly now it was quite a contrast. Divination tortoise again. Xia Zhuemo frowned. The divination tortoise's huge body stood in the valley with its 4 pillar-like legs. It filled up this entire valley. The entire divination tortoise was dark in color. The shell had all sorts of markings, thousands or tens of thousands of them. They were very eye-catching. Xia Zhuemo looked at them for a while before feeling dizzy. He quickly stopped. Xia Fei Kuai did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move now. Normally, when Gu Immortal spar, they would probe first. Fang Yuan skipped it and used his trump card immediately. The tough shell shows this divination tortoise's defensive power. No wonder he chose this style of sparring. Thinking of this, Xia Zhuemo frowned even more deeply. What do I do? Xia Fei Kuai hesitated. He did not know what Wu Yihai specialized in, but Fang Yuan knew what he was good at. Xia Fei Kuai only hesitated for a moment before attacking. First move. He raised his fist and clenched it. Floating in the sky, he aimed at the divination tortoise in the valley and punched. His fist shot out light. It was dazzling. Pure white light gathered in Xia Fei Kuai's fist as it turned into a large ball of light, crashing down. Auras of Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu mixed together. This was an Immortal Killer move, Soaring Essence Strike. Since Fang Yuan had used an Immortal Killer move, Xia Fei Kuai had no choice but to use an Immortal Killer move as well. A pure white ball of light moved with an average speed, not showing any signs of light path speed advantage. But as it flew in the air, it pushed the air aside, emitting a buzzing noise. Boom! The wine vat-sized ball of light smashed down like the weight of a mountain on the divination tortoise's back, smashing the tortoise into the ground. The enormous divination tortoise had sunken by over a foot in the ground. Xia Fei Kuai's move was indeed powerful. Light Path was famous for speed, but this soaring essence strike of Xia Fei Kuai was the complete opposite. It was like a heavy fist, and the enemies would often be caught off guard by its powerful strength. However, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise was perfectly unharmed. Ha! Xia Fei Kuai's eyes almost popped out when he saw the result of his attack. The divination tortoise was intact with not even a slight dent on it. This was the obvious result. Xia Fei Kuai's move used Light Path to imitate Strength Path. It was considered a unique move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation was a rank 7 immortal killer move, which used change form Immortal Gu and divination tortoise shell Immortal Gu as the cores. Especially the latter, just by activating it, Fang Yuan could obtain a tortoise shell that was not weaker than an ancient divination tortoise. And now, it was an immortal killer move possessing many supplementary Gu worms. The tortoise shell's defensive capability was stronger than a real ancient divination tortoise. Ancient desolate beasts had extremely strong and sturdy bodies with vigorous vitality, and tortoises were one of the toughest life forms among all living beings. It was not strange for Xia Fei Kuai's soaring essence strike to show no effect. But to the person involved, this was slightly ridiculous. Soaring essence strike had no effect. He has such a hard shell. Xia Zhuemo was shocked. Xia Fei Kuai stopped. He started to develop an unfamiliar feeling that was a headache. Looking at such a sturdy tortoise shell, he felt a headache and did not know where to start. In fact, if he had attacked any other area, the result would not have been this bad. But he had to go and choose the hardest part, the tortoise shell. Naturally, this was also because he wanted to probe the depths of Fang Yuan's strength. What should I do? Xia Fei Kuai began to think rapidly. Although he was irascible, he managed to quickly become cool-headed in the fight. But at this moment, Fang Yuan activated a second immortal killer move. Auras of Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu rose. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out countless small tortoise shells. The small tortoise shells had the same appearance as the divination tortoise's shell, except that they were many times smaller. The large numbers of small tortoise shells floated in the air, rotating at a very fast speed. What are these things? Xia Fei Kuai stopped thinking and cautiously pulled apart some distance from Fang Yuan. Boom! He punched forward with soaring essence strike again. But this time, the wine vat-sized heavy light sphere did not even manage to touch the divination tortoise. Those small fist-sized tortoise shells seemed to be attracted like bees attracted to honey, as they looped towards the soaring essence strike. Bam bam bam. The seemingly hard tortoise shells shattered into hundreds of pieces in the collisions. But the soaring essence strike also was completely consumed, finally turning into a dim fragment of light that helplessly dissipated in the air. Immortal Killer Move. Vajra Shell. This was the Immortal Killer move Fang Yuan had been perfecting earlier, combined with his divination tortoise transformation. This was the first time it had been displayed in Southern Border and even in the 5 regions. The core of this Immortal Killer move was the rank 6 Immortal Gu Vajra Thought. But it was combined with rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu as well as large numbers of Mortal Gu. Its might had naturally increased by a lot. It had not been a waste of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Ah! These tortoise shells are actually thoughts. Xia Zhuomo's eyes emitted sharp light as he saw through the mystery. He was a wisdom path Gu Immortal and was very sensitive to all kinds of thoughts. This was the area he was proficient in. As for Xia Fei Kuai, he cultivated light path, not wisdom path. Even though he was rank 7, he only realized after Xia Zhuomo's notification. Xia Zhuomo, you are knowledgeable. The two of you are a good match. The divination tortoise spoke human language, its tone filled with sarcasm. In fact, Fang Yuan had not intended to conceal it. It was just that after combining with divination tortoise transformation, these golden thoughts turned into dark tortoise shells. Little Mo, be quiet, I will break his shell, Xia Fei Kuai said. Xia Zhuo grunted, but did not speak anymore. Being ridiculed by Fang Yuan had made his expression unsightly. Xia Fei Kuai closed his eyes. He began to prepare. All sorts of Gu worms' auras started brimming and linking up, before quickly spreading. Red Date Immortal Essence was being consumed rapidly. At the same time, he spread his arms and slowly put his hands together above his head. Light surged up like a fountain from him, gathering between his palms. He was still accumulating energy. The radiance was restrained, but a powerful aura started rising up, becoming more and more dangerous. Fang Yuan lowered his tortoise head and firmly rooted his limbs to the ground like a silent dark mountain. But at the same time, the small tortoise shells around him were continuing to fly, their numbers increasing extremely rapidly. There were close to 10,000 at first, but the numbers soon surpassed 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Their proliferation was extremely fast. Rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Gu could create 10,000 Vajra Thoughts alone. As an Immortal Killer move now, its effect had increased by another level. The most crucial point was that Fang Yuan's body was filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks right now. Actually, Fang Yuan did not have many Wisdom Path Dao marks, but he had Transformation Path Dao marks and there were quite a lot of them. He had killed a lot of Transformation Path Gu Immortals and annexed all of their Dao marks. The most significant harvest was when he had killed Wu Yihai and the 2 Immortals inside the regional wall. Just this alone gave Fang Yuan close to 50,000 Transformation Path Dao marks. 1,000 Dao marks could double the effect. 10,000 Dao marks could give 10 times the amplification. 50,000 Dao marks meant 50 times the amplification. What did that imply? Ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals would have about 10,000 to 30,000 Dao marks of their main path. Xia Fei Kuai was a rank 7 expert. His light path Dao marks exceeded 30,000 in number. But how could they compare to Fang Yuan? As a result, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuo could only stare wide-eyed at the rapid proliferation of the small tortoise shells that soon covered the whole valley, and were spreading further. The dark and dense numbers of tortoise shells were like locusts and ants. Xia Fei Kuai's expression sank. These small tortoise shells had increased by such a quantity in just a short while, emitting a heavy mental pressure to others. However, Xia Fei Kuai skillfully used the circumstances of the spar. According to the rule they decided upon, Fang Yuan could only defend and not attack, so Fang Yuan could not take the initiative to use these small tortoise shells to attack Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai calmed his mind and activated his Immortal Killer move. Light Path Immortal Killer move. Saw Light Wheel. His 2 hands that were above his head chopped down at once. A dazzling wheel of light flew out from Xia Fei Kuai's palms. The wheel of light grew rapidly and soon was the size of a boat. The wheel of light was continuously rotating. Its edges were filled with saw-teeth. Good! Xiaojuerimo inwardly cheered. The tortoise shells are hard, but this move saws through the target. Even if the tortoise shells are very hard, they will still be sliced apart. However, at the next moment, swish, 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 countless tortoise shells flew over. Crack, crack, crack. Under the tortoise shell's self-destructive charge, the saw light wheel could only fly for a short distance before it was completely destroyed. Xiaojuerimo, Xiafei Kuai. Fang Yuan praised loudly. Great killer move. This move is extraordinary. It actually destroyed over 6,000 of my thoughts. These words were like a slap upon the cheeks of Xiaojuerimo and Xiafei Kuai. Xiafei Kuai needed a lot of time to prepare for this immortal killer move. Normally speaking, the shorter the preparation time for an immortal killer move, the better it was, because if it took longer, it could very easily be disrupted. Once the immortal killer move's activation was disrupted, there would be backlash, which often caused heavy injuries to the Gu Immortal. Xiafei Kuai had used the sparring rule and was able to safely activate this immortal killer move. However, as he was activating the immortal killer move, Fang Yuan was also doing the same. Xiafei Kuai activated Saw Light Wheel. At the same time, Fang Yuan could create 30,000–40,000 small tortoise shell thoughts. The outcome was obvious. The Saw Light Wheel was besieged and destroyed by over 6,000 small tortoise shell thoughts. Even a fool could compute the numbers here. The method which Xiafei Kuai had placed his hopes in had ended up like this. This was so embarrassing. Damn it! Xiafei Kuai gritted his teeth. He had taken such efforts to activate Saw Light Wheel, but now it seemed like a joke. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were still proliferating. 50,000, 60,000. Their numbers were increasing rapidly, not only covering the valley, they were even spreading beyond. Among the dense number of small tortoise shells, some were floating in the air while some were leisurely revolving. In the middle was Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation, with its huge body that was like an iron hill. I can't let it continue like this. Xiafei Kuai was feeling an increasing sense of urgency. The speed of growth is too fast. No wonder Wu Yihai set this sparring rule. But Lord Xiafei Kuai still has abilities yet to be used. The outcome of this battle is not certain yet. Xiaojuerimo thought, looking at Xiafei Kuai with anticipation. Xiafei Kuai was already preparing his killer move. Countless Gu worm auras rose and surged outwards. An arrogant look flashed past his eyes as he looked down at the divination tortoise. No matter how numerous, they are only thoughts. What can they do? Take this. 33 heavenly lights. Let me see how many layers of heavenly lights can your thoughts stop? Immortal killer move. 33 heavenly lights. It was one of the trump cards of Xiafei Kuai and was renowned throughout southern border. Is he using it? Lord Xiafei Kuai's area of effect method. Xiaojuerimo was inwardly excited. This killer move was quite amazing. Once activated, from Xiafei Kuai at the center, intense light would shoot out to the surroundings. Under the illumination of the light, all things would receive light path injuries. Intense lights would continue to flicker 33 times, with the illumination range continuing to increase. They were like lights descending from heaven. Therefore it was called 33 heavenly lights. At the first flicker, the heavenly light's damage was not high. It could at most only kill some insects. But by the second flicker, its damage would increase and it could destroy plants and flowers. By the third flicker, birds and animals would die when exposed to the light. By the fourth flicker, large trees would be destroyed and boulders would crumble. The fifth flicker, sixth flicker. Like this, the power of the light would continue growing, until it threatened even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The small tortoise shell thoughts were hard, but they simply could not compare to desolate beasts. They would definitely be destroyed by the 33 heavenly lights. There was no doubt about it. Xiafei Kuai was taking the easy route by using this move. 33 heavenly lights was actually not practical because once it was activated, the Gu Immortal had to stop moving. If they budged even a little, the killer move would immediately stop. Xiafei Kuai would even suffer backlash. Naturally, the level of backlash also had differences. If the killer move was stopped before the 10th flicker, Xiafei Kuai would suffer light injuries. Stopping in between the 10th to 23rd flicker would inflict medium injuries, and stopping after the 23rd flicker would cause heavy injuries. After the 30th flicker, the backlash would be even stronger, and Xiafei Kuai might suffer fatal injuries. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the danger from the backlash once its activation failed. Soon, the light burst forth. At the first flicker, Fang Yuan's tortoise-shell thoughts remained unmoved. Second flicker, the thoughts were still growing and did not seem to stop. Third flicker, the thoughts started shaking. Fourth flicker, some thoughts started to crumble apart by themselves. Fifth flicker, hundreds of thoughts collapsed into nothingness. Xiaozhueremo, who was watching from the side, could not help but smile at this scene. This was only the fifth flicker. The immortal killer move altogether had 33 flickers. But why am I still feeling some unease? Xiaozhueremo pondered. Sixth flicker, 1,000 thoughts were destroyed. The tortoise shells on the periphery started to show signs of collapse. Seventh flicker, time to deal with you. Xiafei Kuai sneered inwardly. But right at this moment, swoosh, 70,000 small tortoise shell thoughts suddenly surged towards Fang Yuan like a tide. More accurately, they entered his mind. The divination tortoise he had transformed into was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. Its mind was incomparably spacious, and holding 70,000 thoughts was nothing to it. What? Xiafei Kuai was stunned. Xiaozhueremo patted his head as he hatefully exclaimed inwardly, I finally understand what made me uneasy. These small tortoise shells are thoughts in essence. Since they are thoughts, the Gu Immortal can store them back inside their mind. As a result, the 78,000 thoughts that filled the valley had completely disappeared and withdrawn into Fang Yuan's mind. Only an enormous divination tortoise was left, quietly lying on the ground. In the air, Xiafei Kuai's immortal killer move still continued. Seventh flicker, eighth flicker, ninth flicker. But there were no thoughts. There was no meaning to these powerful lights. However, the immortal killer move was still in the activation process and could not be carelessly stopped. As such, Xiafei Kuai could only continue to activate the killer move. 10th flicker, 11th, 12th. It was an extremely awkward situation. After the 33rd flicker, Xiafei Kuai had spent a large amount of immortal essence, while the divination tortoise hid inside its shell, motionless on the ground. The mountain valley he was inside had now been turned into a flat land. 33 heavenly lights was indeed powerful. It forcefully changed a vast surrounding area into a flat plain. The hills from before were completely gone. This killer move is truly powerful. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. While speaking, he stretched out his head, tail and limbs from inside the shell. These parts were not as strong as the tortoise shell, so during the stronger flickers, Fang Yuan hid inside, suffering no injuries. Hearing Fang Yuan's praise, Xiafei Kuai immediately felt incomparably stifled. Too shameless. Xiaozhueremo gritted his teeth, looking at Fang Yuan hatefully. This was especially the case when he saw over 100,000 small tortoise shell thoughts surge out of Fang Yuan's mind and spread out, surrounding the divination tortoise. The hatred and fury in his eyes deepened by several degrees. How are we supposed to break his defense? The two Gu immortals of Xia clan were pondering over this difficulty. You have used 3 moves, Fang Yuan indifferently reminded. Xiafei Kuai shouted, Then take my following move. As he said so, he turned into a ray of light and pounced forward, attacking the divination tortoise from all directions. Countless tortoise shell thoughts were destroyed as they moved to defend him. But Xiafei Kuai displayed an expert's demeanor. He moved back and forth around the thoughts, and could not be stopped. Fang Yuan saw that Xiafei Kuai was serious and going at full force. He withdrew his head, tail and limbs back inside the shell. Xiafei Kuai was stifled. This Wu Hai was too wretched, leaving behind only the shell for him to target. A gigantic tortoise shell on the ground and countless small tortoise shells in the air. Xiafei Kuai was increasingly beginning to feel hatred for tortoise shells. The 10th move was over. Xiafei Kuai's efforts gave no result, while only some slight injury marks had appeared on Fang Yuan's tortoise shell. You win this time. Xia Fei Kuai directly left the scene with this sentence, flying into the sky. Xia Zhueremo, who was left behind, sighed. He had to clear the mess. At least he had to take away that Gu Master Zhang. 5 years. After 5 years, I will have to come back and find you. Xia Zhueremo also left, feeling somewhat indignant. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals lost the spar and left without making a fuss. Fang Yuan stopped his transformation and returned to human form, returning to Frosty Peak. The mortal Gu house at Frosty Peak was taken away. Now only a snowy mountain remained with cold air emanating everywhere. Fang Yuan sighed softly. His heart was calm, like a well without a ripple. Victories were not worth him treasuring and bragging. The so-called sense of glory had already left him long ago. For such an easy victory to have happened, it is because I had the advantage. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The two Xia clan Gu Immortals did not know Fang Yuan's strength. They could only estimate it. On the contrary, Fang Yuan knew a lot about them. Whether it be their killer moves, temperament, or so on, he was thoroughly aware of them with the information from Wu Clan. One could see how important information was in a battle between Gu Immortals. In fact, Fang Yuan's spar with the Xia Clan Gu Immortals was like Immortal Yan Huang defeating Wu Yubo. Both won due to better intel. Wu Yubo was powerful, but his trump card killer move was seen through by others. As a result, one careless move and all was lost. Fang Yuan had even more information. He advanced step by step through his layers of planning, finally making the Xia Clan Gu Immortals retreat. Immortal killer move Vajra Shell is quite effective. But it won't be easy to have such a good result in the future. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals would definitely compile their experiences and insights to think of a way to restrict or even decipher and counter Vajra Shell. Deciphering and countering was difficult, but creating a restrictive method was often easy. Wu Hai will also become more famous. This divination tortoise transformation and immortal killer move Vajra Shell are quite remarkable. But once I use them a lot of times, there is a high chance someone will find a way to restrict or even nullify it. Actually, the same applies to reverse flow protection seal. After the battle in Northern Plains, it is definitely being analyzed by the 10 great ancient sects, Longevity Heaven, Old Ancestor Shui Hu and others. I should be somewhat careful the next time I use it, especially against these people. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Wu Yubo was a clear example to him. It was not easy to create an immortal killer move, but a powerful immortal killer move could not remain stagnant. It needed to be advanced and modified along with time. As such, when others used restrictive measures or even fully resolved your killer move, you could effectively face them. But modifying and advancing an immortal killer move was naturally also a difficult matter. Other than a burst of inspiration, what was truly put to test was the Gu Immortal's attainment level. And the best way to raise one's attainment level is through dream realms. Fang Yuan's thoughts could not help but turn towards that giant dream realm again. Because of the widespread emergence of dream realms, there were all kinds of characters emerging one after the other during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, creating a great era filled with chaos and disorder. Unfortunately, it has not been long since I joined Wu Clan. Making a firm request to go to the Super Gu formation would be suspicious. Although the matter of this Frosty Peak has ended, who knows when I can go back to the giant dream realm. It is better to deal with the matters at hand and otherwise go with the flow. Fang Yuan pondered while landing on Frosty Peak. This mountain peak was abundant in ice path resources. He still had not properly searched it. Fang Yuan had gotten this rare opportunity after chasing away the Xia Clan Gu Immortals. He naturally would not give it up. Snow filled Frosty Peak and the air was frighteningly cold. In the depths of this accumulated snow dwelled large numbers of insects, including many wild Gu worms, as well as cold-resistant vegetation. They mutually formed a balanced ecology. Frost jades. Fang Yuan soon had harvests. A large number of frost jades appeared in his investigative perception. These frost jades were hidden below the thick snow, below the rocky ground. Frost jades are only a rank 5 Gu material, but they have some frost jade essence inside, which is a rank 6 immortal material. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan began collecting them. Rumble. The snow splattered everywhere, revealing the bare surface of the rocky ground. Soon, these rocks also flew everywhere and revealed the frost jades hidden in the mountain. These frost jades were white, with some green hue mixed within. They released intense frost energy, but naturally they were harmless to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan picked up the frost jades in this area. Fang Yuan naturally did not give up the frost jade essence inside. It was just that he did not extract them and they were still inside the center of the giant frost jades. Next, Fang Yuan started searching throughout Frosty Peak. Enormous frost jades were dug out one after the other. The smallest frost jade was already the size of an elephant, while the bigger ones were the size of large ships. Almost every frost jade had frost jade essence inside it. Some frost jade essences were bigger, and there were even 1,000-year frost jade essences which were rank 7 goo materials. It was not that no one had discovered these frost jades, but they were intentionally preserved by Wu clan to maintain the foundation of this Frosty Peak. It was these frost jades that formed the foundation of Frosty Peak. Without them, Frosty Peak would not be such a special and remarkable resource point. Fang Yuan took away most of the frost jades. Not only this, he also plundered many wild goo worms. There was no need to think about immortal goo. Normally speaking, Frosty Peak could only produce rank 6 immortal goo once in several hundred years to 1,000 years. If there were really wild immortal goo, Xia Clan's goo immortals would not have accepted their defeat so easily. The majority of these goo worms were of ice path. There were also some of earth path and water path. Among the ice path goo worms, most of them were called cold wave goo. This type of goo worm formed groups and would often roam around in Frosty Peak. Thus, a severe wave of cold would spread out from Frosty Peak. This was also the reason for Frosty Peak's name. After he finished plundering, Fang Yuan flew to the air and took a last glance at this Frosty Peak. The picturesque Frosty Peak filled with white snow was now filled with pits of different depths, with rocks and debris filling the area. Not only was the scenery destroyed, the value of resources in Frosty Peak had dropped by over half, and because of the huge deficit, Frosty Peak's foundation was greatly damaged. If I use pulling mountain immortal goo, I might be able to pull this mountain and store it in my sovereign blessed land. Unfortunately, I can't do that at the moment. My identity is Wu Yi-hai, a Wu clan member. I made huge profits this time by embezzlement. This has already reached the limits of the righteous path's unwritten rules and cannot be continued. If I really pulled the mountain, not to mention exposing my true identity, I definitely cannot justify my actions to Wu clan. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed and did not dwell on this as he flew away rapidly. Soon, his figure disappeared in the clouds. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to Wu clan's headquarters and met Wu Yong. It is all thanks to you, brother, for protecting Frosty Peak for the clan and deterring those thieves. Wu Yong revealed an appreciative look towards Fang Yuan. You flatter me, it was only a fluke. Fang Yuan replied modestly. Elder Wu Fa, have you evaluated it? My brother's contribution was not a simple one. We should think in the perspective of the bigger picture. Wu Yong turned towards another Wu clan goo immortal. This Wu clan goo immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his status was anything but ordinary. He was Wu Yong's trusted aide and was in charge of calculating the rewards and punishments for all the goo immortals in the clan. Wu Fa spoke with a slight frown. We have already seen Lord Wu Yi-hai's bravery. With this battle, Lord's name will definitely spread throughout southern borders goo immortal world. But if we talk about rewards, on one hand, Lord Wu Yi-hai has not completely settled this problem and only set a 5-year agreement. On the other hand, Frosty Peak has been viciously plundered, its foundation has been damaged, and its value has greatly reduced. Oh? Such a thing happened to Frosty Peak. Wu Yong turned towards Fang Yuan with a surprised look. Fang Yuan sighed. I also did not expect Xia Clan's goo immortals to be such horrible people. Wu Yong frowned slightly. Brother, did you personally see Xia Clan's goo immortals looting Frosty Peak? I did not, it is just my guess. Maybe it was other lone cultivators? Fang Yuan replied with no flaw in his argument. Wu Yong nodded and spoke after a brief silence. Since that is the case, Elder Wu Fa shall make the final decision. Elder Wu Fa calculated for a while before giving a detailed list to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took the list and skimmed through it. The list was filled with various kinds of goo materials. Most of them were naturally mortal goo materials, but there were a few immortal materials as well. Fang Yuan was well aware that if he had handed the frost jades, the frost jade essences and so on, the reward would not just be this. Wu Yong and Wu Fa were actually acting now. They were not scheming against Fang Yuan, but giving Fang Yuan a way to resolve this issue peacefully. Fang Yuan had plundered Frosty Peak. Although it did not cross the bottom line, Wu clan would rather have an intact Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan, however, seemed to not know this and was silent for a while before he replied, "I wonder if I can exchange these rewards for immortal goo material, dragon scale soil?" Wu Yong was slightly stumped and looked at Wu Fa. The latter thought briefly and nodded. Returning to his home, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. This time, he had obtained a lot of frost jades and frost jade essence. Fang Yuan might even be able to build a mini Frosty Peak in mini southern border within his sovereign immortal aperture. But this was not the important point. The important point was the dragon scale soil. This special type of soil was only an ordinary goo material, grainy and tough. If a layer of dragon scale soil was viewed from afar, it would resemble overlapping dragon scales. Dragon scale soil was the soil that dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived on. Thus it had the aura of dragons. Fang Yuan had purchased this soil before, because this soil gave his dragonfish greater impulse to propagate. Right now, he did not take the other rewards, instead exchanging them for this goo material because he had the same idea. The rate of time in the sovereign immortal aperture has slowed down by many times. This has led to a huge decrease in the production of resources. I don't have enough immortal essence reserves currently. The same goes for immortal essence stones. But the pressure in this aspect can be relieved if I expand the scale of my resource production. After Fang Yuan thought over it, he set dragonfish as the first resource point to be expanded. Desolate beast dragonfish as well as ordinary dragonfish were always traded in huge numbers in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Dragonfish seemed to be a product of food path. They could be used as supplementary ingredients to feed many goo worms. Not every goo immortal possessed immortal goo, but every super force would purchase large numbers of dragonfish at set intervals of time. The dragonfish trade was one of the largest markets in Treasure Yellow Heaven. During the following period of time, Fang Yuan would mainly concentrate on creating a sea area. Currently, mini eastern sea of the sovereign immortal aperture was no longer filled with shallow pools and lakes like before. Because Fang Yuan had annexed large numbers of water path immortal apertures, mini eastern sea was filled with raging waves. Although the water level was not deep, it was a boundless aquatic expanse. There were almost no islands, and sea areas themselves were indistinguishable. Fang Yuan's plan was to construct a dragon-scale sea area. A man-made sea area. This was not Fang Yuan's innovation or creation. In fact, there were many goo immortals in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world creating man-made sea areas. On the current ranking list for Eastern Sea's goo immortal world, many famous sea areas were man-made, built step by step. Of course, the naturally formed sea areas still held most of the positions in the ranking. Constructing a sea area artificially was not easy. Fang Yuan spent a large amount of time and energy to lay out the dragon scale soil. Then he constructed a mortal goo formation in that area and used the goo formation's power to isolate this sea area and make it a special sea area. Then, he led his dragonfish group to this sea area. The dragonfish group was indeed more satisfied in this sea area, and there was a lot more mating. However, this was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan started to prepare an immortal killer move. Bountiful Year. This immortal killer move came from He Fan's true inheritance, but as a matter of fact, He Fan did not create it. He had traded for it with a goo immortal great expert named Pill Immortal. He created this immortal killer move, and He Fan had exchanged for it with other resources. This was a quite rare killer move, as it was an immortal killer move that was specially used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive ability. But its practicality was extremely high. Even He Fan had left words of praise towards this immortal killer move in his true inheritance. Goo worms rose one after the other. A mysterious aura swelled up and gradually thickened. The bountiful year Fang Yuan was using right now had gone through some modifications. The original Bountiful Year's core immortal goo was year goo, with tens of thousands of supplementary goo worms. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained a rank 7 immortal goo, Perseverance, and he ingeniously added Perseverance immortal goo into the killer move as the first supplementary goo worm. More than 10 days later, Bountiful Year was fully activated. A mysterious power spread throughout the whole Dragon Scale Sea area, but its effects would take some time to be seen. Even Hei Fan required 2 to 3 days of time to activate the original Bountiful Year. This is already quite long. After I modified it by adding in Perseverance immortal goo, the time required has become even longer, approaching half a month. Fortunately, the activation succeeded and there was no backlash. Fang Yuan constantly reflected on his experiences. My time path attainment level is still ordinary. I was barely able to add in Perseverance immortal goo. This is the main reason for the enormous extension of time. The shorter the activation of an immortal killer move, the simpler the process, the higher the probability of the killer move's successful activation. And, as far as goo immortals were concerned, it was safer. However, Fang Yuan's action had more advantages than disadvantages. With Perseverance immortal goo's support, the duration of Bountiful Year's effect had doubled. The original Bountiful Year could only influence the immortal aperture for a year. But now, a single activation from Fang Yuan could last for 2 years. This had also covertly saved Fang Yuan a portion of Red Date Immortal Essence. There is still plenty of room for improvement in Bountiful Year. Adding in Perseverance immortal goo along with Day immortal goo could raise Bountiful Year's effect. But, with my current attainment level in time path, I have reached my limit. Forget it. The matter was settled. This construction was Fang Yuan's first big project. Right now, in Mini Eastern Sea, the first special sea area, Dragon Scale Sea Area, had completely formed. Large numbers of dragonfish lived here, and there were 1 or 2 extremely conspicuous desolate beast dragonfish among the dragonfish group. Bountiful Year's effect did not just cover the Dragon Scale Sea Area. It also included a vast range of the sea area surroundings, according to what was written in Hei Fan's True Inheritance. The expenditure of Immortal Essence to activate Bountiful Year was huge, but for the next year, starting right from the moment of successful activation of the killer move, all of the resources inside the immortal aperture would be produced at a higher rate. However, the result was not like this. Fang Yuan's Bountiful Year's effect only covered a portion of Mini Eastern Sea. On one hand, this was because Fang Yuan had added Perseverance immortal goo, which reduced the effective range of the killer move. On the other hand, the sovereign immortal aperture was simply too vast. Wanting Bountiful Year to cover the whole sovereign immortal aperture was no different to a fairy tale. From Dragon Scale Lake to Dragon Scale Sea, this was an enormous leap, and its significance was profound. But after this project, Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence Stones and Immortal Essence Reserves were almost dried up. To be safe, Fang Yuan began to sell all the unnecessary resources in his possession. Like the Frost Jades and Frost Jade Essences he had plundered in Frosty Peak, as well as large numbers of Ice Path Mortal Goo. Where there are gains, there are losses. His current management focus was on dragonfish. After selling some resources, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used a portion of the gains to buy many dragonfish from Treasure Yellow Heaven. He placed these dragonfish in Dragon Scale Sea Area. One could say he was staking a lot on this project. No doubt this had some risks, but if he went at it safely, the efficiency would be lower. Moreover, he was in a safe and stable environment right now, so Fang Yuan chose to be slightly aggressive and took bigger steps. But like this, because his Immortal Essence reserves had become scarce, Fang Yuan appeared to have his hands tied, not being able to casually cultivate, comprehend, train any immortal killer moves and so on. Days seemed to pass with difficulty. After half a month, the first batch of dragonfish was sold. The situation began to turn for the better. After over a month, Fang Yuan sold the second batch of dragonfish directly to Wu Clan. Who could have thought you would be so proficient in managing dragonfish? Even Wu Yong was slightly surprised. Wu Clan did transactions of dragonfish to begin with, but previously they had to buy from outside. Now they could be considered internal sales. Besides Wu Clan, there were also Chao Clan and some other super forces which had close relations with Wu Clan. Fang Yuan's third batch of dragonfish was sold. Because of his identity as Wu High and the low price, Fong Yuan's dragonfish smoothly entered the market of Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. After the third batch of dragonfish was sold, Fong Yuan's situation had turned a lot better. His immortal essence reserves were expanding bit by bit. Fong Yuan was out of his financial predicament and started to continue his cultivation with a brand new stance. Southern Border Wu Clan. In a secret cultivation room, Fong Yuan was floating in the air, his expression solemn. His long hair was fluttering in the air, and all kinds of goo worm auras rose from his body, mixing with each other. The crucial step, Fong Yuan mumbled, his gaze turning sharp. He carefully activated a mortal goo. This was a metal path mortal goo and was only rank 1. Activating just this goo alone naturally had no risks. But the situation now was different. Bam! A muffled sound spread from Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan's body shook violently like he had been electrocuted. His expression was pale and a trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. I failed again. He heaved a long sigh. He landed on the ground and held his chest while checking his injuries. Fortunately, I only used a rank 1 mortal goo. These injuries are not much of a problem and there is no need to use man as before. I will recover in a couple of days with the sovereign immortal body's recovery speed. Fong Yuan was attempting to further improve the killer move Vajra Shell. Immortal killer move Vajra Shell used rank 6 Vajra Thought as a core. Fong Yuan had relied on this killer move and strategy to defeat Xia Clan's Gu Immortal, Xia Fei Kuai. After the matter, Fong Yuan had felt this killer move was still not satisfying enough and still had room for improvement. Fong Yuan paid attention to this feeling. He knew his wisdom path and transformation path were both at Grandmaster level. Such a feeling did not emerge from nowhere and had great value to him. Unfortunately, although I have made some progress over these days, there have been little to no results. It seems my attainment level is still not enough. I can only let it be for now. Fong Yuan let out a sigh. In fact, his speed of progress was extremely remarkable compared to other Gu Immortals. In the past, Vicious Lightning Fiend had used up several years to deduce the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. He was not even at 10% of Fong Yuan's current speed. However, it was also a wise choice for Fong Yuan to give up, because he had a way to rapidly raise his attainment. As long as he raised his attainment levels, he could improve the killer move Vajra Shell at once. After Fong Yuan's transactions of Dragonfish, his financial condition had improved, and as such, he had spare energy to try modifying immortal killer moves. Deducing an immortal killer move was actually very resource-consuming. For instance, if the attempt failed, Gu Immortal could suffer backlash and be injured. Gu worms would also be destroyed and would need to be replenished. And if immortal Gu were damaged, that would be even more troublesome. But if the attainment level was enough, the killer move could be improved at once, saving large amounts of time, effort, and resources. Fong Yuan's attainment level barely met the requirements of improving Vajra Shell. Although he could improve it, he would have to pay quite a heavy price. He thought it over and resolutely gave up on this small project. After resting for a while, Fong Yuan activated his Gu worms and sent his divine sense into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, his divine sense moved nimbly and reached a Gu Immortal's will to converse. I will pay 1,300 immortal essence stones for all your divine deer fruits. Fong Yuan spoke. This Gu Immortal wills shook its head and said helplessly, the price I quoted is already low. You have already come here 3 times. If you really want to buy, add 200 immortal essence stones and you can take them away. Divine deer fruits were rank 6 immortal material. It was not a rare Gu material, but there were few people who sold it because there was not much demand for it. Fong Yuan, however, needed it to feed Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. He had obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu and had to solve its feeding problem. Fong Yuan did not reply. Instead, he sized up the products. The divine deer fruits in this stall were of good quality. Fong Yuan had strolled several times around Treasure Yellow Heaven and had found the divine deer fruits here were of top quality. The price was also quite reasonable. Thus, he had visited this stall several times. Divine deer fruits were about the size of a baby's fist and did not grow on trees or plants, instead growing on the antlers of a type of deer desolate beast, fruit deer. It was a deer that bore fruit. Fang Yuan had already inquired about the specific name of this desolate beast, and also saw them being sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, even if he bought a batch of them, the number of divine deer fruits they could produce was a question that needed to be explored. Any resource had its own cultivation methods. For instance, Fang Yuan's dragonfish production was not a result of casual attempts, but was from the insights and experiences of Dongfang tribe. This was the accumulation of a super tribe. As a result, Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of the best quality, and the production was also smooth, giving higher profits while requiring slightly lower capital. I should just buy a portion of divine deer fruits for now to deal with the first feeding of Vajrathought Immortal goo. When I have sufficient funds in the future, I can consider how to raise fruit deers and be able to be self-sufficiently provide for Vajrathought Immortal goo. As for whether I can turn this divine deer fruits production into another source of income, that would depend on future opportunities. Fang Yuan pondered while communicating with that goo Immortal will. Then, let me check again. But at this time, the goo Immortal will in front of Fang Yuan suddenly shook and spoke. My main body's divine sense has entered. He says he can discuss the price with you. You should talk it out between yourselves. Saying this, the goo Immortals will took a back seat. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was waiting for this situation. The goo Immortal who was selling the divine deer fruits had left the divine deer fruits in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and also left a will to look after them. But although this will could think and communicate, it had to strictly abide by the bottom line price set by its main body, and this was not negotiable. But now that the goo Immortal's divine sense had come over, Fang Yuan could properly communicate with him about many things. There were many contents up for discussion. I want the divine deer fruits to feed Immortal goo. If we can reach a consensus, this absolutely won't be the last transaction. How about it? I will offer 1,300 Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan started to negotiate. The goo Immortal hesitated. This is our first interaction. How can I believe you based on just empty promises? Forget it, we can reach a deal for 1,400 Immortal Essence Stones. Once we have transacted 3 times like this, the price can be lowered to 1,300. What do you think? Clearly, this goo Immortal was not foolish and was quite astute. Fang Yuan refused. If I had ample funds, I would not be haggling with you like this. How about 1,350? That goo Immortal forced a smile. All right. If not for my urgent need for funds and the fact that these divine deer fruits are selling slowly, I would not have agreed to your price. One gave the money and the other handed the goods. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief after the transaction was completed. The feeding problem of Vajrathought Immortal goo was settled for the moment. Now it was Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal goo's turn. This Immortal goo fed on kelp. Naturally, it was not common kelp, but ancient ink kelp, which was a rank 6 immortal material. This kelp was complete black like ink, and when its skin was torn, it would dye the surrounding water into pitch-black ink. Fang Yuan was currently short on funds, so he intended to purchase and store some ancient ink kelps to feed Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal goo. He would consider more in the future. In the aspect of food, Day Immortal goo was much more pleasant. Because it fed on the water of the river of time, there was no need to think about obtaining its food. In comparison to divine deer fruits, there were many more sellers of ancient ink kelps in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But Fang Yuan was not able to make a deal with any of them. The issue was the price. But he was not in a hurry. There was still some time left before the next feeding of Divination Tortoiseshell Immortal goo. Fortunately, Dragon Scale Sea area's construction is finished. As long as it continues to develop like this, I will have plenty of funds in the future. Next is the construction of coiling thread caves to produce regretful spiders on a large scale. Fang Yuan had considered it. The market for regretful spiders was huge, especially over in Western Desert. Although the demand was not as large as dragonfish, it was still a lot. But for the moment, Fang Yuan was tight on funds and needed some time to accumulate his wealth before he could start this project. According to this situation, I estimate that it will be over a month before I am able to gather the first sum of funds and start on the construction of coiling thread caves. Hopefully, Wu clan would have stabilized by then and would let me return to the giant dream realm. Wu Yihai's identity restricted Feng Yuan's freedom. Especially under the current situation of Wu clan, it was not good for him to voice out his intention. Over the course of this month, Wu Yong had led Wu clan to deal with the problems created by the various super forces. There were losses and gains, Wu clan's prestige sank, but in truth, there was not much damage to their benefits. Thus, this situation was still continuing. Wu Yong wanted to regain their reputation, while other super forces were not satisfied and wanted to seize some material benefits. The confrontation between righteous path forces was different from the demonic path. Confrontations in the demonic path were fierce and violent, while righteous path confrontations were light like drizzle and often lasted for a long time. Especially when it was a confrontation between super forces with huge assets, it was difficult for them to fight against each other without reservations. They would not fight to the death. Feng Yuan's idle cultivation lifestyle did not last for long. Some days later, he received another task from Wu Yong. Mount Snail? Mountain-moving old monster. Feng Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. It was not that he did not have the confidence to complete this task, but the current trend of situations was not looking good. Previously, though Feng Yuan had resolved Frosty Peak's matter, he had in fact withheld his strength and methods, obtaining a barely passable result. He had only created an agreement of 5 years and had plundered the resources of Frosty Peak. Although this was an unwritten rule of the righteous path, he had touched the bottom line. This was naturally Feng Yuan's intent, to leave a bad impression on Wu Yong. Higher-ups did not like using such people, and if they sent Feng Yuan away to the Super Gu formation earlier, it would match Feng Yuan's wish. But Wu clan was indeed short on manpower at present, while its territory was too large. A matter concerning Mount Snail had happened suddenly. Wu Yong had no choice but to use Feng Yuan to deal with this problem. Southern border. Light rain was drizzling on a range of verdant mountains. Feng Yuan wore a blue robe and was gazing at these grand rivers and mountains from atop a rock, before his gaze finally settled on a mountain. This mountain was rather special. The mountain peaks beside it were either tall or short, steep or slanted. But this mountain was round in shape. This was Mount Snail, or it could be considered a snail mountain. It was an immemorial, desolate beast. It was an enormous river snail with a tall, tower-like spiral shell drenched with green moss. When it stayed still, its body would hide in the shell, looking like a towering mountain. Right now, it was awake and was slowly moving. Rumble. As it moved, all the surroundings quaked slightly. Birds and beasts fled in disorder. Feng Yuan was calmly looking at the movement of this immemorial desolate beast, Mount Snail, from another mountain peak. The speed was slow. Mount Snail might be an immemorial desolate beast, but its temperament was simple and mild. It was hard to anger it. It could even be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it also provided benefits. Because Mount Snail's body was full of enslavement path and earth path downmarks, which created a special environment around it that would spawn many enslavement path and earth path resources. Mount Snail's ownership had all the while been an unsettled issue. Few Gu Immortals could control Mount Snail. It was very difficult for even rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortals. Because Mount Snail itself was full of enslavement path downmarks, there were already 7 known Mount Snails in southern border. Long ago, southern border superforces had set an agreement. As long as these Mount Snails were not controlled by anyone, that is to say, they were wild Mount Snails, they would be considered as a resource of the clan whose territory it was staying in. This Mount Snail was originally living in Wu clan's territory. Naturally, it belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, it was time for the Mount Snail's migration. It was currently leaving Wu clan's territory for other territories. Mount Snail's original location was at the periphery of Wu clan's territory. In fact, during Wu Du Shou's time, Wu clan had intentionally expanded their territory to include this Mount Snail. Currently, Mount Snail was leaving Wu clan's territory, but the place it was going to did not have other righteous path super forces. This also meant this Mount Snail was going to become wild again. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happening, and under the situation where he did not have enough manpower without other options, He could only assign this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai? I am Qin Jin Sheng. I am also called Mountain-Moving Old Monster. A Gu Immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan gazed at the Gu Immortal. This old Gu Immortal was adorned in a suit of rocky gray armor. His hair was a mix of black and white, looking messy like straws. He looked slovenly, with the corners of his clothes being in shreds. But the rank 7 aura he gave out was majestic and forceful, especially his eyes which shone with sharp light. Right now, as he looked at Fang Yuan, it was like a senior sizing up a junior. It is me indeed, Wu Yihai. I greet Senior Mountain Moving. Fang Yuan bowed slightly. His greeting had the style of the righteous path. This mountain-moving old monster's title had old in it. It naturally was because he was an old veteran and old senior, having lived for over 2,000 years. He had lifespan Gu and also had unique lifespan extension methods. His battle strength was also very high, and he was a famous expert among lone immortals, almost at the level of old Treeman Bada and Wu clans. Wu Yubo rank 7 Gu immortals like Xia Fei Kuai could not compare to mountain-moving old monster. Thus, when mountain-moving old monster sized up Fang Yuan, he was not humble and treated himself as a senior, even if Fang Yuan came from Wu clan. Considering the time, it was time your Wu clan sent someone as well. Let's sit and talk. Mountain-moving old monster laughed and sat on a rock. Fang Yuan smiled and also sat down. Mountain-moving old monster saw that Fang Yuan had no objection to sitting on a rock and also did not have a high and mighty attitude. His impression of Fang Yuan improved. I almost forgot you were a lone cultivator, although you have joined Wu clan. You don't have the hypocritical attitude of those righteous path members. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head. The righteous path has to act like the righteous path. As for me, I spent most of my time as a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. These habits cannot be changed. Ha ha ha. Mountain-moving old monster laughed heartily. I hear you chased away the 2 Gu immortals from Xia clan, but plundered the resources of Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan revealed a surprised expression. Senior, these are groundless rumors. I have never stated that. Mountain-moving old monster laughed loudly, before heaving a deep sigh. The righteous path Gu immortals can't understand you, but I understand. How difficult is it for us lone cultivators to become an immortal? We have to earn every cultivation resource with our own hands. There won't be future opportunities, so we need to grasp the present benefits with all our strength. Who knows what will happen in the future? As for those righteous path Gu immortals, even if they stay in their homes, plenty of resources are provided to them. How could they understand the pain and difficulties we lone cultivators face? Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not praise nor did he retort. He knew that mountain-moving old monster's words were absolutely not just to get close to him, but to express his resolve. He, mountain-moving old monster, was a lone cultivator, and the present benefit in front of him was this Mount Snail. His resolve could not be shaken, and the former lone cultivator, Wu Yihai, should be aware of it. I am clear of your intentions, senior, but I still have to ask you to have some understanding. I have my own difficulties in coming here. Fang Yuan spoke. Mountain-moving old monster snickered. Everyone has their own difficulties. With age and experience, one's words would carry deeper meaning. Everyone has their own difficulties. Not only was it replying to Fang Yuan's words, it also meant he, himself, had his own difficulties, and more importantly, it was also indicating that Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan did not speak anymore. Sometimes, silence was a tactic which could be used in a confrontation between words. Sure enough, mountain-moving old monster could not sit still, and handed an information path mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Take a look at it. The contents listed in this mortal Gu had high value. If Fang Yuan obtained them, he could directly construct coiling thread caves. We will cooperate. I will take Mount Snail and you will get these. What do you think? Mountain-moving old monster smiled. He was actually trying to bribe Fang Yuan. But this was not strange. Instead, it fell within Fang Yuan's expectations. Mountain-moving old monster was a lone cultivator, and from his point of view, he naturally did not want to offend the number 1 righteous path superforce Wu clan. Despite Wu clan currently being in a predicament, Such a colossal force was not something mountain-moving old monster could threaten by himself. More importantly, if mountain-moving old monster obtained this Mount Snail, he would no longer be a person who could freely move. Mount Snail could not be stored inside an immortal aperture, unless it was completely subdued. Mountain-moving old monster was an Earthpath Gu immortal. He clearly did not have such attainment. Like this, he would become the owner of this Mount Snail, and would have to defend it if someone attacked it in the future. If he offended Wu Clan's Gu immortals would attack in waves. How could he defend against them by himself? Even if he could defend once, what about the second time, the third time? Even if he was able to defend against them all, there would be losses in battle. Would mountain-moving old monster still have time to cultivate if he were to be disturbed repeatedly? As such, there was only one option in front of mountain-moving old monster. That was to negotiate with Wu Clan. Wu Clan did not want to let go of this Mount Snail, but even the large Wu Clan was an organization formed by its clansmen. And so long as it was an organization, it could not be an airtight fortress. There would naturally be chinks in the armor. Wu Yihai's arrival gave even greater hope to mountain-moving old monster. Senior, you want to use these to exchange for an immemorial desolate beast? Fang Yuan held the information path Mortal Gu and said with a faint smile. The resources inside are very valuable. This Mount Snail might be an immemorial desolate beast, but who can control it? If I become its owner, I will also only be taking the resources produced by it. Naturally, we can talk if you have any conditions. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes glimmered brightly, his attitude turning much warmer. Since Fang Yuan had not directly refused, mountain-moving old monster cheered inwardly and had much higher hope. The contents inside this list needs to be doubled at least. This was Fang Yuan's first condition. Mountain-moving old monster immediately frowned. Mount Snail cannot be yours in name. It will still belong to Wu Clan. This was Fang Yuan's second condition. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes opened wide, his warm expression suddenly changing to that of anger. But in truth, Senior, you will be this mountain's owner. The benefits will mostly go to you, but you need to hand over a portion of the resources to our Wu Clan every year. This was Fang Yuan's third condition. Mountain-moving old monster began to sneer. His expression had turned dark. Wu Yihai, are you playing with me? Of course not. Fang Yuan had a sober expression. He stood up and looked at mountain-moving old monster's eyes with no fear. Senior, may I ask 3 questions? Mountain-moving old monster barely restrained his anger. Speak. Senior, first, you are a lone person not affiliated with any super force. How could my Wu Clan leave Mount Snail in your hands? It would be all right if it were a super force, but letting a lone cultivator take benefits would negatively affect my Wu Clan's prestige. Second, even if you can take possession of this Mount Snail for the moment, how long can you defend it? Even if my Wu Clan doesn't interfere with you, what about the other super forces? Third, Senior, do you think that by only bribing me, the whole of Wu Clan will simply watch from the sidelines? Mountain-moving old monster fell into silence. After a long while, he sighed and spoke with a hoarse voice. Then if we go with your idea, wouldn't I become the guard for your Wu Clan's mountain? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. It is just some insignificant reputation. How could everything go perfectly? The conditions I mentioned are actually not excessive. It is because I considered how I was also once a lone cultivator. The question is, do you want face or real benefits? Please consider it properly. Mountain-moving old monster fell into silence. This time, the silence lasted an even longer time. Only when the light drizzle gradually stopped, he spoke. All right, we will go according to your idea. A few days later, looking at Mount Snail loudly moving away, and mountain-moving old monster standing on top of it with an owner's air, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to leave. Mount Snail's matter had been settled. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu Clan had reached an agreement with mountain-moving old monster. Mountain-moving old monster obtained most of the benefits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu Clan in name. Wu Yong had assigned Fang Yuan to retain Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had retained it, although it was only a portion. It could be considered as completing the task. Mountain-moving old monster agreed to my conditions because of Wu clan's force behind me. As for Wu Yong, he is currently worn out by dealing with the difficulties created by other super forces. He has no choice but to forcibly acknowledge the resolution of Mount Snail. Wu clan is in a grave situation at present. As Wu Yong's brother, I should not idle around outside and must return as quickly as possible. Fang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of this matter. He had an explanation to hand to Wu clan, and more importantly, he had reaped many benefits from this task. He could already begin the construction of coiling thread caves. Because of these resources, Fang Yuan immediately had spare funds to engage in a large-scale expansion of his second major resource. According to the previous development speed, he would have had to wait more than half a year. And in this duration, there could not be any unexpected mishaps. For instance, intense battle would consume a lot of red date immortal essence. The rate of time in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was slowed down at present. The amount of red date immortal essence he produced was a lot less than before, and Fang Yuan needed to use immortal essence stones to turn them into red date immortal essence. Now, his immortal essence was no longer green grape immortal essence. 100 immortal essence stones were required to turn into 1 bead of red date immortal essence. I need to arrange the goo formation to construct the coiling thread caves. I also need rank 6 immortal material dark soft silk and rank 7 immortal material regret water rocks. With these funds, all this can be completed and it is only a matter of time. The important thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the crucial factor, Fang Yuan thought as he moved forward. Right as he was on his way back in the headquarters of Wu clan, 2 Gu immortals were currently talking about him, Wu Yihai. One was Wu clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, First Supreme Elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fa. Who could have thought my brother would resolve Mount Snail's matter so quickly? Elder Wu Fa. As per the clan rules, how should we reward him? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa was silent for a moment. He knew that Wu Yong's question was not superficial. He was asking about his attitude towards Wu Yihai. He was testing Wu Fa. Because Wu Yihai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were half-siblings. Wu Fa quickly thought and replied, Lord Wu Yihai has a lone cultivator background. 1 sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily. Right, your remark is correct. Yihai has a lone cultivator's disposition. Even after returning to the clan, he has not changed and is always thinking of quickly making cash and eyeing up cheap benefits. Wu Fa, however, did not agree. Frosty Peak and Mount Snail are not small benefits. Wu Yong's laughter stopped, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. That is indeed not good. If everyone were to be like this, how would Wu clan continue to exist? But he did not overstep the bottom line and has not left behind any weaknesses that could be exposed. As he said this, Wu Yong sighed and remarked, he has some ability. How could Wu Fa not realize Wu Yong's meaning? Wu Yong naturally could not be pleased at seeing Fang Yuan use the situation to his advantage. But the situation left him no choice. He was lacking manpower and sometimes had no choice but to send Wu Yihai to deal with some matters. Fang Yuan had also revealed his ability by handling these 2 matters. This ability had obtained Wu Yong's acknowledgement, so Wu Yong would still continue to use Fang Yuan. But when the time arrives and Wu clan's situation eases up, Fang Yuan would be cast aside by Wu Yong, to the extent that if Fang Yuan were to leave behind any evidence, Wu Yong would grasp the opportunity and deal a huge blow to Fang Yuan. After all, no higher-up would feel comfortable with someone like Fang Yuan, who sought after personal gains. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Wu clan. He met with Wu Yong and described the whole matter briefly, and obtained a reward from Wu clan once again. Fang Yuan chose to exchange for immortal essence stones. Naturally, this sum of immortal essence stones could not compare to what he had obtained from mountain-moving old monster. It was far too few. Over the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated in peace. The construction of the coiling thread caves was slowly progressing. This was his current focus. Every set interval of time, Fang Yuan would have to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi, stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. After all, Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, It was extremely taxing on the immortal aperture. This matter was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan could not directly absorb heaven and earth qi, because the amount he absorbed every time was huge and the interval between them was also short. As such, Fang Yuan had to search for some immortal materials in treasure yellow heaven, disintegrating them into heaven and earth qi to infuse into himself. This no doubt consumed a lot of Fang Yuan's spare energy and finances, but he would rather do this carefully. This was the only way he could stick around long enough and avoid showing any flaws that could let others expose his identity. Days passed by. Fang Yuan started to feel somewhat impatient. The problems on the giant dream realm's end have already settled down, but Wu Yong does not seem to show any signs of letting me return. Looks like what I was worried about happened after all. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed. In this world, people often had no choice. Wu Yong was busy dealing with difficulties from all sides, doing everything to stabilize the situation. If he let Fang Yuan return, and a problem occurred on the Supergu formation's end, would he not be creating trouble for himself? Moreover, Wu Yong saw Fang Yuan had some ability and wanted to continue letting him deal with some problems. As for Fang Yuan embezzling resources while doing the tasks, Wu Yong was turning a blind eye to it for now and did not look into it. He did not pursue it, but Fang Yuan wanted him to. Looking at the reason Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and entered Wu Clan, wasn't it for the Dream Realm? It seems I need to make a move. On this day, Fang Yuan left his residence. For the policies of higher-ups, there were countermeasures. Fang Yuan was an old fox. How could he not have a method to respond to this? Around 12 days later, in a pavilion on Yu Hua Mountain, several Gu immortals were seated around a stone table. Warm moonlight flowed down like water. Night birds cried out in the lush green hills. Soft wind brushed past. The view was beautiful beyond imagination. Today is Southern Border's yearly Moon Festival one. It is my fortune to enjoy this festival with all our honorable guests. Chao Si Lu said with a smile. Her voice was beautiful like the soft murmurs of mountain springs, giving a pure feeling. Her appearance was even more beautiful, dressed in a pure white brocade dress. Along with her exquisite features, it gave a feeling of a fairy from Mortal Tales. Being able to receive Fairy Si Lu's invitation to enjoy the Moon Festival together is my, Luo Mu Zi's, honor. A Gu immortal with the looks of a young man spoke. His smile was glowing with enthusiasm, particularly the gaze he had when looked at Xiao Si Lu. It was scorching hot. Xiao Si Lu was one of the 3 publicly recognized top beauties in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. What stood out even more was her background. Chao Clan, although affiliated with Wu Clan, was also a righteous path superforce. Among the 6 Gu immortals present, there were 2 women and 4 men. Other than the one couple, Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were pursuers of Xiao Si Lu. There were many pursuers of Xiao Si Lu, but being able to receive an invitation to this festival from her showed these 2 were not at the same level as the rest. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were naturally happy. They came rushing over immediately when they received Xiao Si Lu's invitation. But at this moment, Xiao Si Lu spoke to another male Gu immortal. Hi. You said you wanted to integrate yourself into Southern Border. Tonight's Moon Festival is a custom of Southern Border. Southern Border has a lot of mountains, separated from each other, but the Moon Festival is a common custom. Every year at this time we will all appreciate the moon. Her eyes were glistening with light. Her soft voice and her smiling rosy lips created an extraordinary image. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei immediately frowned, as they rigidly stared at Fang Yuan with eyes that could burst into flames. Xiao Si Lu's differing attitude could be clearly seen by anyone who had eyes. Moreover, the seating arrangement had already put Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei in a bad mood, because on the main seat was Xiao Si Lu and on her right seat was Fang Yuan, while to her left was her best friend, Fairy Tian Lu. As for the other male Gu immortals, their seats were arranged quite far away. Moon Festival? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. He asked even though he already knew. Interesting. What do we do besides appreciating the moon? We drink tea, recite poems, and also dissect rocks. Xiao Si Lu explained with a smile. Dissect rocks. Fang Yuan looked puzzled. Xiao Si Lu did not reply. Instead, she handed a cup of fragrant tea to Fang Yuan. "First, please taste my personally brewed tea." Luo Muzi almost stood up at this sight. Luin Fei's eyelids twitched violently, wishing he could be in Fang Yuan's place. Fang Yuan took a light sip of the tea and commented, "This tea is not bad." "Only not bad? This is Fairy Silu's renowned willow spiral tea." Luo Muzi almost yelled. "Is there something special that I am unaware of?" Fang Yuan looked at Xiao Silu. Xiao Silu met Fang Yuan's gaze, before her eyes turned and she laughed softly. Luin Fei's heart started beating faster at the fairy's charming laughter. At this moment, Fairy Tian Lu aptly chirped, "This willow spiral tea, if you lightly shake it, a whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea in the appearance of a willow leaf. You will only get the true extraordinary taste of the tea when you drink it at that time." "Oh, so it was like that." Fang Yuan shook the cup in his hand, and immediately, there was a change on the surface of the tea. He drank it then, and felt the fragrance overflow in his mouth, giving him a pleasant aftertaste and satisfaction. "Great tea," Fang Yuan praised. "Of course it is a great tea. Fairy Silu's personally brewed tea is not something just anyone can get to drink," Luo Muzi sourly said. "To be able to receive your praise, Silu's efforts were not wasted. You should know that you need to spend 6 hours to make this tea, and you cannot be even the slightest bit careless during the whole process." Fairy Tian Lu said. Luin Fei was extremely moved. "It is truly my lifetime's honor to be able to taste Fairy Silu's personally brewed willow spiral tea tonight." Fairy Tian Lu's eyebrows immediately rose. "Who said you can taste the willow spiral tea?" Si Lu took out some time from her busy schedule to make this 1 cup. Ugh! Xiao Si Lu only made 1 cup of willow spiral tea, which was given to Fang Yuan. Such a brewing method immediately changed the significance of this cup of willow spiral tea. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed, showing flattered joy on his face, but his mind was tranquil with no ripples. "This is truly a pity. No matter how beautiful you are, without eternal life, you will just be a pile of bones in the end. Beauty is superficial, but people cannot stop indulging in it." But this Fairy Tian Lu is indeed Xiao Si Lu's best friend. Their coordination is remarkable. The only cup of brewed tea was given to Fang Yuan by Fairy Si Lu, Luo Muzi and Luin Fei, who were still thinking of tasting the tea, however, obtained such a reply. Their expressions had become quite stiff at this moment. Xiao Si Lu smiled. "The willow spiral tea was only a token of goodwill. I have brought bewitching tea for everyone. Please have a taste." She waved her silk sleeve. 5 servings of tea appeared on the table. This tea was different from willow spiral tea. It was not in a cup, but in a white porcelain dish. At the center of this dish was a fist-sized dewdrop. This dewdrop was lustrous like a jade, its surface wobbling slightly against the night wind, looking delicate. "Bewitching tea is a renowned tea of Chao clan. To think I could have a taste tonight." Luo Muzi gave himself an excuse, but in fact, his gaze was still fixed on that cup in front of Fang Yuan. Luin Fei had already tightly clenched his fists below the table, grinding his teeth as he raised the small porcelain dish and took a sip of the bewitching tea. "Good tea," he exclaimed, but his expression was slightly rigid. In fact, bewitching tea was multiple grades higher than willow spiral tea. The latter was only Xiao Silu's creation, while the former was Chao clan's signature tea. A Superforce's signature tea was naturally more outstanding than the tea created by Xiao Silu, a single gu immortal. However, as far as Luo Muzi and Luin Fei were concerned, they would rather give up 100 servings of bewitching tea to drink a serving of willow spiral tea. Bewitching tea is really refreshing and has endless aftertaste. "Silu, how can I take out my Aurora tea when you brought out this tea?" Fairy Tian Lu smiled. Xiao Silu, however, was not the slightest bit polite to this best friend of hers. "Just don't take it out then. I am already tired of drinking your Aurora tea. Right now, I am anticipating Shang Lu's Drunken Flowers tea. It is rumored this tea was a creation from his inspiration when he fell in love at first sight with you. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to taste it today. I am ashamed. Shang Lu rubbed his nose, giving a bitter smile. My drunken flowers tea is a crude creation. It is not exquisite enough for today. Fairy Tianlu also smiled while covering her mouth. See Lu, you are making things difficult for my darling Lu. This won't do. Only I can drink drunken flowers tea. Outsiders can stop dreaming about it. Her face showed pride and love as she said this. Gu Immortal Shang Lu, who was beside her, looked lovingly at Fairy Tianlu. They were already holding their hands below the table. Xiao Silu gave a deep sigh. Oh, I wonder when I will meet a person who will create a tea for me? There was a sense of dejectedness in her soft query. At this moment, moonlight shone into the pavilion. A beauty sighing softly under the moonlight was truly a very lovable sight. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei felt their bodies heating up. Luo Muzi even stood up. Fairy Silu, I have a tea which is called 9 Recollecting Fragrances. It is my own creation. Fairy, I would like to offer it to you on this auspicious occasion. Not willing to be left behind, Luan Fei also quipped in. I also have prepared my tea. This is yin yang tea. There is a clear distinction between yin and yang, Fairy. Please have a taste. These two Gu Immortals only offered the tea to Qiao Silu, just like Qiao Silu had given her willow spiral tea to Fang Yuan. Qiao Silu took a sip of both tea and said with a smile, 9 Recollecting Fragrances is aptly named. The moment the tea enters the mouth, fragrances coil around the tongue. Tasting it carefully, there are actually 9 moments when the fragrances intensify. It is really extraordinary. Ha ha, Fairy. It is not worthy of such praise from you. Luo Muzi laughed heartily. His previous bad mood swept away completely. Xiao Silu then said to Luan Fei, Yin Yang tea, although it is not a unique creation, I have heard of it before. There are 3 levels to brewing this tea. First level is when yin and yang are obscure. Second layer is when yin and yang are separate. Third level is when yin contains yang, and yang contains yin and yang revolving around each other. Luan Fei, your skill can be seen for being able to achieve the second level of brewing this tea. There are probably less than 10 people who can achieve that in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path Gu Immortal like you. Tea, wine, delicacies. In this world, they were naturally not ordinary. There were countless ways to brew tea. It was not as simple and shallow as putting tea leaves in hot water. Like the tea discussed by the Immortals in the pavilion. Willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, drunken flowers, 9 recollecting fragrances and yin yang tea. They were all incomplete Gu recipes. And when these Gu recipes were completed and the Gu Immortal brewed tea at that time, they could refine food path Gu worms. Food path was one of the many cultivation paths. It was just that it had never flourished. Although it was extremely significant and there was a lot of interests in it, unfortunately, because of historical reasons, there were very few food path inheritances left in the world. This Luan Fei's main cultivation is actually food path? Fang Yuan gave Luan Fei a quick glance, feeling slightly surprised inwardly. What is this guy's origin? I have many immortal Gu. If I could obtain his food path inheritance, it might be a huge help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intent. Even if you had no intention to harm others, they might still want to harm you. Fang Yuan was somewhat moved. His current strength was already among the best below rank 8. When he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal, although his offensive methods were still weaker, he could stand toe-to-toe with Feng Jiugu. I need to first check Luan Fei's background and see if I can make a move against him or not. If I can, Wu Yihai's identity must not be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan definitely could not brazenly kill Luan Fei, because he was a righteous path Gu Immortal Gu and could not adopt demonic path methods. A super force had much more robust strength than a lone immortal, but these forces usually did not lightly offend any Gu Immortal. The same went for Wu Clan. A super force had huge assets and businesses. If a Gu Immortal could not be killed and escaped, they could destroy many resources of the superforce and be a huge headache to the superforce. Wu Yong had this consideration as well when he accepted Fang Yuan's idea of giving some concessions to mountain-moving old monster in regards to Mount Snail. It is better to probe and determine the value of Luan Fei's inheritance. If it is not high, forget it. If the value is high and I am to make a move, I need to be absolutely careful to not let his soul self-detonate. There was no need to think about immortal goo, they could not be obtained. But Fang Yuan could kill Luan Fei and capture his soul, to obtain the food path inheritance by soul searching. Fang Yuan had always held food path inheritances in high expectations. Unfortunately, due to a lack of fortuitous encounters, he could do nothing about it. Since there were no fortuitous encounters, then he had to make a move himself and rob others. Fang Yuan did not have any feeling of guilt. Many Gu immortals were particular about not attacking others if others did not attack them. However, Fang Yuan was someone who, even if others did not attack him, would go attack them. I brewed this tea over 7 days and 7 nights. Fairy, now being able to receive your praise, it was all worth it. Luan Fei's tone was slightly shaking with excitement. He then looked at Fang Yuan and said with a hint of challenge, I wonder what Tea Lord Wu Hai is going to show us? He had not even the slightest idea that Fang Yuan was already brewing thoughts of killing him. Eastern Sea is the most plentiful region in terms of resources. Wu Hai has lived in Eastern Sea for many years. Any tea he brings out will definitely surpass others and be the top tea. Luo Mu Zi sat back and spoke with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan smiled. These two were Qiao Si Lu's pursuers. After realizing Fang Yuan's threat, they had tacitly allied to put Fang Yuan in an awkward situation. They praised Fang Yuan highly, making it difficult for him to refuse their request. Qiao Si Lu slightly frowned. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei's thoughts were slightly devious. If Wu Hai could not showcase such a tea, the situation would be awkward. Even if he could, his reputation would suffer. The reason? Because this event was hosted by Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Clan's bewitching tea was the main tea, while other Gu Immortals teas were supplementary. The guests should not overshadow the host. This was an unwritten rule of the Moon Festival. Qiao Clan might not care about it, but Wu Hai's reputation would suffer. The righteous path was very concerned about reputation. Fang Yuan, however, had no hesitation. He directly took out 5 cups of tea and indicated to the others, Please enjoy. Fairy Tian Lu's eyes brightened. Being the first to pick up a cup, I am very curious as to what Lord Wu Hai's tea is like, but the first person to drink the tea was not her, but Luan Fei. He looked somewhat hurried. This was the best opportunity to knock down his rival. As a food path Gu immortal, he was proficient in this aspect. How could he not take this opportunity? But with just 1 sip, he immediately frowned and spat it out. Shaw, what rotten tea is this? Awful, too awful. Luo Mu Zi also took a sip before placing the cup down. This is the most revolting tea I have ever had in my life. It might even be worse than mortal tea. His tone was extremely impolite, with no hint of respect towards a rival. The two had firmly grasped the opportunity to attack Fang Yuan's reputation. Fairy Tian Lu wanted to help mediate the situation, but after drinking it, she gave a helpless smile. This tea is salty and bitter. It is like seawater. Fang Yuan smiled and unexpectedly admitted, It is seawater. What? You actually brought seawater? Are you trying to shame Fairy Si Lu? Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei quickly sent verbal attacks. The smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, replaced by solemnness. I don't like to drink tea. If I had to choose, this seawater would be my tea. You do not understand. I lived the life of a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, an orphan with no one to rely on and with calamities and tribulations pressuring me at all times. Every day, I would wake up early and scoop a bowl of salty seawater to drink. This was to remind myself to not slack and continue persevering. The pavilion immediately fell into silence. Qiao Si Lu slowly lifted her cup amidst this silence and took a sip, before slowly putting the cup down. She smiled. Her rosy lips and white teeth seemed brighter than the beautiful moonlight. This is the most special tea I have had in my life. Thank you, Hai. This tea is good. I am truly moved. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei fell into silence, seeing that the person they loved had responded like this. Are you kidding me? My 9 recollecting fragrances cannot even compare to a cup of seawater. Luo Mu Zi roared inwardly. while maintaining his calm appearance on the surface. Damn! This Wu Hai is playing tricks and pulled a fast one. We are offering tea, yet he offers seawater? He is too shameless. Fairy Si Lu even approved of him. This is too infuriating. Veins started to bulge in Luan Fei's clenched fists below the table. Fairy Tian Lu quickly calmed the situation. The moon is high in the sky since we have already drunk tea. If there are no poems to accompany this festival, it would not be complete. Fang Yuan pretended to not understand. Are we really going to recite poems? He looked like he had heard it for the first time. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei's eyes immediately brightened. This was another opportunity to knock down their rival. You managed to get away with it the previous time, duping your way through. This time, I am going to push you down from the limelight, then fiercely step on you a couple times. Luo Mu Zi's mind was revolving around this thought, but on the surface, he was still wearing a smile and had a graceful demeanor. The same went for Luan Fei, having similar thoughts. However, they did not know what kind of person Fang Yuan was. Competing in poetry. Heavens! This was worse than showing off in front of an expert. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a large stockpile of traditional poems in his head, including those renowned works as well as earth-shaking masterpieces. He could easily use one of them, and these two would be unable to save face. Yes, we are going to recite poems. There is a story behind this. Chao Si Lu answered Fang Yuan. Oh? Please explain. Fang Yuan continued to ask. This is a story that has been passed down in southern border, and is also the origin of the Moon Festival. Chao Si Lu said with eloquence. Once upon a time, at a certain village in southern border, a young man fell in love with an old Gu master's daughter, and this Gu master's daughter also was in love with this mortal youth. The youth mustered up his courage to propose the marriage, but he was met with the old Gu master's rejection. You are only a mortal, while my daughter is a Gu master with a bright future. How could you be worthy of my daughter? Get lost. The young man implored and begged, but the old Gu master sneered. You are daydreaming, thinking I will let my daughter marry you. You, a mere mortal who cannot even brew tea. What use do you have? The youth replied, Isn't it just tea? What is so difficult about it? If I brew it, will you marry your daughter to me? The old Gu master felt a headache. He knew his daughter loved this youth deeply. Forcefully breaking them up would only make his daughter hate him. If you can make a cup of tea that meets my expectations, I will give you a chance. The youth was joyous and agreed immediately. Sir, I will definitely make it. The Gu master daughter was extremely worried when she heard about this. My family is reputed for our famous tea, and you have to make a tea which can satisfy my father. You are only a mortal with no Gu master abilities. How can you brew a good tea? The young man, however, replied, Don't worry. Who says mortals cannot brew tea? Let me tell you 3 principles. The first principle. The law of the jungle, big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimps. Saying that, the young man walked to a stream and hooked a big fish. He cut the fish, retrieving a small fish inside. He then cut the small fish, and took out a shrimp from the inside. The second principle. Humans need to eat and also need to defecate. The young man then ate the shrimp and pooped out a pile of feces. The third principle. Feces can nourish vegetation to grow better. The young man buried his feces under the soil, and sure enough, flowers and plants started to flourish and grow. The young man plucked a kind of flower from among them and soaked it in the stream. The entire small stream turned into tea. The old Gu master could not speak for a long while after he took a sip of this tea. His daughter said, Father, you are not thinking of reneging on your promise, right? Only then did the old Gu master nod reluctantly. Boy, you have passed the first test, but it is still impossible for you, a mortal, to marry my daughter. You are too crude and lack talent. You cannot recite poems. The youth scratched his head and spoke worriedly. Although I have not recited poems before, I can give it a try. The old Gu master scoffed. You? The youth asked back. Why can't I? Boy, reciting poems is not just casually chanting a few phrases. We Gu masters can cause heaven and earth to change by reciting poems. We can make humans dance with joy. Can you do that? The youth said in a low tone. How would I know if I don't give it a try? All right, then try. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, then you need to leave and never see my daughter again. The youth had no choice but to agree. He began to pace around, thinking of a poem to recite. But he had never recited a poem before. He had no clue how to start. At this moment, he saw the ants on the ground, he saw the birds and the setting sun outside the window. Suddenly, he patted his head. He began to recite. Sparrows fly low and snakes slither around. Ants move their homes as it rains down. Southern border had many rainy days, and it was currently springtime as well. The youth had just finished speaking, when light rain began to appear in the sky. The old Gu master's expression changed. The youth continued. A drop of spring rain resembles a drop of oil. Too much of it sends us into turmoil. The rain got heavier and the sky turned dark. The old Gu master's expression was slightly unsightly. The youth grabbed his head and scratched his cheek. Elm trees droop as farming commences. Hair falls as seeds scatter. At this point, the youth was stuck, and for the life of him, he could not recite the final line. I will give you some more time, the old Gu master sneered. The youth's eyes brightened as he pointed at the old Gu master and said, Lord took away all the grains. Our hungry stomachs are all in pain. The old Gu master immediately stomped his foot in anger and stood up, breaking the teacup in his hand. Then, he pointed at the young man and shouted, A mere mortal dares to be so audacious. But his daughter laughed and clapped. Amazing. This song changed heaven and earth, and even made father dance. The old Gu master was furious at seeing his daughter side with her boyfriend, but was unable to retort. Good, 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 consider that you have passed the second test, but there is still the final one. You want to marry my daughter, what about the betrothal gift? Can you take out a betrothal gift that can satisfy me? The youth lowered his head dejectedly. He lived in a thatched cottage, slept on a straw mat and only had one set of patched clothes. I will use all my assets as the betrothal gift. The youth spoke in a serious tone. Let me see them, the old Gu master said. The young man brought the old Gu master to his residence, to that old thatched cottage. He then said, These are all my assets. This old hut with holes everywhere? The old Gu master pointed with disdain. This straw mat that is about to break? The old Gu master threw the straw mat. These rocks used as stools? The old Gu master kicked the rocks and broke them. The youth lowered his head. Every sentence the old Gu master said made the young man's head lower further down. When the old Gu master said his third sentence, the youth's head had almost hung down to his chest. But right at this time, from a rock the old Gu master has kicked open, a beautiful Gu worm that looked like the moon flew out leisurely, shining brightly. The old Gu master was stunned. The youth was also stunned. He had picked up this rock casually from the base of the mountain. The old Gu master's daughter cried out happily. This Gu worm is definitely enough as the betrothal gift, right? The old Gu master was unable to retort. He could not say anything, and finally, he could only rub his nose and marry his daughter to this mortal lad. Fang Yuan had already heard of this story before. It was indeed interesting. The story portrayed a conflict between a mortal and a Gu master, and actually ended up with the mortal's victory. The youth had braved through the 3 hurdles, finally getting together with the beauty, who was also a Gu master. The old Gu master had not used strength from start to finish. This did not conform to logic. It, however, showed a lowly mortal's thirst towards a better life, as well as pursuing happiness. Chao Si Lu narrated the story to Fang Yuan, conveniently explaining the customs of the Moon Festival as well. Why it was that during the Moon Festival, the people in southern border, be they Gu immortals or mortals, would make tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks. Naturally, the tea brewing of mortals was done with ordinary tea leaves, and as for dissecting rocks, it was replaced by breaking pebbles as a way of receiving auspicious blessings. This is quite an interesting story. Thank you, Fairy Silu, for answering my doubts, Fang Yuan said, politely. Chao Silu smiled. Why are you so polite? You can just call me Silu. Ha! Luo Mu Zi's eyes opened wide. Xiao Si Lu's attitude towards Wu Yihai was completely different from how she treated the two of them. "We have had tea already. Now let us recite poems," Luan Fei said. His gaze towards Fang Yuan flashed with some coldness, and his tone had also turned somewhat icier. Xiao Si Lu's beautiful eyes turned towards Luan Fei. "Luan Fei, you are already eager. I am very interested to listen to your masterpiece." Luan Fei laughed happily. The coldness on his face completely dissipated as he replied, "Then let me recite my simple work." He stood up and slowly walked outside the pavilion as he recited. "Stepping into society as an ignorant youngster, step by step I walk by myself. But tonight I do not drink alone, because my dream beauty is here under the moon." Luan Fei, in his blue robe and with fair appearance, recited slowly. The first two lines described his cultivation experiences, hinting at his lonely journey. The last two lines described the current situation, especially the last line. It was an implicit confession. He had walked out of the pavilion, and after his recital he returned inside, gazing deeply at Xiao Si Lu. Xiao Si Lu sensed the passion in his eyes and quickly turned around to look at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan neither looked at her nor showed hostility towards Luan Fei. He was just quietly drinking tea. A trace of disappointment flashed past Xiao Si Lu's eyes. Good poem, good poem." Fairy Tian Lu laughed charmingly. "Especially the last line. My dream beauty is here under the moon. It was truly beautiful. I think it is definitely talking about me." She improvised a humorous remark, easing the atmosphere in the pavilion. Luan Fei gave a helpless and bitter smile, sitting down again. "Please don't mind my crude creation. It is hardly presentable." "Luan Fei, you are too modest. I have a poem as well," Luo Muzi said. "Oh? We would love to hear it." Xiao Si Lu smiled, looking at Luo Muzi with anticipation. Luo Muzi turned silent for a moment before slowly reciting. "Climbed mountains to seek immortality. Danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light. Dark goo lurk in heart. A dream like golden jade. Thousands of years of loneliness. 5 regions and 9 heavens. Everything is in one breath." The concept and imagination in this poem, with 5 words in each line, immediately moved the Gu Immortals. They carefully savored it. Climbed mountains to seek immortality, referred to a Gu Immortal's cultivation. Danger present in every step. Gu Immortals needed to deal with calamities and tribulations in their cultivation, devoting all their effort in managing their immortal aperture. It was like climbing a mountain. The higher they reached, the more dangerous it became. Dust specks float like light. The meaning was that time was always passing by, and in the mortal world, dust gathered on people and people were like floating dust. Dark goo lurk in heart. On the surface, it referred to Gu Immortals storing immortal goo and mortal goo in their immortal apertures. But the Gu Immortals present had deep background in literature. They could already savor the deeper meaning. Dark goo referred to darkness, setbacks, failures, compromises, disappointments, and other negative feelings. Mortals thought immortals had good lives, but immortals faced difficulties they did not know. Just look at the living beings in the world. Who was truly free and unfettered? Gu Immortals endured huge pressure in their cultivation. It was unavoidable for them to have negative feelings. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables were not an exception. Climbed mountains to seek immortality. Danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light. Dark goo lurk in heart. These phrases were brief but contained profound meaning, which when carefully considered, resonated greatly with Gu Immortals. The lines after this, a dream like golden jade, thousands of years of loneliness. It referred to gold and jade, all kinds of wealth being superficial objects and just like dreams. As time passes, love, hatred, and all feelings disappear. It showed how the poet looked indifferently at the changes in the world, that their mind was free from mortal emotions. The final phrase, 5 regions and 9 heavens, everything is in one breath, was filled with vigor and majesty, sweeping away the gloominess and heaviness from the previous lines. There were several other meanings to it. As long as humans had one breath left in them, they were living. When they lose this breath, they would die. People strived and fought for that one breath. Using the world as an analogy, Immortal cultivation was just like the pillars holding up the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Everyone was just working hard to support themselves. The entire poem was slow at first before it became faster in momentum, creating a majestic scene that filled the listeners with admiration. For a moment, the pavilion was filled with silence, the immortals quietly ruminating over this poem. Xiao Si Lu thought to herself, "Strange, from my understanding of Luo Muzi, how could he create such a poem with his nature? He probably stole someone else's work. He also did not say it was his creation." She sized up Luo Muzi. Luo Muzi looked calm on the surface, sitting upright as he quietly drank his tea, but the smile on his lips gave away his inner feelings. Xiao Si Lu inwardly smiled, but did not expose him. She then turned her sight towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was unexpectedly strange. "This is Qi Ju's 5 words poem? How is it possible? Didn't demon immortal Qi Ju's grotto heaven only appear when dream realms flourished in the 5 regions' chaotic war? Strange, strange, strange." Demon immortal Qi Ju was a great expert from the olden antiquity era, a rank 8 immortal with immense battle strength who had once fought limitless demon venerable 3 times. The results were a win, a draw, and a loss. Naturally, the first 2 battles were when limitless demon venerable had yet to advance to rank 9. And, in the final battle, limitless demon venerable had advanced to rank 9, surpassing demon immortal Qi Ju. But the battle had still lasted for 9 days and 9 nights, before the latter was defeated. However, limitless demon venerable did not kill demon immortal Qi Ju and let him go. Limitless demon venerable had said this at the time. "You were my biggest enemy, but without you, I would not have trained so desperately. You also had a hand in pushing me towards my current cultivation level." Having received the recognition and praise of a grand demon venerable, demon immortal Qi Ju's name was marked in history. The grotto heaven left after his death had lasted until the present. In Fang Yuan's first life, dream realms manifested one after another during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Regional walls disappeared and the 5 regions turned into one. Such a huge change created a turbulence in heaven and earth Qi, exposing many hidden blessed lands and grotto heavens to the outside world. Demon immortal Qi Ju's grotto heaven was revealed in such a situation. Undoubtedly, the moment it appeared, it caused an uproar in the 5 regions. That shouldn't be. Simple logic is that Qi Ju's 5 words poem was engraved in Qi Ju grotto heaven. How did Luo Muzi know of it at this time? Could it be he has already entered Qi Ju grotto heaven? Fang Yuan's thoughts became somewhat chaotic for a moment. Qi Ju grotto heaven contained the demon immortal's true inheritance. This demon immortal was on the same level as sword immortal Bo Qing. Even He Fan paled in comparison to him. If I could obtain this true inheritance, will I obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance by killing this Luo Muzi? Intense killing intent rose in Fang Yuan's mind once again. Without knowing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Luo Muzi gave a challenging glance to Fang Yuan. "I wonder what great work Wu Hai has? We are really looking forward to it." "That is natural," Luan Fei quickly chipped in. "Lord Wu Hai's origin is not ordinary. He has plenty of experiences and what's more, Eastern Sea is very rich in resources. I can't compare to the scholarly attainment of Wu Hai." These 2 praised Fang Yuan with pleasant words, but their thoughts were anything but good. Xiao Si Lu was well aware of it. At this moment, she did not protect Fang Yuan but stared at Fang Yuan and encouraged him. "I also really want to listen to your poem. I am sure it will definitely be interesting and special." Yes, Fairy Tian Lu quickly agreed. For a moment, Fang Yuan was pressured by everyone. He rubbed his nose and gave a forced smile. "Friends, you are all overestimating me. How could I have poems? I don't know how to make any." "Wu Hai, you are modest. Too modest." Luo Muzi laughed. Fang Yuan shrugged. "I am telling the truth. I did not even know we would have to recite poems to appreciate the moon." "Since that is the case, Wu Hai, why don't you make one right now? It should be a wonderful work, don't worry if it takes a bit of time. We are all willing to wait," Luan Fei said, not letting Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Of course, he had a lot of poems in his head. There was many poems praised since ancient times from Earth. He could casually copy any of those famous stanzas. It would be enough for this occasion and resolve the difficulties from these Gu immortals. But so what? Fang Yuan gazed around. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei loved Xiao Si Lu. They naturally considered Fang Yuan an eyesore. Both had come to a tacit agreement to work together and knock down their rival. What good would it do for him to contend with such losers? Fairy Tianlu was Xiao Si Lu's best friend and was indeed working hard, helping Xiao Si Lu wholeheartedly. As for her lover, he did not speak much and was silent most of the time, quietly drinking tea from the side. This showed how astute he was. As for Xiao Si Lu, this fairy had both appearance and background, and was one of the three great beauties of southern border. She naturally had her pride. Qiao clan might have ordered her to approach Fang Yuan, but she had her own methods. She had thought meticulously in hosting this moon festival today. She had thought out everything, not only taking care of small details like seating order, she had also brought her best friend to help her. And an even more brilliant move was that she had invited Luan Fei and Luo Muzi to take part in the event. When two men compete with each other over a girl, even if she was a pig, they would think she is awesome. Only when one wins and the other is out of the competition, and when the victor looks at this pig, he will then realize, oh, this was a pig after all. This was rather exaggerated, but the logic was similar. When a competitor appears, it would make the girl who is being pursued seem even more precious and more valuable. Xiao Si Lu was well aware of this logic, so she made this arrangement to evoke Fang Yuan's thoughts and make him take the initiative to pursue her. Then she could conveniently agree and hook Fang Yuan in. If it were the real Wu Yihai, perhaps he might have already fallen into the planning of beauty. Unfortunately, the one she was facing was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained unmoved the whole time because he knew the relation between Wu clan and Xiao clan, and also the scheme of Xiao clan's higher-ups. With this understanding, Fang Yuan was in a strategically superior and stable position, while Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were no more than roadside clowns. When Fang Yuan sized up the Gu immortals in the pavilion, the Gu immortals were also focusing their gazes on him. There was silence in the pavilion. This silence was no doubt a kind of pressure. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei want to embarrass me. Xiao Si Lu also wants me to accept the challenge. Maybe she is feeling a little upset. After all, for such a beauty, the seawater was too rude. As for Fairy Tianlu, she is completely on Xiao Si Lu's side, and is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan thought of all this, smiling inwardly as he said, "Then let me recite one. Don't laugh at me. We are all ears. We are looking forward to it." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were all smiles. At the next moment, the immortals heard Fang Yuan's poem, "O great sea, you are made of water. O horse, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have large eyes and a mouth." The poem ended. The entire pavilion was silent. Everyone's expression seemed to have stiffened. Even Xiao Si Lu and Fairy Tianlu were no exception. This, what the fuck? This is a poem? This is rubbish. This Wu Yihai is an utter bore. What nonsense is this? Appreciating the moon and reciting poems, it was an elegant event. Now it is completely ruined. The Gu immortals were unanimously screaming internally. Fang Yuan was all smiles as he looked at Xiao Si Lu. I wonder if Fairy Si Lu is satisfied? Satisfied? Screw you. You still have the nerves to ask this question? You are simply too outrageous. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared inwardly, but being mindful of their bearing, they showed nothing on the surface. The pavilion was still a scene of silence. Hey! Xiao Si Lu laughed, even though it sounded very forced. This poem is really special, to tell the truth. I have never heard such a poem. It is indeed worthy of being your creation. Now that I carefully consider it, it is actually quite funny. Luo Muzi, Luan Fei. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were utterly speechless. They wanted to criticize Fang Yuan, but Xiao Si Lu had made such a remark. If they criticized now, would they not be embarrassing Xiao Si Lu? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei felt like they had swallowed a housefly but were unable to spit it out. It was unbearable. Fang Yuan was laughing on the inside as he gazed around. Xiao Si Lu was forcefully maintaining her smile, while Fairy Tian Lu gazed at her concernedly, her gaze seemingly containing some sympathetic feeling. As Xiao Si Lu's best friend, how could Fairy Tian Lu not know of her intention? It was just that Fang Yuan did not take the bait at all, making them be unable to do anything. As for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, they had such stiff expressions that it was quite funny. Fang Yuan looked at these two. How was it? My poem was not bad, right? Not bad. Luo Muzi's and Luan Fei's eyes immediately opened wide as they looked at Fang Yuan, seemingly wanting to see how shameless this person could possibly get. But immediately afterwards, they heard Fang Yuan speak. Although I had a flash of inspiration, it seems a true masterpiece poem is also created like this. Si Lu really approves of my poem, but I still would like to hear your constructive feedback. Constructive feedback? This dog's hit thing can be considered a poem? You want feedback? Si Lu, why are you speaking of her so closely? You scumbag. Hey, who let you address her so intimately? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were madly raving inside their minds. But they could not lose their temper. They had to evaluate it and give good remarks just like Xiao Si Lu's words, so that they would not embarrass her. This disgusted them even more than eating a housefly. Fang Yuan was clearly their rival in love, and it was also garbage that could not be considered a poem. But Luo Muzi and Luan Fei still needed to evaluate it and give nice comments. This poem, it is clear, easy to understand, and easy to read. Luo Muzi stammered. His expression was becoming increasingly unsightly and he felt like he was going to vomit. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, then turned towards Luan Fei. What do you think? Luan Fei saw Fang Yuan staring at him. The corners of his lips were raised slightly in a smile and seemed to be twitching. He insipidly remarked, "This is a good poem." Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. How could he let this person off so easily? He pursued, "What is so good about it?" Luan Fei was furious. His face flushed red with anger as he screamed internally. How would I know what's good about it? There is nothing good about it. You created this garbage and still want to be praised. You scumbag. Looking at Fang Yuan's smiling expression, Luan Fei had an intense urge to smash the teacup on Fang Yuan's face. It would really appease his anger, but he could not do that. Xiao Si Lu was right beside them. If Luan Fei did that, what would happen to Xiao Si Lu's face? Wouldn't he embarrass this fairy? Moreover, he was not like Luo Muzi, he was a lone immortal. By contrast, Wu Yihai had a noble status, he was in Wu clan, and was the younger brother of Wu Yong. Luan Fei could only restrain his anger as he racked his brains to think of words for evaluating Fang Yuan's poem. I am really pleased with this Moon Appreciation Festival. Never had I thought I am talented in composing poems. Fang Yuan smiled at Xiao Si Lu, his gaze full of deep meaning. Xiao Si Lu's mind shook slightly as she smiled. Next is rock dissecting. Maybe you will have a huge harvest. Indeed, indeed. I am also most expectant towards this event. Let us dissect rocks. Fairy Tian Lu quickly helped to change the subject. I have prepared a huge amount of rocks here for everyone to choose. Please. Xiao Si Lu naturally had come prepared, with Qiao clan as her background. Gathering some rocks was of course not a troubling matter. The mood in the pavilion eased. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei also let out sighs of relief. At least they no longer needed to praise Fang Yuan's poem against their own will. The rocks prepared by Xiao Si Lu were of all sizes. The Gu Immortals chose them one after the other and dissected them on the spot to see if there were any Gu worms inside. As far as mortal Gu was concerned, it was very easy for Gu Immortals to get them. As such, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike the seriousness when Gu masters dissected rocks. Naturally, this only applied to mortal Gu. If immortal Gu were involved, this rock dissecting activity would be given serious attention by Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals had a lot of methods to check whether a rock had mortal Gu or not. However, in today's event, they naturally would not use their methods to cheat and only relied on their insight and luck. As for rocks that had immortal Gu, they could only be found by chance and not through seeking. The investigative methods of Gu Immortals were deficient and without options in regard to such rocks. Trying to get an immortal goo in tonight's event would be wishful thinking and unrealistic. No one present had such expectations, as this was only meant to be an entertaining event. It was just that this entertainment held different meaning to Luo Muzi and Luan Fei compared to the past. They were secretly contending with Feng Yuan, but the result was they were almost at the verge of coughing out blood. Feng Yuan's rock dissecting results had maintained first place from start to finish. Rock dissecting relied on the Gu Master's discerning eye. Feng Yuan naturally did not lack in this aspect. He had even started his own rock gambling den in his first life. As for luck, was Feng Yuan's luck bad? Not to mention he had connected his luck with several other lucky people. He himself had dog's hit luck immortal Gu to help him. However, although Feng Yuan obtained victory, it was a rather close one. He maintained superiority from the start, but this superiority was not obvious at times. The one who exerted such strong pressure on him was Luo Muzi. This person was not a lone immortal. He came from one of Southern Border's super forces, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp, and most importantly, his luck was quite good. His results were only slightly inferior to Feng Yuan. Looks like his luck is quite good. Otherwise, he would not have known about Qi Ju's 5 words poem. Isn't that right? Feng Yuan thought to himself. It would not be troubling for him to make a move against Luan Fei, but to target Luo Muzi he had to worry about Luo clan. Naturally, no matter what he decided to do, Wu Yihai's identity absolutely could not be implicated. By the time the Moon Appreciation Festival ended, it was already deep into the night. Everyone bid their farewells one after the other. The scene was quite lively. I will see you off. Chao Si Lu took the initiative to see Feng Yuan off. Luo Muzi's and Luan Fei's eyes flushed red. Let's go. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were originally competitors and found one another an eyesore. But through the course of tonight's event, they had instead reached a tacit agreement. The 4 Gu immortals left the pavilion successively, leaving behind Fairy Tianlu and her lover. Sigh. Fairy Tianlu sighed. Tonight's Moon Appreciation Festival was so tiring. Nothing to be done about it. Her lover also sighed, his gaze clear and bright. Both held each other's hands and smiled as they stepped on the clouds and left. This Wu Yihai is a complete bore. What in the world did he compose? Can that thing even be called a poem? Luo Muzi was burning with rage. But Fairy Si Lu actually has a completely different view of him. Luan Fei gritted his teeth. Humph, what different view? His greatest worth is his identity. Luo Muzi said in a slightly envious tone. Luan Fei's expression was malevolent. I cannot take this lying down. I cannot let Wu Yihai continue living so happily. On their way, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei conversed heatedly. Oh? What idea do you have? Wu clan might be facing difficulties from all sides and they might lack the initiative, but they still have the ability to maintain their status. If you want to make a move against Wu Yihai, you will have to consider Wu clan. Whether it be publicly or privately, Wu Yong will stand behind Wu Yihai. We need to take this relationship properly into account. Luo Muzi spoke. He was a righteous path Gu immortal and was aware of the difficulty here. If they overestimated their relationship, they would not be able to cause any harm to Wu Yihai. But if they underestimated it, who would be able to bear Wu clan's retribution? Luan Fei curled his lips as he thought. Righteous path Gu immortals have to worry about everything. On the other hand, the demonic path can directly take action. However, Luan Fei was not a demonic cultivator. He was a lone cultivator who was more inclined towards the righteous path. Luan Fei sneered as a sinister light flashed in his eyes. We don't need to personally make a move. Fairy Si Lu has a lot of pursuers, not just us two. We can inform that person. He will definitely be furious because Fairy Si Lu did not invite him this time. You were talking about that guy from Qi clan? Luo Muzi's expression became slightly complex. That Gu immortal from Qi clan was the biggest pursuer of Chao Si Lu. Before tonight, Luo Muzi greatly loathed him. But now he was about to make use of his strength to teach a lesson to Wu Yihai. Although Wu Yihai won against Xia Fei Kuai, it was because he relied on his knowledge of the enemy. If he was strong, why would he have to discuss any conditions with that mountain-moving old monster? He could have directly seized back Mount Snail. That guy from Qi clan is definitely stronger than Wu Yi. Moreover, he hates it when others have any desire towards Fairy Silu. Luin Fei continued. Luo Mu Zi's gaze became resolute. All right, we will inform Qi Shang of today's matter. Chao Si Lu accompanied Fang Yuan for a distance before she bid a reluctant farewell to Fang Yuan. But she did not directly return to Chao clan's headquarters, instead returning to the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a Gu immortal sitting on a rock chair and quietly drinking bewitching tea. This person was Chao clan's first supreme elder, the crucial character who had helped Fang Yuan return to Wu clan previously. Chao clan's first supreme elder slowly put down the teacup. Although Wu Yi grew up in Eastern Sea, he is after all Wu Du Xiu's son. So what do you think? Chao Si Lu's gaze was slightly dim as she softly said, I agree. Fang Yuan targeted Luo Muzi and Luin Fei, forcing them to say his poem was good. But in fact it was an indirect attack on Chao Si Lu. Chao Si Lu was well aware that this was the way of a righteous path confrontation. It was all smiles and jovial on the surface, but was actually a maelstrom of dark undercurrents. Chao clan's first supreme elder sighed. Our Chao clan has all along been allies with Wu clan, but we have never been able to penetrate deep into their core. For the sake of Chao clan, Wu Yi is a huge opportunity. Do you understand? Chao Si Lu bit her lips, her gaze containing reluctance, but she still nodded in the end. I understand.